Boom. 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 Under the assault of the Fiend Extermination Alliance disciples, Duan Muxing retreated. He looked toward the evil sky pavilion, noting the numbness in his arms. He was not alone in this. The disciples of the seven great sects also looked at the evil sky pavilion. Someone was shooting arrows from the shadows. Unlike the arrow that killed Zhu Yuan, the one that felled Lu Rushi was much smaller. Lu Rushi didn't even have a chance to use his skills. How could the disciples not be terrified? A cloud of panic seemed to descend over the seven great sections. They were still baffled by this turn of events when an energy arrow, as thick as a tree trunk, glowing with golden light, shot out. It was so bright that it was hard to miss. Whiz! The arrow's speed was so fast that its noise was extraordinarily loud. Our turn. A powerful archer must use his hiding spot well while figuring out where the enemy's archers are. It's easy for an archer to expose his own position. The energy arrow, as thick as a tree trunk, seemed to carry the hopes of the seven great sects with it. It sailed from the westernmost part of the forest toward the evil sky pavilion in the east. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the energy arrow. The dark area in the evil sky pavilion was instantly illuminated by this enormous energy arrow. At this moment, they thought they saw the figure of an old man standing casually before the pavilion. The old man raised his withered hand, which glowed blue as if he were wearing a blue glove. Capture hand seal. Boom. Sparks flew as if someone had set off fireworks. The energy arrow was caught by the old man and soon vanished. Old villain G? It's the old villain. He's the one who fired that arrow. Stand back. The seven flying chariots retreated, and their disciples followed suit. The more distance they put between themselves and the threat, the less the impact of the energy arrows would be. However, this retreat shook their morale. Many of the disciples from the seven great sects were so frightened that their legs gave way, causing them to fall to the ground. In fact, many who joined this assault had done so impulsively. Now, on the battlefield, they realized just how terrifying the evil sky pavilion truly was. Let alone old villain G, even these few individuals were enough to intimidate the seven great sects. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Greetings, Master. The voices of the evil sky pavilion's members greeted Lu Zhou in thunderous unison. Lu Zhou nodded and stroked his beard, his eyes fixed on the forest far beyond the reach of the seven great sections. He projected his voice. Ji Yuanchang, why are you hiding? Since when did you become such a coward? Clearly, this question was not directed at the seven great sections. Ji Yuanchang was an old godly archer who was closest to his ultimate limit. For the longest time, he had no affiliation with any sect and had produced many outstanding disciples. The leader of the Divine Capital's three godly archers, Qin Zhu, was only a disciple of one of Ji Yuanchang's disciples. As a godly archer, it was impossible for Hua Yuexing not to know the name Ji Yuanchang. She stared at the dark forest with a shocked expression. Feng Qinghe replied on Ji Yuanchang's behalf, Old Senior Ji is a godly archer, it's only natural that he doesn't show himself. Old villain Ji, aren't you hiding as well? Then, I shall show myself. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and stepped forward, walking on air. He slowly emerged from the darkness before the evil sky pavilion. With each step, a radiant circle appeared beneath his feet. He walked with ease and composure. A few dark strands of his hair glinted in the moonlight among his white-silver locks. Under these circumstances, Lu Zhou's appearance seemed like an exact copy of Ji Tiandao when he had first transmigrated here. The disciples of the seven great sects inhaled sharply, their eyes wide as they stared at Lu Zhou in the sky. Though they could not see his face, based on his long robes, white hair, and the awe of the evil sky pavilion's members, they were certain the old man was the master of the evil sky pavilion, the all-powerful great villain who dominated the world under the heavens. Lu Zhou gauged his remaining extraordinary power. The first arrow that killed Zhu Yuan had used up 1/5 of his power. Zhu Yuan was already dying, the arrow merely expedited his end. The second arrow, which killed Lu Rushi, the sect master of the Core Heart sect, used up 1/3 of the heavenly writing's extraordinary power. Lu Rushi was a formidable opponent, after all. Then, he had used up another 1/3 of his extraordinary power to catch Ji Yuancheng's arrow. In other words, he was left with slightly less than 1/3 of his extraordinary power. For this reason, he decided to reveal himself. This way, he might be able to lure all his enemies out into the open. As expected, Ji Yuancheng could not restrain himself when he heard Lu Zhou's words. Hovering above the forest, he shouted, "Old villain! You killed my disciple's disciple. I'll end you with my own hands this very night." Ji Yuancheng, a powerful individual who had lived for several centuries, raised his bow and arrow. Qin Zhu was from the other tribe, Sanyi. "Are you fighting for another tribesman?" "Nonsense. I can definitely tell if he was an other tribesman or not." Lu Zhou shook his head. He completely ignored the leaders of the 7 great sects before him. He stepped forward and said indifferently, "I thought you'd be a reasonable man since you're the patriarch of the godly archers." Alas! Lu Zhou flipped his right palm, and a mini vortex appeared above it. A surge of primal qi was clearly felt by the leaders of the 7 great sects, and they retreated at once. "Fall back! Fall back now!" The disciples of the 7 great sects were scared out of their wits. "Stand your ground! We will succeed in this battle or die trying. Defectors shall be persecuted and killed." With this statement, the disciples of the 7 great sects were cowed. They reluctantly stayed put. Could they fall back now? Of course not. This is our last chance before his great limit. Anyone who steps back will be cut down. Fengqinghe's voice, laced with his expansive heavenly energy, stabilized the mental states of the disciples. Yes, this was their last chance before the old villain's great limit. They had come so far, could they really back out now? Meanwhile, Lu Zhou moved his hand and tossed the vortex out. The Great Seal of Fearlessness. There was nothing within sight to be feared. The shining golden seal shot toward Ji Yuancheng at a swift speed. Ji Yuancheng cried out and knocked an energy arrow. This scene was reminiscent of Qin Zhu, who had done his best to resist at Measure Heaven River. The disciple's disciple and the master were similar. He grew stronger as his opponent grew stronger, and he would kill a god if he faced one. Bam! 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 Several energy arrows hit the hand seal, but only caused a weak ripple on its surface, failing to slow its advance. The hand seal sailed past, between 2 flying chariots. Swoosh! 1/3 of both flying chariots were damaged by the Great Seal of Fearlessness. Dozens of disciples who could not fly fell to the ground. Loud, resounding wails echoed in the air. The Great Seal of Fearlessness shot past the flying chariots and continued toward Ji Yuancheng. At this moment, Ji Yuancheng finally realized something was wrong. He immediately fled into the distance as if his life depended on it. The Great Seal of Fearlessness, as if guided by its own eyes, struck Ji Yuancheng's body at lightning speed. Smack! Ji Yuancheng disintegrated into ashes that scattered in the air. The forest was now as quiet as a graveyard. The disciples of the 7 great sects lost all ability to think and breathe. The confidence and morale that Fengqinghe had so painstakingly roused were shaken once more. Under such circumstances, could anyone maintain their composure? This was a deadly strike card. Lu Zhou did not even consider the cost. He had to take out this elite who could fire arrows from the shadows, no matter the cost. Lu Zhou took another step forward. Fengqinghe's gaze was sharp and cold, but his heart was racing. His scalp prickled and went numb. At this juncture, he had no other choice but to force himself to act. He said commandingly, "Disciples willing to sacrifice their lives for a good cause, charge." The cultivators around the 7 flying chariots swarmed toward Lu Zhou like flies. "Master! Pavilion Master! On the Evil Sky Pavilion's side, Duan Muxing and Little Yuan were the only ones who had been conserving their strength. Leng Luo was left with only enough energy to run away. When they saw this, they wanted to fend off the attackers. However, they could only stare helplessly at Lu Zhou at this moment. A ripple spread with every step Lu Zhou took. A blue lotus emerged beneath his feet, and his body glowed with a faint blue light. Having lived a long life, I have slain 1,000,000 demons. They'll have to pay a heavy price for this, even if they're from the 7 great sections. With a Tao-transforming Divine Court Realm cultivation base, none of the nascent Divinity Realm elites would have taken him seriously in the past. There was a saying in the cultivation world, those below the nascent Divinity Realm were maggots. Cultivators who had not entered the nascent Divinity Realm were destined to be minor characters. In any case, regardless of cultivation, since time immemorial, the strong had always looked down on the weak. For example, those in the Divine Court Realm looked down on those in the Brahman Sea Realm, those in the Nascent Divinity Realm looked down on those in the Divine Court Realm, and 5-leaf elites looked down on 4-leaf elites. However, on this day, everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion and the 7 great sects did not dare to underestimate old villain Ji, who was only in the Divine Court Realm. Many elites had tried to probe his cultivation base to find out if it had deteriorated. They concluded that he was still in the Divine Court Realm. At this moment, Lu Zhou looked apathetically at the cultivator swarming toward him. The blue lotus under his feet and its shadow grew larger and larger. Then, the blue lotus blossomed, its power spilling into the surroundings like a tidal wave. To gain the power to silence everything, to maintain and manifest samadhi. Like light and shadow, permeating everywhere while remaining still in samadhi. When the blue lotus blossomed, the cultivators flying toward Lu Zhou were sent flying back. The members of the Evil Sky Pavilion widened their eyes in shock at this scene. No matter how many times they watched Lu Zhou make a move, he never failed to broaden their horizons. Hua Wudao, Duan Muxing, Zhao Yu, and Little Yuan found this scene quite astonishing. Previously, when Lu Zhou was cultivating in seclusion in the hidden chamber, they had attempted to break in. What they saw then was quite similar to what they were seeing now, with the only difference being that the area of coverage and the power were much greater than before. Boom! 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 The disciples from the 7 great sects, who were sent flying back, spat out mouthfuls of blood. The tidal wave of power also swept over the 7 flying chariots, causing them to shake violently before crashing to the ground. At this moment, the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion realized that the power did not discriminate between friend and foe. Leng Luo, the most experienced among them, shouted, "Fall back!" The members of the Evil Sky Pavilion retreated to a safe place in the air and continued to watch the battle. "What technique is this?" Hua Wudao murmured. "I don't know," Leng Luo replied. "I don't know either," Zhu Honggong responded, "Ow. Little junior sister, why did you pinch me?" Little Yuan pinched her own cheeks and said, "Oh, it's not a dream." At this moment, Lu Zhou had exhausted the heavenly writing's extraordinary power. The notifications of merit points kept ringing in his ears. One Divine Court Realm cultivator was only worth 10 merit points, which he felt was too low. There was no reward for killing cultivators in the body-tempering realm and below, as there were too many of them. Nearly 70% of the cultivators from the 7 great sects, including a few nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm elders, were taken down by the heavenly writing's power. Almost half of these were dead. Lu Zhou maintained his flight in the air and looked down at the others from his high vantage point. He shook his head. He was quite dissatisfied with the heavenly writing power because he only killed roughly 30% of those people. There was nothing he could do. After all, his attack only contained 10% of his extraordinary power. With that amount of power, it would be difficult for him to kill even a slightly powerful nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm cultivator, let alone extraordinary nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm cultivators. In any case, although the attack was too weak for his liking, he managed to put on a great show and looked imposing. Well, as long as he looked good, the other matters were insignificant. At this moment, the surviving cultivators were retreating. The 9 elders of the Yun Sect were among those retreating, and they were in great pain. Meanwhile, Ning Liang, the master of the Hengku branch, Feng Qinghe, the master of the Zhensong branch, Jia Yuan, the master of 7 Stars Villa, Miao Yin, the abbess of Good Fortune Temple, and Xiao Jinhan, the first disciple of Duanling branch, maintained flight at a low altitude. Their hands were pressed against their chests as they looked at Lu Zhou in shock. He was too powerful. The 5 of them clenched their fists and gulped. Without the protection of their flying chariots, they were at a disadvantage. Feng Qinghe gulped. He looked at Lu Zhou, who was looking down at them, unable to put his feelings into words. In truth, he did not expect Lu Zhou's earlier attack stay calm. That must his original wide-area seal technique. Now was the time to nurse his agogerd ego, and tried. He mustered. Stay calm. That must have been his original wide-area seal technique. It was likely his wide-range seal technique, but he had to boost the others' morale. Stay calm. That must have his original wide-area seal technique. The Celestial Master Sect and the Zhensong branch's seal eruption talismans can also do it. Although the 5 sect masters of the 5 sects survived and had yet to summon their avatars, their blood essence was roiling in their bodies due to the attack. They nearly spat out mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, all 5 were trying to stabilize their breaths with their primal qi. The Duanling branch's first disciple, Xiao Jinhan, said, "Senior Feng, do you think we'll succeed?" Feng Qinghe glanced at him and said, "Believe me. In any case, we have no other way out." Pan Lydian was powerful, but he was still taken down by our Zhensong branch. The others exchanged glances and nodded, coming to a tacit agreement to become heroes standing atop the bones of their comrades. Miao Yin, the abbess of Good Fortune Temple, said, "Just as well. Who should descend to the depths of hell if not I? Disciples, heed my call." Miao Yin's disciples, standing on the ground, rose into the air immediately. Feng Qinghe gave her a thumbs up and said in a clear voice, "Listen up, everyone. Old Villain G won't be able to last for long. This is his dying burst of power. Don't be afraid." All he needed to do was ensure the disciples from the 7 sects remained in position. Whether his claim was true or not was unimportant. Lu Zhou hovered in the air, trying to think of his next move. "I only have 2 deadly strike cards left. Fortunately, I have 1 peak card. Will the elites ever come out of their hiding places?" He did not use his peak card because the group of elites in hiding would immediately run away after seeing it. He would not be able to track them down afterward. The disciples of the 7 great sects were baffled when they saw Ji Tiandao seemingly lost in thought while hovering in the air. They had no idea what was going through his mind. At this moment, the disciples of Good Fortune Temple were in position. Dozens of nuns straightened their palms by their lips, and their voices droned on as they chanted. Lu Zhou shook his head. How futile. All skills were futile in the face of extreme power. He flipped his right palm, and an item card materialized in his hand, Ji Tiandao's peak trial card. Suddenly, there was a flash of movement in the southeastern corner of the forest. A figure joined his palms, holding a talisman between them, and then he sailed through the air like a fired arrow. Old Villain G. Don't you dare lay your hands on my disciples. The Duanling branch disciples exclaimed in shock. Patriarch. Feng Qinghe was overjoyed. Well done, Duanling branch's patriarch. You finally made a move. Changyan's face was flushed, and his eyes were bloodshot. He was a man nearing his great limit, but his appearance seemed abnormal. It was clear he had taken the Primal Fiend potion. With the boost from the potion, he was now at the peak of his cultivation base. Everyone watched as Changyan attacked. In their opinion, Lu Zhou would be heavily injured, if not die. Bam! The disciples of the 7 great sects looked on expectantly. Swish! A cone-shaped energy field appeared before Changyan's palms as he flew straight toward Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou paused, looking at Changyan for a moment. Then, he shook his head and said, "Very well." He shattered the peak trial card in his withered hand. The instant the peak card shattered, a spot of starlight shot out of his palm and swirled around his body. His weak divine court realm Dantian sea of qi was instantly filled to the brim, and even his 8 extraordinary meridians were bursting with power. He knew the elites in hiding would not recklessly show themselves. In the end, he decided to use the peak card to clear the people before him. The appearance of Chang Yen, the patriarch of the Duanling branch, was a welcome surprise. Ji Tiandao's peak power had returned to Lu Zhou. In fact, his power seemed to have surpassed that of Ji Tiandao at this moment. "You want to die? I'll grant you your wish." Lu Zhou's expression remained calm as he raised his right hand, which glowed with a golden light, toward Chang Yen. Bam! Why is old villain Ji so powerful? Lu Zhou blocked Chang Yan's all-out attack with his bare hands. Everything seemed to have frozen at that moment. Everyone's eyes were wide open, afraid to blink for fear of missing a single moment of this intense standoff. They were amazed that old villain Ji managed to block the attack. It turned out he was still standing tall, and his cultivation base had not deteriorated. Chang Yen, who had taken the primal fiend potion, was defeated with just a single hand. Everyone shuddered at the sight. Old villain Ji, why you? Chang Yan's eyes widened. Let's die together. You're dreaming. Lu Zhou clenched his fist. A massive capture hand seal shot out from his palm, growing to resemble a Buddha hand seal. Boom! Ashes scattered, and smoke dispersed. So what if Chang Yen was the patriarch of the Duanling branch? So what if he had taken the primal fiend potion? So what if his strength was at the peak of the 8-leaf? It took just one move from Lu Zhou to kill him. Lu Zhou made this move to save time. After all, he didn't need to worry about his consumption of primal qi. He could use the most powerful versions of all his moves at will. The members of the 7 great sects were stunned. This? Why is old villain Ji so powerful? No. Impossible. Even if one had everyone's support, could anyone remain unafraid when faced with such an elite? Even a fool wouldn't stubbornly insist that Ji Tiandao was on his deathbed after witnessing this. The people from the 7 great sects were frightened. We should run. Lu Zhou moved swiftly. The grand technique, soul chase. Bam! Lu Zhou's palm strike landed on the first disciple of the Duanling branch, who had turned to flee. Xiao Jinhan died instantly, his body falling from the sky. Without wasting a moment, Lu Zhou cast another technique. Energy swords crashed down on his enemies like a tidal wave. The Good Fortune Temple disciples who remained in the air continued to chant, but their fly-like voices were too insignificant to matter. They were soon overwhelmed and destroyed by the wave of energy swords, falling from the sky. How is this possible? Miaoyin, the abbess of Good Fortune Temple, widened her eyes. Her straightened palm trembled. When she looked up, she suddenly saw the old man, radiating a golden glow, hovering before her. Old villain Ji. Lu Zhou struck with his palm. Repent, and your crimes will be absolved. I will send you on your way in Buddha's name. He launched his 9 cuts hand seals in succession, forming a line that pierced Miaoyin's body. Without even a glance at her, he unleashed his grand technique and vanished. Miaoyin felt a deep sense of helplessness and despair well up in her heart. Blood gushed from the gaping hole in her chest. She tried to circulate her primal qi to staunch the bleeding, but realized her Dantian sea of qi was already destroyed by that absolute force. Struggling to raise her arm to manually stop the bleeding, she failed due to lack of strength. She looked up with a pitiable expression at the Evil Sky Pavilion. At that moment, the Evil Sky Pavilion disciples jumped into the fray, as if injected with an energy booster. Miaoyin could only watch as the energy swords filling the sky no longer concerned her. Her life was swiftly draining away, and it would end once she was emptied of primal qi. At this moment, she turned her head and witnessed a scene that she would take to her grave. Whiz! A powerful resonance of primal chi reverberated across the battlefield. Lu Zhou had summoned his avatar. A shining golden 100 Tribulations inside avatar towered above everything, 150 feet tall. Miaoying instinctively looked at the golden lotus under the avatar's feet. With the remnants of her life force and consciousness, she counted, 1 leaf, 2 leaves, 3 leaves, 7 leaves, 8 leaves. And 9 leaves? Realization dawned on Miaoying. Everything was clear now. She chuckled weakly. My death isn't a mistake. Ba. Dust to dust, dirt to dirt. A blast of energy exploded, and Miaoying dissolved in the air, her remains scattered by the wind. When the avatar appeared, it expanded, releasing primal chi and taking up more space. Several hundred cultivators were felled in an instant. Lu Zhou kept unleashing his grand technique, flitting among his enemies. This was like a hyper-powered version of Dao invisibility. Leng Luo's heart raced just by watching. He had thought his skill was unmatched when he moved at top speed, leaving afterimages, before killing Feng Wenxian. However, compared to Lu Zhou's avatar, which occupied the entire foot of the mountain, he was nothing. Screams of agony filled the air. With the disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion joining the battle, the Evil Sky Pavilion advanced with crushing momentum, meeting no resistance at all. Hua Wudao muttered, I think I understand now. The pavilion master must have done it on purpose. No wonder he could easily launch the Tenscript 6 compatible seal. I feel better now. Leng Luo looked at the massive avatar and said, perhaps joining the Evil Sky Pavilion is the best decision I've ever made in my life. Zhu Honggong leaped out and laughed maniacally, then said, charge, my brethren, charge. I love this feeling of pushing others around by taking advantage of my position. Charge. Hua Wudao and Leng Luo were puzzled. They sighed inwardly, how did a brilliant person like the pavilion master produce such a third-rate disciple? Is he too used to being a gang leader? Meanwhile, Lu Zhou kept an eye on the remaining time of the peak trial card as he unleashed his grand technique again. Run. Quick. The confidence and morale of the people from the 7 great sects were completely crushed at that moment. Lu Zhou's grand technique, their detailed preparations, and plans, all were rendered futile by Lu Zhou's absolute strength. The Grand Formation. Retreat to the Grand Formation. The battle shifted into the forest. Lu Zhou's 9-leaf golden lotus sliced through the trees like a grass cutter. Jia Yuan, the master of the 7 Stars Villa, fled like the wind. He activated his avatar and burned his sea of qi as he ran away frantically. Boom. Jia Yuan discovered his avatar had run into something. He looked up and saw a massive avatar blocking his path. Lu Zhou hovered inside the 150-foot avatar. Too slow. The avatar raised its hand and brought it down. No. Jia Yuan's avatar shattered like glass under the hand seal, and his body was mashed into an unidentifiable meat pulp on the ground. Lu Zhou and his avatar vanished again. The forest within 1,000 meters of the battle was destroyed overnight. Nearly all of the disciples from the 7 great sects were dead. Niang Ling, the master of the Hengku branch, had exhausted his sea of qi and maintained his expansive heavenly energy for a long time. At this moment, he had mentally broken down. He repeatedly smacked his forehead and cried out, "We're dead. We're dead. Why? Why?" Rather than face endless fear and torture, he would rather end his own life. Trying to kill yourself? You'll have to go through me first. With a whiz, the primal qi in the surroundings seemed to freeze. When Yang Ling looked up, he saw a massive hand seal descending upon him. He hadn't even seen Lu Zhou before the hand seal crushed him. Being only a 7-leaf cultivator, he was far from a match for a 9-leaf cultivator. Formation? Lu Zhou's avatar swept through the formation. The formation veins, just activated, were destroyed by the massive avatar. The remaining members of the 7 great sects lost all will to escape. Many low-ranking cultivators could no longer bear the fear, trembling on the ground. The formation was laughable. Could a low-rank formation control a 9-leaf cultivator? Lu Zhou hovered in midair, with his avatar, triumphantly observing the battlefield. Who's next? When Lu Zhou shattered the peak trial card, he had no intention of sparing anyone. He looked around, checking if he had missed anyone. Turning to the battle in the southeastern corner, he saw, amidst a tidal pool of power, a white figure slaughtering the cultivators from the 7 great sects in a frenzy. Blue Wave's technique? Yi Tianqin? Lu Zhou's 150-foot avatar hovered in the air, towering over everything. He appeared calm and unsurprised by Yi Tianqin's appearance. Ever since he had read the letter Shangrong had entrusted her to deliver, he knew she was still around. However, he had to admit he did not expect her to show up at this moment to kill the enemies. Regardless, time was ticking, and he did not have the luxury to ponder such trivial matters. Moreover, he did not need help from a mere 6-leaf cultivator. Still, he had to acknowledge that, despite being banished, she had some sense. In any case, he would not lose out on rewards even if she was only killing low-rank cultivators. Forget it. Let her be. The disciples from the 7 great sects were easily overwhelmed by the evil Sky Pavilion's crushing force. Even when the 9 elders of the Yun Sect ignited their sea of qi and activated their avatars, they were like ants trying to shake a tree. Their resistance was futile. Wherever the 9-leaf golden lotus passed, everything was reduced to dust. Lu Zhou unleashed his grand technique again, shooting in another direction. He wanted to confirm if the patriarchs from the other sects were present. It would be a headache if those willing to throw their lives away showed up after the peak card's effect faded. The 150-foot avatar darted everywhere. Whenever Lu Zhou encountered slightly more powerful cultivators, he mercilessly took their lives. Meanwhile, Yi Tianqin was determined to fight her enemies to the death. As she fought, she caught sight of the massive avatar and was awed. She suddenly remembered the time when her master captured her and brought her back to Golden Court Mountain. She had seen the same sight in the evil Sky Pavilion and thought it was just a dream. The known limit that cultivators could achieve was the 8-leaf stage, after all. However, this time, she was certain her eyes were not deceiving her. Master is already at the 9-leaf stage. How did he do it? Could it be that Eldest senior brother is right? Master must have been pursuing the secret behind the 9-leaf stage before this. As she watched the low-rank cultivators falling, Yi Tianxian suddenly realized her intention to help the evil Sky Pavilion seemed unnecessary. She was clearly not needed in this situation. Near the southeastern corner of the battlefield, the remaining wave of elders burned their sea of qis at the same time. They seemed to be engulfed in flames as they scattered. With a soft grunt, Lu Zhou leaped into the sky with his avatar. In the air, the 9-leaf 100 Tribulations inside avatar was like a human-shaped sun, illuminating the area within 100 miles. The cultivators within 100 miles looked up at Golden Court Mountain, either shocked or awed. Those who were further away could only catch a glimpse of the light, unaware of the impressive phenomena occurring. Lu Zhou summoned Unnamed and converted it into a bow. With fluid movements, he wielded the bow with his left hand and pulled on the bowstring with his right. Whoosh! 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 Arrow after arrow was shot out. A 9-leaf godly archer. Hua Yueshing stared intently at Lu Zhou as he fired volley after volley of arrows. It was only natural that everyone wanted to witness the grandeur of a 9-leaf cultivator. Hua Yueshing, a talented godly archer with superior understanding, had reached the 3-leaf stage on her own, even without a teacher. For a genius like her, even a minimal amount of guidance, such as being pointed in the right direction, would be immensely helpful. Currently, she felt enlightened. She worked hard to etch every movement into her mind, setting this as her goal for the future. The energy arrows accurately pierced the elders, burning their sea of qis, causing them to fall one after another. So this is the 9-leaf stage? Many cultivators shared this thought in their final moments. 9 shining golden lotus leaves, and the massive avatar swept through the battlefield. At his peak, Lu Zhou could use his primal qi as if it were infinite. He moved at top speed, unleashing his grand technique continuously, and still had half of his time limit remaining. The power of the nine-leaf stage surpassed Lu Zhou's expectations. It was no wonder he crushed the 7 great sects so quickly. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, as if rats were lurking in the shadows. Is the nine-leaf stage too flashy? Lu Zhou waved his arm, recalling the nine-leaf avatar, and descended slowly like a falling feather. He could still feel the surging power within him, which was instantly replenished every time it was spent. Meanwhile, in a valley 100 miles west of Golden Court Mountain, Feng Qinghe, the master of Zhenghai branch, flew at top speed, pressing a hand to his abdomen. Among all those from the 7 great sects, it seemed he was the only survivor. He had no time to check if there were others who had made it. Fear gripped his heart and threatened to crush it whenever he thought about the nine-leaf avatar. Why is he a nine-leaf cultivator? Why is he AF** King nine-leaf cultivator? If he had not seized the opportunity created by the chaos when he forcibly burned his sea of qi and escaped while old villain Ji was sweeping through the battlefield, he would be a corpse by now. He looked at the valley. Another mile to go. He wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and dashed forward. One was bound for good fortune after surviving a great disaster. At that moment, someone called out from behind, "Sect Master." "Wait up." Feng Qinghe was startled and jumped. He spun around and immediately stumbled to the ground. His eyes were wide as he stared at the disciple rushing toward him. Impossible. There's someone from the Zhenghai branch who's as intelligent as me and managed to survive? Feng Qinghe gulped as he watched the disciple, dressed in Zhenghai branch's uniform, running toward him. He relaxed and asked, "How did you manage to escape?" I played dead." Played dead? That means you know the inner breath technique, and you're at least in the divine court realm. Not bad. Feng Qinghe praised. He did not have the energy to gauge the disciple's cultivation base right now. "Sect Master. Where are we going?" "That valley up ahead. I prepared something there." Feng Qinghe shook his head and sighed. Alas, it won't be of any use. Faced with a nine-leaf cultivator, what good are all our plans? Huh? Does this mean the Zhenghai branch is done for? Watch your words. Feng Qinghe frowned. I am sorry. After this incident, you'll be the pillar of Zhenghai branch. You'll be the Grand Elder. Come, help me up, Feng Qinghe said. I'd like to be the sect master, the disciple replied. Feng Qinghe frowned slightly. Many would take advantage of another's misfortune. After holding his position for so long, he was prepared and not surprised by such situations. He studied the disciple before him. He could not remember this person. Although Zhenghai branch could not rival the Yun, Tian, and Luo sects, it still had thousands of members. Remembering each one was impossible. Losing so many members, he could not reprimand this disciple as he usually would. If you want to become the sect master, you'll need to earn the right and have the strength to match it. Feng Qinghe examined the disciple. Help me up now. All right, the disciple helped him up. What's your name? I'm Ri. Ri, he scratched his head. I didn't think of a proper name. What does he mean? Feng Qinghe was confused. Suddenly, a cold flash of light appeared. Zing. The moment Feng Qinghe was pulled up, the separation hook, wrapped in energy, slashed across his chest. Boom. Feng Qinghe was sent flying by the sneak attack. He flipped in the air and landed on his feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood and staggering backward. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at the separation hook, clearly seeing its grade. He coughed violently and asked in a deep voice, "You're not a Zhenghai branch disciple. Who are you?" How could he be a disciple of the Zhenghai branch? He feigned a shocked expression before smiling and saying, "Eh? You survived a blow from my separation hook? Who are you?" Feng Qinghe took a step back and glanced at the valley. That's not important. You're going to die anyway. Ming Shiyin sneered, raising his hand. The separation hook returned to his grasp. In truth, he had been among the disciples of the Zhenghai branch from the start. He aimed to infiltrate the enemy's ranks and look for an opportunity to deal a critical blow to his enemies. However, he did not expect to witness that unforgettable scene. Before admiring his master's shocking and grand power, he tailed Feng Qinghe all the way here. He knew Feng Qing, he was not a simple character. Do you think you're old villain Ji? Feng Qinghe said in a disapproving tone. Ming Shiyin only clicked his tongue and said, no wonder you managed to withstand my master's energy swords. Is it something you're wearing? When Feng Qing heard this, his heart skipped a beat. A evil sky pavilion disciple? Ming Shiyin could not help but flip his hair and said, all right, I'll drop the act. Feng Qinghe looked over Ming Shiyin's shoulder. He was worried old villain Ji would show up. Then, he said, comrade, let's talk this over. How about letting me go, and I'll repay your kindness in the future? There's no need for the future. What? Remove your clothes, then allow my separation hook to plunge mercilessly into your heart, Ming Shiyin said with a smile. You. Feng Qinghe scowled. I've already burned my sea of qi anyway. If you want to die so badly, I'll grant you your wish. He raised his hand and struck his dantian twice, releasing his meridians. Half of his burnt sea of qi resumed burning. At this moment, almost all of the disciples from the 7 great sects on the battlefield near Golden Court Mountain had been cleared by Duanmuxing and the others. Lu Zhou checked the time. He had more than 10 minutes left. Everything was progressing as he had expected. He looked around before finally turning to his disciples and calmly said, clean this up. Yes, master. As you command. Your power is limitless. May you live to see. Master, you actually reached the 9-leaf stage. I dreamt about it the other day. Eh? Master? Where did master go? Zhu Honggong's rambling was interrupted when he realized his master had disappeared. He then cried out, 3rd senior brother, little junior sister, 5th senior sister, don't ignore me. Everyone was busy and had no time to entertain Zhu Honggong. Lu Zhou unleashed a grand technique and reached the top of the evil sky pavilion. He found the eye of the formation and slammed his hand on it, channeling his power into it. The moon was setting. Avatar. Lu Zhou activated his 9-leaf golden lotus avatar and stood above the evil sky pavilion. What's master doing? Little Yuaner pointed toward the evil sky pavilion. He's proclaiming that he's the greatest elite of all time, of course. There's no one greater than him. Master, your 9-leaf stage is amazing. From this day on, you'll be my... Ow. Little junior sister, you pinched me again. Zhu Honggong said, cradling his cheek. When Lu Zhou was channeling his primal qi, he looked at the golden lotus under his 100 tribulations inside Avatar. He studied it for a moment, puzzled. According to current cultivation theory, it was difficult for cultivators to break free from the restrictions imposed by the Great Limit. Judging from what happened to Yun Tianluo, the golden lotus would absorb one's cultivation base and life, potentially taking at least 1,000 years off one's lifespan. By severing the golden lotus, this could be overcome. However, when Lu Zhou used the peak card, he was at the 9-leaf stage. He began recalling the events when he had first transmigrated. When he used the peak card for the first time, he was only granted the 8-leaf stage. The second time he used it was when he captured Yi Tianxin, and there were 9 leaves then. However, he did not understand much about the golden lotus at that time and did not dwell on it. This was his 4th time using the peak card, and indeed, it was a 9-leaf golden lotus. Item card, Ji Tiandao's peak trial card. Note, Ji Tiandao's peak state only lasts for 30 minutes. In other words, Ji Tiandao was already at the 9-leaf stage back then. However, due to his great limit, he dropped back to the 8-leaf stage. After Lu Zhou used the reversal cards, his physical body was once again at the state where it could support the nine-leaf stage. If Ji Tiandao had attained the nine-leaf stage long ago, how could he have been heavily injured by the elites from the 10 great sects during the siege? From this, he could infer that Ji Tiandao had attained the nine-leaf stage after his battle with the elites of the 10 great sects and before Lu Zhou transmigrated over. After a moment, a huge question popped up in Lu Zhou's mind. Where did Ji Tiandao obtain the 1,000 years of life needed to attain the nine-leaf stage? Whiz. Boom. The formation shook. This brief tremor pulled Lu Zhou out of his thoughts and back into reality. He looked up at Golden Court Mountain's formation. The barrier was lighting up. He continued to channel his primal chi at full force into it. Due to the nine-leaf stage, the formation was being repaired at an alarmingly fast speed. Inside the cave of reflection, Wuya was awakened by the commotion. He rushed to the mouth of the cave, but his path was blocked. The cacophonous sounds of battle and the flashes of light signaled that the evil sky pavilion was under threat. Bam! He lost count of the times he rammed into the cave of reflection's barrier. He had to get out, find Pan Zhong, and restore his cultivation base. Master, oh, Master. You're a stubborn old. Bam! Wuya staggered out of the barrier. He didn't break through with his strength, it was the violent tremors from Golden Court Mountain's formation that affected the Cave of Reflection's formation. The entire mechanism seemed to reboot. The instant it rebooted, the barrier vanished. After a moment, the barrier reappeared. Wuya turned around, perplexed. He didn't have time to think about the reason. He hastily got to his feet and sprinted into the forest behind the mountain. I'm the only one who can save the evil sky pavilion. Wuya had barely made it to the back of the mountain when the darkened sky suddenly lit up. It was as though dawn had arrived. The entire Golden Court Mountain, including the back of the mountain, the Cave of Reflection, the Evil Sky Pavilion, the forest, and nearby mountain ranges, were illuminated. The barrier of Golden Court Mountain had been restored. Wuya stood rooted to the spot, awestruck. What's happening? What happened to Golden Court Mountain? Under normal circumstances, it would take 5 Divine Court Realm cultivators decades to mend the formation. If nascent Divinity Realm elites worked on it daily, it would take years. Even 8-leaf elites, working at full strength, needed about 6 months. Why did the barrier suddenly appear, fully mended? Wuya walked out of the forest and looked up to see a massive avatar towering above the evil sky pavilion, shining with a dazzling golden radiance. Beneath the avatar, a golden lotus spun slowly, with 9 leaves rotating along with it. Wuya staggered back in shock. Each time one of the 9 leaves pointed at him, he felt as though he was being slapped. He mocked himself, how foolish. My hubris has blinded me. I thought I was the only one who could save the evil sky pavilion. I even said Master is a stubborn old man. Wuya prided himself on his judgment and intelligence. However, at this moment, they seemed to be mercilessly shattered and trampled on by the 9 leaves. Wuya had a vast information network. He was also privy to the backgrounds of the 7 great sects and the weaknesses of their masters. According to his plan, he would arrange for the Darknet's core member, Yi Zhixing, to send the weaknesses of the 7 great sects to the evil sky pavilion. If his master changed his mind, Yi Zhixing could be sent to negotiate with the 7 great sections. With the information to leverage against them, the 7 great sects would certainly be repelled by Wuya's words alone. With Zhenghai and the Darknet supporting him from the outside, Wuya was confident he could pull this off. When that time came, his master would surely view him differently. However, now, it seemed like a joke. The greatest joke under the heavens. Wuya had, on several occasions, guessed that his master had already learned the secrets of the 9-leaf stage. He even discussed this with his eldest senior brother. Unfortunately, both found it hard to believe. The truth had been deeply ingrained in their minds. If one were told the sun rises from the south, one would not believe it without seeing it. Si Wuya looked at the massive avatar. Apart from the metaphorical sting on his cheeks, he felt deeply embarrassed, to the point where he did not dare to show his face. Did a 9-leaf cultivator need help? In the face of absolute strength, plots and schemes were laughable. Whiz. The barrier glowed brightly at this moment. The Golden Court Mountains barrier and the avatar lit up the night sky, and the evil sky pavilion seemed to regain its former glory. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou did not stop there. Instead, he continued to channel his primal qi. He kept hearing notifications about the rewards from instructing Si Wuya, but he had no time to deal with them. Lu Zhou paid no attention to what was happening on the ground. Instead, he was fully focused on channeling his primal qi into the formation. He wondered, is the rascal working on those questions inside the cave of reflection again? Lu Zhou needed the formation to be completely stabilized. After all, the power from the peak trial card would be wasted if not used. When the time limit was exceeded, all the extra primal qi he possessed would disappear. Si Wuya suddenly remembered something. Where are the people from the 7 great sects? He took a deep breath and ran toward the western side of the mountain. Standing high, he looked down. To his delight, the radiance from Golden Court Mountain and the avatar illuminated the forest. As far as his eye could see, there were signs of past battles. Ditches left by countless energy swords, craters in the shapes of golden lotuses, and the bodies of the disciples from the 7 great sects were strewn haphazardly across the land. It was a magnificent sight to behold. Si Wuya was in awe as he murmured, "Is this the power of the 9-leaf stage?" A mile from the valley, Shiyin regarded Feng Qinghe with slight surprise and said, "What do you know? I have to give it to you, you do have many tricks up your sleeve. The 7 great sects have now become your fodder." After his sea of qi was burnt, Feng Qinghe's expression changed, and he said darkly, "You chose to turn away from the path of heaven and barge into hell." Shiyin gestured with a finger and said with a straight face, "I'm so afraid." This infuriated Feng Qinghe. He wanted to tear Shiyin into pieces. There was a time limit after one sea of qi was burned. He no longer wasted words and lunged at Shiyin at lightning speed. Bam. 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 Hand seals rocked the air. Shiyin nimbly dodged the attacks. He jeered, "Faster, faster. You're injured, and it's slowing you down." Feng Qinghe's judgment was clouded by his rage. His attacks grew more ferocious and larger in scale. After several rounds, Shiyin finally started to feel the pressure. After all, how could he fight against such an elite with his current cultivation base? If Feng Qinghe had not been heavily injured by his master earlier, Shiyin would not have been so bold as to challenge him. Boom. 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 Shiyin kept retreating into the forest. Swoosh, Feng Qinghe suddenly retreated as well. He scanned the forest before him and asked, "You deliberately led me here?" "You're smart," Shiyin nodded. "Alas, you're too green." Whiz, Feng Qinghe summoned his avatar. Due to his sea of qi being burned, he had to deal with Shiyin as quickly as possible. The longer the battle dragged on, the more unfavorable it would be for him. He originally had a 7-leaf cultivation base, which had naturally deteriorated after burning more than half of his sea of qi. He was now, at most, a 6-leaf cultivator. If this had been any ordinary circumstance, it would have been easy for him to kill a 6-leaf cultivator. However, the current situation was unique. He had to go all out. It should be enough to deal with Shiyin. Feng Qinghe flattened his palms. Talisman scripts appeared, swirled, and then shot toward Shiyin and his avatar. Amazing. I'll run. Shiyin was no fool. He wouldn't confront Feng Qinghe head-on. He tapped the ground lightly with his feet and leaped into the forest at lightning speed. The trees seemed to come to life, barring Feng Qinghe's path. Boom. A part of the forest was instantly flattened by the avatar and the talisman scripts. Feng Qinghe hovered in the air within his avatar and looked down. Ming Yin's voice reached him from a distance, "Hey, over here." Under a huge tree, to Feng Qinghe's left, Ming Yin gestured toward him with a finger. Feng Qinghe wasted no words and shot 2 hand seals from his palms. Then, he dove after the hand seals along with his avatar. Boom! 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 Feng Qinghe's attacks missed. Ming Yin successfully dodged them. If he couldn't beat Feng Qinghe, dodging was his best option. After some time, Feng Qinghe finally noticed something was amiss. This couldn't drag on. He had never met anyone as cunning as Ming Yin before. Feng Qinghe gauged his sea of qi. He brought out a stack of talismans from his pocket, drew his index finger across them, and his primal qi surged out, igniting the talismans. He then tossed them down. The forest burst into flames in an instant. Seeing the fire wasn't intense enough, Feng Qinghe repeated the move and tossed out more talismans. The talismans flew in different directions into the forest. Climbing higher, he felt satisfied. He looked down at the burning land, scanning for other elites who might be lurking nearby. Wow! You got me. Ming Yin choked on the smoke. He immediately wrapped himself in energy and ran toward the valley. There were no trees or fire there. It was as though he had turned into the wind. Running away? Die. Feng Qinghe clasped his palms and tossed out dozens of talismans. The instant the talismans were ignited, formation veins seemed to appear in the air, shining with a golden light before transforming into talisman seals. The talisman seals locked onto Ming Yin. Feng Qinghe launched an all-out attack with his avatar, charging toward Ming Yin. Though he was only at the 6-leaf stage, his 70-foot-tall avatar was not something ordinary cultivators could fight. His avatar buzzed as he stomped his foot. Under the crushing difference in realms, tricks and schemes were meaningless. Boom! Feng Qinghe and his avatar landed. A circular crater appeared beneath the golden lotus. He was convinced that his opponent had been flattened. He laughed heartily. A disciple of the evil sky pavilion? You should blame your rotten luck for your death. He had lost all the elegance fitting of a sect master. His words were also beginning to lose sense. After all, none of the 9 evil sky pavilion disciples had been killed by the noble path or anyone else. Even Zhu Honggong, with his weak cultivation base, always managed to escape unscathed from perilous situations. He felt that the coordinated attack from the 7 great sects on Golden Court Mountain was their best chance. Yet, his ambitions were mercilessly crushed by the 9-leaf villain. The achievement of killing an evil sky pavilion disciple served as a great motivation and source of comfort to him. He continued to laugh maniacally. Finally, he raised his hand and sealed his Dantian sea of qi again. Then, his avatar vanished. Boom! A loud crash resonated through the air as a figure shot out of the round crater. Feng Qinghe reeled back. Ming Yin raised a hand, the separation hook hovered above his palm. You're powerful indeed. So powerful that you made me use 1/3 of my strength. Feng Qinghe had made a judgment error. A frown appeared on his face when he landed. He endured the pain and said through gritted teeth, ground escape technique? It's something I picked up. An insignificant skill, really. Ming Yin slowly moved toward him. Feng Qinghe survived 9-leaf old villain Ji's sweeping attack but was outsmarted by a mere evil sky pavilion disciple. He was unwilling to accept this. He tapped his dantian, pushed off the ground, and charged toward Ming Yin. We'll die together, then. Whiz. Ming Yin suddenly summoned his avatar. Feng Qinghe glanced at Ming Yin's avatar and said in a deep voice, 3-leaf? You overestimate your abilities. Bam. 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 Feng Qinghe continuously launched hand seals from his palms. Ming Yin suddenly landed. His avatar rose half a meter before falling again. The separation hook in his hands clashed with Feng Qinghe. Boom. Ming Shiyin felt his arms go numb. However, he did not fall back. Instead, Feng Qinghe was the one who reeled from the impact. Having leaned forward as he charged, the collision forced him back immediately. His eyes widened as he stared incredulously at Ming Shiyin, who was now coming at him through the air. Four-leaf? A smile spread across Ming Shiyin's face. The heaven-grade weapon in his hand gleamed coldly as he said, "You're not bad. You managed to force me to use 2/3 of my strength." Feng Qinghe felt his scalp prickle. He had underestimated his opponent. He had not let his power fully erupt, wanting to minimize the burning of his sea of qi, but now he continued to struggle. "You can't kill me." Ming Shiyin faded out of focus and vanished. Feng Qinghe's chest tightened. In the brief moment of reeling back, he was frightened. Was this truly the strength of a four-leaf cultivator? Whoosh! A light flashed for a moment. Feng Qinghe landed on the ground and saw the cold light. Ming Shiyin's afterimage appeared in his wake, and just like that, the battle was over. With a faint smile, Ming Shiyin raised his separation hook and studied it. He shook his head, picked up a leaf, and wiped the blade of the separation hook. Feng Qinghe chuckled and said, "I told you. You can't kill me." Ming Shiyin ignored him and walked toward the valley. He wanted to see what the trump card Feng Qinghe had prepared in the valley. Feng Qinghe frowned. He was about to turn around when he felt a cold sensation on his neck. A breeze brushed against his nape. He seemed to feel some liquid flowing down his neck, and he instinctively reached out to touch it. His fingers were stained with blood. At this moment, a searing pain spread from his neck throughout his body. He wanted to howl in pain, but he could only choke. He felt his life slipping away as he lay on the ground. Although Ming Shiyin knew that there was some treasure preserving Feng Qinghe's life on his body, he did not rush to remove it. He was being cautious. For a cultivator like Feng Qinghe, it was likely that he would launch a final attack with his dying breath. Since Feng Qinghe had managed to escape from his master's attacks, it meant that Feng Qinghe was not simple. He might look casual, but he had put a lot of thought and effort into his actions. Indeed, Feng Qinghe wore some kind of protective suit, but his neck was exposed. A moment later, Ming Shiyin was inside the valley. The floor of the valley was scattered with densely packed tree stumps that resembled a plum blossom formation. Various veins were carved onto the tree stumps. With the night sky as a backdrop, the veins glowed strangely. Beyond the tree stumps lay a simple, solitary wooden hut. If Ming Shiyin hadn't been searching for it or had no guide, he would never have thought such a place existed here. He didn't rush forward to inspect it. After all, Feng Qinghe had mentioned a hidden trump card here. It was likely a trap. Creak. The door of the wooden hut swung open. An ancient, deep voice echoed through the air. "Pardon my lack of hospitality, though you've traveled far." Ming Shiyin sensed the power in the voice. He took 2 steps backward and said, "I didn't mean to intrude, senior." "Eh?" Thud. 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 An old woman with a stooped back emerged from the wooden hut, leaning on a walking stick and walking slowly. When she finally stepped out, she looked at Ming Shiyin. The moonlight was dim, but her vision didn't seem affected. After a long look, she shook her head and said, "Young man, did you kill Feng Qinghe?" Ming Shiyin's heart sank. To think she could make such a judgment from a distance. The old woman, as if sensing his apprehension and confusion, laughed in her deep voice and said, "I've lived in this valley for many years. No one has ever stumbled upon this place. Feng Qinghe was the only one." "You're from the Zhenghai branch?" Ming Shiyin was prepared to flee at a moment's notice. However, since he didn't sense any killing intent from the old woman, he tried to talk to her. "Well, you can say that," the old woman replied. "In that case, I'll be taking my leave." "Hold up," the old woman said, "I promised Feng Qinghe one thing." "And what is it?" "I'll do everything within my power to kill those who venture into this valley," the old woman replied. Ming Shiyin was speechless. Curiosity really did kill the cat. If he had known, he would never have ventured in here at all. Wait, old senior. Feng Qinghe was trying to kill me. I was forced to defend myself. The old woman looked up at the moon at the entrance to the valley. If you can kill Feng Qinghe, you must have a profound cultivation base. I won't bully you just because you're young. Let's have a fair fight. No. You think too highly of me, senior, Ming Shiyin humbly replied, it was just a fluke. I got lucky. After he finished speaking, he clamped a hand over his mouth. Had he not just admitted that he had killed Feng Qinghe? The old woman nodded slowly. She walked from the wooden hut to the plum blossom stumps and said, "You're brave." "I'm not." Ming Shiyin took a step back. "I hope you won't hold this against me in your death. I must do what I have promised." The old woman sighed softly. "It's fine if you're slightly weaker. Things will proceed much more smoothly." She continued forward, aided by her walking stick. The moment she stepped among the plum blossom stumps, the two before her glowed. Talisman seals hovered above the plum blossom stumps. Feng Qinghe challenged my master without knowing his own strength. He is only himself to blame for his death, Ming Shiyin said, my master isn't a pushover. It sounded awkward, but now that he was cornered, he blurted out whatever came to mind. Your master? My master is the evil sky pavilion's master, Ji Tiandao. Creak. The old woman stopped in her tracks, seeming distracted. Ming Shiyin relaxed. As expected, master's name is truly powerful. She must be trembling in fear now. How's your master doing recently? The old woman asked. Ming Shiyin thought for a moment before smirking. My master is already at the 9-leaf stage. He's the first 9-leaf elite under the heavens. Swoosh! A wooden stump shot out from the ground, encircled by a ring of expansive heavenly energy, and flew toward Ming Shiyin. Boom! 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 Ming Shiyin raised his hands and struck with his palms. Boom! 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 Bam bam bam! Each time they clashed, a burst of expansive heavenly energy rippled out. Ming Shiyin kept retreating as he parried the wooden stump. He was alarmed, the old woman was much more powerful than he had imagined. The old woman said, little brat who's still wet behind the ears, do you think I'm gullible? A wooden stump was all it took for the old woman to render Ming Shiyin helpless to fight back. He was suitably shocked. Since when did Jinsong branch have such a grand elite? According to Feng Qinghe's words, this old woman was his hidden trump card. This place was at least 100 miles from Golden Court Mountain, considered extremely remote. The trees grew wildly around here, and the valley concealed it from view. Being so far from human settlements and without protection from formations, the wild beasts in the wilderness would be a significant headache. The wooden hut and plum blossom stumps seemed old, and the weeds were taller than most men. Clearly, this old woman had been living here for a long time. This was not a hidden trump card, Feng Qinghe was merely grasping at straws. Senior. I would never dare to lie to you. My master is truly at the 9-leaf stage. Ming Shiyin said. You're still lying? The wooden stump before the old woman rose into the air, releasing a ring of script seals before it flew toward Ming Shiyin again. Ming Shiyin leaped away, summoning his heaven-grade weapon, the separation hook. Bang! 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 Ming Shiyin swung the weapon twice and cleaved the wooden stump in half. After the veins on the wooden stump were damaged by the weapon, they lost their effects. The old woman seemed puzzled when she saw the weapon in his hands. She said, a heaven-grade weapon, the separation hook? Ming Shiyin landed and looked at the old woman, asking, you recognize this, senior? You're his disciple. It turned out that the old woman did not believe Ming Shiyin at all from the very beginning, despite his efforts to convince her of the truth of his words. As expected of an experienced and seasoned cultivator, she would not be easily fooled. Trying to play tricks against someone of her caliber was practically useless. If he were honest, perhaps she would consider sparing him out of respect for his master. Old senior, how should I address you? I have left the cultivation world and no longer concern myself with its affairs. Once this is settled, I will seal the valley and have no further interactions with the outside world, the old woman replied. Shiyin knew the old woman's strength was profound. With his limited knowledge, it was only natural he did not recognize her. Old senior, since I can't run anyway, you can see for yourself if you don't believe me. Fengqinghe's corpse is there, Shiyin said, pointing outside. Fengqinghe attacked the evil sky pavilion in league with the 6 great sections. My master attacked them out of anger. The old woman glanced at him. He hasn't reached his peak? He's very much alive. Lead the way. The two of them went to the place where Shiyin had been fighting moments ago. The 1-mile path seemed to stretch endlessly. Shiyin did not dare to urge the old woman to walk faster. He simply followed her obediently from behind. After a while, they finally reached the battle site. When the old woman saw Fengqinghe's corpse, she paused and sighed. She studied the corpse for a moment before straightening her back and saying, "Come here." Are you talking to me, old senior? Do you think I can talk to ghosts? Oh. Shiyin obediently walked over. Well, you can't blame me for mistaking you talking to Fengqinghe's soul. The old woman grabbed his wrist. A faint pulse of primal chi swirled in the air and instantly faded. 4-leaf? I know, right? I was wrongly accused. With my cultivation base, how could I have possibly killed 7-leaf Fengqinghe? Shiyin said. The old woman fell deep into thought. The 4-leaf Shiyin could never bridge a 3-leaf gap to defeat Fengqinghe. Besides, Fengqinghe had also burned his own seat of qi. Shiyin was not even a 5-leaf cultivator, nor was he considered a grand cultivator. Even a 7-leaf peer would not be so bold as to underestimate Fengqinghe. Old senior, I have something to say, but I'm not sure if it's appropriate for me to say it, Shiyin said, sensing her wavering and deciding to strike while the iron was hot. What is it? Regarding the information about Fengqinghe colluding with the 6 great sects to attack the evil sky pavilion, you may verify it later. Fengqinghe fled here with the intention of leading my master into a trap. He harbors ill intentions, yet you are still helping him? The old woman frowned. This brat has a point. I'll take your word for it, for now, but if you mention the 9-leaf stage again, I'll kill you, the old woman said. Shiyin's heart skipped a beat. What a vicious old lady. However, even he would not have believed someone had attained the 9-leaf stage if he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes. It was only natural that the old woman did not believe him. Thank you, old senior. May I go now? Shiyin asked, preparing to leave. He knew the more he spoke, the more mistakes he might make. It was not wise for him to stay any longer than necessary. He decided to leave as soon as the opportunity presented itself. He prioritized his life above all else. Wait. Shiyin paused, turning around. The old woman said, I've made a promise to Fengqinghe. Regardless of the sins he committed, it would be wrong for me to go back on my word. In a few days, I'll visit the evil sky pavilion and speak with your master. Come to think of it, it's been a long time since I've met him. I'd like to resolve my regrets before either of us is buried 6 feet underground. Regrets? What regrets? Shiyin was curious. He flashed a smile and said, I'll surely convey your message to my master. After this, he took one last, fond look at Fengqinghe's body. He had initially intended to strip Fengqinghe of the treasured vest. However, it seemed best to leave it for now. It was stained with blood and reeked of sweat. Shiyin could never bring himself to wear something like that. Then, he quickly vanished into the trees. The old woman looked in the direction of the forest. She shook her head slightly and muttered, What a waste of your cultivation base to have recruited such a cowardly disciple. The barrier around Golden Court Mountain lit up, its brilliance so intense that the civilians in Tongzi town looked toward it. After a short while, the barrier's glow dimmed. Lu Zhou stopped channeling his primal chi into it, and it returned to normal. The barrier, which appeared like a screen in the sky, became transparent, occasionally shimmering with a faint blue light. The notification about the peak trial card's time limit reached Lu Zhou's ears. He felt the surging power in his body quickly receding before it vanished completely. His cultivation base returned to the divine court realm. It had been a wonderful feeling, and he was sorry to see it end. With movements as light as a feather, Lu Zhou slowly descended from the top of the evil sky pavilion to the ground. "Greetings, Master." Wuya ran up to Lu Zhou, fell to his knees, and kowtowed. He was trembling slightly, drenched in cold sweat, and seemed frightened. His forehead remained on the ground, too afraid to meet his master's eyes. Lu Zhou asked in a deep voice, "Who gave you permission to leave the Cave of Reflection?" "I know I am wrong. The barrier of the Cave of Reflection disappeared, and I was only thinking of helping the evil sky pavilion. I wasn't thinking clearly back then, and I had no intention of escaping." "Please believe me, Master," Wuya said, still lying prostrate on the ground. "Help the evil sky pavilion?" Lu Zhou said with a slight hint of derision. "With your cultivation base?" Do you think the 7 great sects would be threatened by you?" Lu Zhou asked. Wuya was rendered speechless. Ultimately, checks and balances were based on brute force. The 7 great sects were prepared to die. Even if he had a silver tongue, could he really persuade them to call off the attack? After witnessing the battlefield, Wuya was greatly shaken. The 7 great sects were bold enough to take on a 9-leaf cultivator. Could someone like him control them? At this moment, Lin Luo, Hua Wado, Duan Muxing, and the other disciples returned to the evil sky pavilion. They landed before the great hall. When they saw Lu Zhou standing there, everyone bowed in unison. "Greetings, Pavilion Master." "Greetings, Master." "Master." "Ah?" Before Zhu Honggong could begin to flatter Lu Zhou, Duan Muxing placed a firm hand on his shoulder. The others immediately felt relieved, inwardly thanking Duan Muxing. Someone should have stopped Old Eighth a long time ago. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. "Lock him up." "Understood," Wuya replied respectfully. He returned to the Cave of Reflection with Zhou Jifeng. Lu Zhou looked at the moon. He initially had many things he wanted to delegate to them, but it was getting late. Hence, he said, "Let's call it a day." "Rest well, Pavilion Master." "Rest well, Master." Lu Zhou waved his sleeve and returned to the eastern pavilion. Nobody would dare move before the 9-leaf cultivator excused himself. Everyone held their breath and maintained their bowing postures. Even Lin Luo and Hua Wudao were no exception. Inside the study of the Evergreen Palace in the Divine Capital's imperial city, the current emperor, Lu Gu, was writing with his brush. The hurried footsteps of an attendant echoed through the air. Lu Gu instinctively stopped writing, placed his brush on the table, and looked toward the door. Before the attendant even entered the room, he kneeled and said, "Your Majesty, our scouts have reported that the 7 great sects, including the Yun Sect, were wiped out by the evil sky pavilion. They were powerless to resist." Lu Gu had expected the conflict to end in mutual destruction. No matter how powerful old villain Ji was, he could not possibly hold his own against so many elite fighters. With the Duanling branch's patriarch, Chang Yan, making his move and risking his life, it should not have been a problem to seriously injure Lu Zhou. The remaining evil sky pavilion disciples were nothing to fear. This way, the greatest threat to the imperial family would disappear. However, the attendant's words stated that the 7 great sects were powerless to resist. Lu Gu's brows furrowed deeply as he said, "Repeat what you just said." The attendant's voice trembled as he said, "Our scouts reported that the 7 great sects, the 8 great sects, including the Yun Sect, have been wiped out by the evil sky pavilion, and they were powerless to resist." He was close to tears, fearing that Lugu might send a hand seal toward him. After all, this was not the first time something like this had happened. The previous attendant had died in such a manner. Attending to the monarch was like attending to a tiger. This had been the case since ancient times. Lugu appeared calm on the surface, but no one could imagine how terrifying he could be when angered. How could this be? Did Si Wuya and Zhenghai return? This was the only possibility he could think of. The attendant gulped. He had been mulling over this before coming here, rehearsing 100 times. Finally, he said, Old Villainji is already at the 9-leaf stage. This time, Lugu did not ask the attendant to repeat himself. He was shocked, as though his soul had left his body. The study was extremely quiet now. The air seemed heavy, pressing down on them, making it hard to breathe. The attendant dared not speak, his body shaking uncontrollably. For what seemed like hours, Lugu displayed his impressive endurance, acting as if nothing had happened. He asked, What's the progress on severing the golden lotus? Why, Your Majesty? There are 10 survivors. Oh, one of them is trying to sprout leaves again. Good. Lugu returned to his desk, keeping a tight lid on his emotions as he calmly asked, What's the situation of the battle in Liang province? The men from Roli and the members of the Nether sect are engaged in a fierce battle. Zhenghai has gone to Liang province. He shouldn't cause any trouble for a while, the attendant said, feeling much more at ease. Lugu picked up his brush again, dipped it in ink, and wrote the word unify on the paper. At the final stroke of the character, he drew a forceful upward stroke. Swoosh! The character for unify seemed to come to life, a golden radiance wrapping around it. The script seal flew toward the attendant at the door, piercing his head in an instant. Lugu did not even glance at the attendant. He merely heard a sound like a fruit that had fallen to the ground. He continued writing the words 10,000 tribes. After finishing, he placed his brush back on the table. Without a trace of emotion, he said, Take him away. At once. The attendant's head had exploded. Even at the moment of his death, he did not understand why Lugu had killed him. Zhenghai's Nether sect was wreaking havoc across the 9 provinces. What did it mean that Zhenghai could not stir up trouble at the moment? Was this not an embarrassment for Lugu? The divine capital was the most flourishing city of the Great Yan Empire. It was also the part of the empire where news traveled the fastest. It was not surprising that Lugu was the first to learn about it. Such a major battle could never be kept a secret for long. Soon, the news of the Evil Sky Pavilion's patriarch attaining the 9-leaf stage spread throughout the divine capital. Then, with the divine capital as the center, it spread across the 9 provinces. For a time, the Evil Sky Pavilion's remarkable feat amazed the world. At a certain relay station in the divine capital, several cultivators were talking over drinks. Who would dare stand against the Evil Sky Pavilion if it becomes the greatest force under the heavens in the future? As expected of the place I admire. If I can enter the Evil Sky Pavilion one day, I'd be willing to give up 10 years of my life. Forget about it. With your talents, you might not even be hired as help. The others roared with laughter. The stances of the cultivators changed quickly. Those who initially supported the Evil Sky Pavilion naturally became even more supportive and fanatic. Those who opposed the Evil Sky Pavilion were silenced. At this moment, an elegant and poised man asked, Pardon me, but is there really a 9-leaf cultivator? Comrade, I can tell you're not from around here. There's no doubt about it, the Evil Sky Pavilion's patriarch is at the 9-leaf stage. He severed his golden lotus? Don't think he did. The method of severing the golden lotus was only recently made public. Only a handful of people have survived the act, and they had to sprout leaves all over again. Hence, I suspect the old villain has some other method. Someone nodded and chimed in, That's right. Severing the golden lotus is only one of the ways. I heard that some major sects try to suppress the formation of their golden lotuses from the moment they step into the nascent divinity realm, focusing on forming leaves instead. Some have tried to restrict their golden lotuses with the aid of potions. There are more and more ways to do this now. The cultivators nodded. The elegant and poised man smiled and said, "Thank you." He stood up and was about to leave when the relay station waiter stopped him, saying, "Hello there, that's 2 pennies for the refreshments." The man was taken aback. He rummaged through his pockets and said helplessly, "I'm sorry. Today doesn't seem to be a good day. I will pay you in the future." "Huh? Dear customer, there are many others here as well. We're only a humble business," the waiter said, clearly in a difficult position. The man searched his pockets again. Once more, his hands came up empty. As the saying goes, a cent would be the bane of a hero. The waiter caught sight of the sword the man carried and said, "Why don't you leave your sword as collateral?" At the mention of the sword, the cultivators around them immediately looked over. Those with keen eyes could tell it was a fine blade. They knew what a sword meant to a swordsman. A swordsman would never part with his sword. "I'll pay for him," a graceful lady said as she appeared beside the relay station. She tossed 2 pennies to the waiter. The man glanced at her and said, "Thank you." The others felt embarrassed for the cultivator, assuming he must be impoverished if a woman had to pay for him. The lady suddenly bowed and said reverently, "Please accept me as your disciple, Mr. Second." The others were taken aback. The man, with a gentle expression, replied, "I'm sorry. I don't accept disciples." The lady immediately stood up and spread her arms, speaking passionately, "My name is Shangrong. I have admired the evil sky pavilion since I was a little girl. I humbly implore you to accept me as your disciple, Mr. Second." She then fell to her knees immediately. The others were shocked. "I remember now. She's the daughter of the Qin Jun, Prince of Qi." "That's her? Then this must be." Yes, he was Yu Shangrong, the evil sky pavilion's second disciple, who had flown all the way from Wuxian Mountain without rest. He had merely stopped to rest in the divine capital. Swoosh! The cultivators there immediately prostrated themselves, trembling. The waiter, terrified, hesitated before finally mustering the courage to take out the 2 pennies he had received. Then, he walked to Yu Shangrong and said, a mixture of excitement and fear in his voice, struggling to form coherent sentences, I have been conceited and blind. Please, you've rightfully earned that," Yu Shangrong said with a faint smile. "All right, rightfully earned," the waiter stammered, greatly shocked. He hadn't expected the evil sky pavilion's second disciple to be so approachable and reasonable. The other cultivators found it hard to believe as well. Yu Shangrong maintained his smile as he patted the waiter's shoulder. Then, he turned to Qin Ruobing and said, "The path of cultivation is difficult and fraught with danger. Born into luxury, you are not suited for cultivation. And Mr. Second." Zing! The longevity sword left its scabbard. In the sunlight, the sword gleamed with a faint scarlet light, making it appear even more extraordinary. The relay station was a place where information and knowledge were exchanged, both broadly and deeply. The cultivators gathered there, looked at the longevity sword before them in fear. "It's really him. It's Sword Devil Yu Shangrong. He's not dead?" Yu Shangrong had flown all the way from Wuxian Mountain, unaware of the great tribulation that evil sky pavilion had experienced. Thus, he had been flying at a normal speed. With his cultivation base now at the 3-leaf golden lotus stage, he had planned to keep a low profile and leave the divine capital as quickly as possible. However, he kept hearing others mention rumors about a 9-leaf golden lotus. No one in the world cared more about the 9-leaf stage than the 8-leaf experts, and he was no exception. Therefore, he decided to rest at the divine capital's relay station to learn more about the 9-leaf rumor. After half a day of asking around, Yu Shangrong gained a rough understanding of the entire matter. In a nutshell, his master had wiped out the 8 great sects in his 9-leaf form. Whether the rumor had been distorted or exaggerated, he would be able to confirm it once he returned to the evil sky pavilion. What he wanted to find out most was if the evil sky pavilion remained standing. He did not expect to meet someone who recognized him here. Before this, Shangrong had met this girl once when he was strolling around the divine capital with his eldest senior brother. They spent the night at the mansion of Qin Jun, the Prince of Qi, where he had met her. He was unaware of her obsession with the evil sky pavilion. The hovering longevity sword blocked Qin Ruobing's path, preventing her from moving forward. Shangrong turned around, his back facing Qin Ruobing, and said in a toneless voice, "Don't think too highly of yourself. It'll only hurt more when you fall. Farewell." If he did not reject her mercilessly, he would only be doing her harm. When Shangrong stepped forward, the longevity sword automatically returned to its scabbard. No cultivator dared to offend such an individual unless they had a death wish. The cultivators watched as Shangrong left, their gazes filled with admiration and awe. This was how a true swordsman should behave. Even the relay station's waiter, a mortal, now thought more highly of Shangrong than before. He was used to being treated rudely by customers, most of whom were low-rank cultivators who would even use him as a punching bag. In contrast, this elite, the sword devil whose name struck fear into the hearts of many, was remarkably approachable. The difference in their characters was stark. "I feel like I'm dreaming." I spoke to sword devil Shangrong. "He's not a devil, he's a modest gentleman, a true sword path elite. To see is to believe. He was rumored to be a villain who kills without batting an eyelid." Those must have been stories made up by those who were jealous of him. Those on the hit list were all despicable and shameless. I, for one, hope the sword devil continues to build that list. Things will be much more interesting that way. The appearance of the 9-leaf golden lotus had overshadowed the rumor about severing one's golden lotus. The news spread faster than expected. Far in Liang province, the Nether Sect's 4 great protectors were initially preparing their forces to meet the people of Roli on the battlefield. However, everything came to an end in just one night. Zhenghai found this hard to believe. He looked at his 4 great protectors, who were also his most trusted helpers. "Hua Chongyang, you are the one I trust the most. Who's spreading this rumor?" "Sect Master, we've ordered the members of our various branches to investigate. There is indeed a 9-leaf cultivator." "It's unlikely that this is made up," Hua Chongyang replied. From the side, Bai Yuqing added, "The evil sky pavilion was attacked while we were fighting the people of Roli. That's too much of a coincidence. Someone must be behind this." Hua Chongyang continued, "The sudden retreat of the other tribes must have been due to the rumors about a 9-leaf cultivator as well. This is good news for us. We can now focus our efforts on fighting the imperial family." Upon hearing these words, Zhenghai frowned, appearing unhappy. He paced the room, seeming flustered and ill at ease. Then, he asked, "What's the situation at the evil sky pavilion now?" Conquering the entire world would not matter now. The appearance of a 9-leaf cultivator would throw a wrench into his plans. Hua Chongyang responded, "We've confirmed that the attack by the 7 great sects failed. The barrier at Golden Court Mountain is restored. A 9-leaf cultivator is likely more powerful than we imagine." Zhenghai was not at all pleased that his master was growing stronger. If anything, he felt extremely frustrated. How was he supposed to deal with the imperial family? He could hide in one of the 9 provinces of Great Yin. Yet, if he wanted to rule over Great Yin, he would have to face the imperial family eventually. At that time, what would he do if his master came looking for trouble with his 9-leaf golden lotus? He truly did not know what to do. Hua Chongyang seemed to understand Zhenghai's thoughts. He said tentatively, "Sect Master, Liang province is practically under our control now. Why don't you hide in Qing or Yang province? When the situation in Liangzhou calms down, your location will be easily exposed if you remain here." Zhenghai frowned. He stopped pacing and said with a stern expression, "Me? Hiding? Would the great master of the largest fiend sect need to hide?" Hua Chongyang realized he had misspoken. He bowed and said at once, It was just a suggestion. Out of the 9 provinces in Great Yin, the divine capital aside. I believe they will soon be controlled by the Nether sect. What are the more difficult places to conquer at the moment? Zhenghai asked. Jing Province. The terrain is treacherous, with many mountains and thick vegetation. It's also protected by a formation. It's easy to defend but hard to attack, Hua Chongyang replied. Zhenghai nodded. In that case, I'll oversee the operations in Jing Province myself. That's brilliant, Sect Master. With you handling it, there's no reason we can't conquer Jing Province. I'm willing to lead the mission and personally escort you to Jing Province tomorrow, Sect Master, Hua Chongyang said. Brother Chongyang, you've been overworking yourself lately. Allow me to go in your stead, Bai Yuqing said. I think both of you are quite exhausted. I'll do it, Diqing said. No, all three of you have worked harder than I have. I'm the youngest. It's only right for me to lead the mission, Yang Yan chimed in. Zhenghai glanced at his four subordinates before he said, Hua Chongyang will come with me. The rest of you, stay here and defend the city of Mo in Liang Province. If you see the Roly elite, Carol, kill him at once, regardless of whether he's seeking peace or begging for mercy. As you command, Sect Master, Bai Yuqing, Diqing, and Yang Yan said in unison. Hua Chongyang seemed slightly pleased with this arrangement. He bowed and said, in that case, I'll make the necessary preparations, there's no need for that. Sect Master, what do you mean? We'll leave right now. Zhenghai turned to look in Jing Province's direction with his hands on his back. Understood. In the eastern pavilion of the Evil Sky Pavilion. After 2 days of rest, Lu Zhou's mental state was slightly restored, and the heavenly writing's extraordinary power was replenished. At this moment, he was surprised to be notified of a 1,500 merit points reward. Did you Shangrong kill someone again? Or was it Ming Shiyin? Back at the obedient villa, Ming Shiyin had killed a 5-leaf cultivator while supposedly at the 3-leaf stage. Lu Zhou would never believe that someone could kill another cultivator with 2 more leaves than himself. Clearly, Ming Shiyin had concealed his true strength. In any case, Lu Zhou benefited from this. Lu Zhou called up the system dashboard and checked his merit points. Merit points, 102,300. He seemed to have gained more than 60,000 merit points from this battle. Compared to what he obtained in the past, this was a huge windfall. As usual, Lu Zhou was in no hurry to purchase an avatar. Instead, he decided to try his luck at the lucky draw. After 10 consecutive draws and 10 thank you messages, he felt humbled. He could clearly sense that the probability of winning a prize was much lower than before. He remembered getting an avatar only once. Since then, he had never won anything decent. After considering it for a moment, Lu Zhou chose to purchase the 100 Tribulations Insight avatar. Ding! Spent 100,000 merit points. Purchased the 100 Tribulations Insight avatar. Ding! A new 100 Tribulations Insight avatar. May it sprout 1 leaf right away. When Lu Zhou saw his merit points decrease from more than 100,000 to 1,800, he felt a pang of pain in his heart. A frightening idea popped into his mind unbidden. How great would it be if the 7 great sects attacked the mountain again? He quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought as soon as it appeared. He had no means to repel them if they returned. His extraordinary power had not even fully replenished yet. If he were to fight now, he doubted he could defeat Zhu Honggong, Old 8th. Lu Zhou had displayed his 9-leaf golden lotus avatar to the 7 great sections. Anyone with a functioning brain would not recklessly provoke the Evil Sky Pavilion before it was strong enough. Equip, Lu Zhou thought to himself. The 100 Tribulations Insight avatar dissolved into shimmering starlight that swirled around him before merging swiftly with his body. He felt a surge of power flow into his dantian, filling the previously weak sea of qi to the brim. Soon, he could clearly feel his 10 Worlds avatar being replaced by the 100 Tribulations Insight avatar. At this moment, primal qi surged around the eastern pavilion. The others at the Evil Sky Pavilion, of course, sensed this peculiar disturbance. Inside the southern pavilion, Pan Lydian, lounging in a wooden chair and basking in the sun, listened to Lung Luo's boasting. He shook his head and said, "Although I haven't seen it with my own eyes, I clearly heard the sounds of the battle that night." "I believe you." Lung Luo chuckled and said, "Old Pan, what do you mean you believe me?" "I'm telling you the truth. I'm not exaggerating at all." "You old thing, do you regret not being able to witness such a scene?" Pan Lydian did not retort, which was uncharacteristic of him. Truth be told, Pan Zhong had told him about the strange things he saw the night before. There was no one who wouldn't want to see a nine-leaf cultivator in action. Alas, he was recuperating and lost the chance to see the nine-leaf pavilion master. Could he possibly head to the Eastern Pavilion and request the pavilion master to demonstrate it for him? Of course not. Lung Luo said, "It looks like the truth of the Great Limit has been shattered. I consider myself fortunate to be living in a time where this happened." "I feel the same," Pan Lydian sighed. "I thought I'd loiter around and spend the rest of my days living an ordinary life. Who would have thought I'd live to see this day? Interesting." As they conversed, the intense disturbance from the Eastern Pavilion finally reached them. Lung Luo and Pan Lydian looked over at the same time, unsurprised. They were already used to such unique disturbances here. "The pavilion master is trying out some new techniques again," Pan Lydian shook his head. "Perhaps, the real method of attaining the nine-leaf stage is in the pavilion master's hands." Their eyes brightened at once. Both were eight-leaf elites. Prior to this, they hadn't even considered attaining the nine-leaf stage. They had thought that the eight-leaf stage was the peak for all cultivators. Now that it was proven to be possible to attain the nine-leaf stage, how could they not feel excited? The two exchanged a look and nodded in tacit understanding. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou raised a palm. The 100 Tribulations Insight avatar appeared above his palm. He was experienced in this. He shrunk the avatar to the size of 2 fists, a feat that required great skill. This was his 100 Tribulations Insight avatar, standing on a golden lotus. However, it had no leaves. Apart from the golden lotus, if Lu Zhou hadn't looked closely, he might have mistaken it for a low-rank avatar. Lu Zhou raised his palm until the avatar was level with his face. The golden lotus beneath the avatar's feet was spinning. The next step was to sprout new leaves. Lu Zhou silently gauged his current nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm cultivation base. He could sprout leaves if he wanted to. So, he circulated his primal chi and sent it into the avatar. Golden rings of light appeared around the avatar and moved downward in layers. His power traveled downward along the radiant rings, growing brighter in intensity. The surging of primal chi inside the Eastern Pavilion never ceased. At this moment, Zhu Honggong and Zhao Yu entered the Eastern Pavilion. Nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm? Sprouting leaves? No way, the 10-leaf stage? Zhu Honggong was startled. No. This is the energy of the 1-leaf stage, Zhao Yu corrected. She was attempting to sprout leaves herself, so she was very familiar with the energy and aura of the process. I won't fall for that. Let's go. Zhu Honggong laughed and pulled Zhao Yu out of the Eastern Pavilion. There was no point staying there. Their master was cultivating. If they disturbed him now, they would just be asking for trouble. The energy indicating the 1-leaf stage and 100 Tribulations Insight was just a ploy to fool people. Zhu Honggong wouldn't be deceived. Zhu Honggong was not the only one with these thoughts. Almost everyone in the Evil Sky Pavilion shared similar sentiments. After all, they were already accustomed to this. Even if Lu Zhou stood before them, activated his avatar, and declared it was a genuine 1-leaf nascent divinity avatar, no one would believe or question him. Lu Zhou watched as the shimmering rings descended. About an hour later, when the final ring of light faded, he saw a plump, radiant leaf appear on the golden lotus. He did it. Even if it was just 1 leaf, Lu Zhou was extremely pleased and satisfied. From this moment on, he was a true one-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator. After the leaf sprouted, Lu Zhou resumed his meditation on the heavenly writing scrolls. Early the next morning, Lu Zhou had barely opened his eyes when he heard someone calling from outside. "Master, fourth senior brother, is back. Summon him here," Lu Zhou replied. "Of course, master." Lu Zhou emerged from the eastern pavilion, hands behind his back, and looked up at the Golden Court Mountains barrier. Everything was as it should be. In fact, it was even more powerful than in its former glory. He already missed the peak trial card and yearned to obtain another one. At that moment, Shiyin entered the eastern pavilion and immediately fell to his knees, prostrating himself on the ground. "Greetings, master." Lu Zhou frowned, anticipating that Shiyin might follow in Zhu Honggong's footsteps and flatter him. He waved his hand and said, "That's enough. I genuinely wanted to worship you, master. I can't help myself." "There is no one who is not in awe of your nine-leaf stage, master," Shiyin said. "Are you done?" Lu Zhou looked at Shiyin, wondering what was going through his fourth disciple's mind. If Shiyin had time to flatter him, he should be cultivating instead. Shiyin shook his head, no longer daring to continue. He tried to mimic his eighth junior brother but ended up looking like a fool. Why wasn't his master disgusted when his eighth junior brother did this? "Where have you been these past few days?" Lu Zhou asked. Shiyin quickly explained how he infiltrated the 7 great sects, followed Feng Qinghe, and killed him. When Lu Zhou heard this, he asked in confusion, "You killed Feng Qinghe?" "I was just lucky. Feng Qinghe burned his sea of qi and played dead. He sealed his Dantian sea of qi and crawled into the forest. However, when I found him, he was already heavily wounded by you. That's how I managed to take him down," Shiyin said. The battle that night was too chaotic, and it was only natural that some would fall behind. However, Lu Zhou did not expect Feng Qinghe to manage to escape. With his 9-leaf avatar, he would have been able to sense any slight fluctuation of primal qi. He had to admit, Feng Qinghe was indeed cunning. Little Yuaner, who had just arrived, chimed in, "Fourth senior brother, how did you manage to track him? Did you use his own tactic?" Shiyin. He cleared his throat and continued with a straight face, "Let's not dwell on the details." No matter the method Shiyin used to track and kill Feng Qinghe, there was no doubt he had done the evil sky pavilion a huge favor. Lu Zhou definitely would not pick on small flaws. He praised Shiyin. "You've done well. Thank you for the kind words, master." "I have another matter to report," Shiyin said. "Let's hear it." "After killing Feng Qinghe, I ran into an old lady." Shiyin described the appearance of the old woman he met in the valley and told Lu Zhou everything he knew. After recounting his experience, he said, "That old lady is Feng Qinghe's helper. She wanted to kill me, but fortunately, I was smart enough to mention your great name, master. She was too frightened to do anything after that." Although Shiyin's words were slightly exaggerated, based on his description of the old woman's stooped figure, her skill in manipulating the expansive heavenly energy, her role as Feng Qinghe's helper, her unfathomable cultivation base, and her secluded lifestyle, Lu Zhou deduced that she was once the proud daughter of the heavens, renowned among the Confucian sects. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and calmly said her name, Zhuyu. "Who's Zhuyu?" Shiyin scratched his head. At this moment, Lin Luo's voice rang from behind him. "It's only natural that you haven't heard of her." Zhuyu was a cultivation genius of the Confucian sects, whose name shook the heavens 500 years ago. She was rumored to have the highest possibility of becoming the first female saint of Great Yin. However, the Confucian sects wouldn't allow a woman to learn their art. Zhuyu, being headstrong, severed all ties with the Confucian sections. Shiyin scratched his head. He remembered the stern expression on the old woman's face and felt humbled. He thought that she must have had a strong temper to break away from the Confucian sections. Perhaps things were more complicated than Lin Luo had let on. He asked in confusion, they only pass it down to males and not females? Leng Luo stepped forward and cupped his fists at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou nodded in reply. Leng Luo then looked at Ming Shiyin and explained, since ancient times, dynasties have ruled the world with scholarly knowledge and martial strength. Education was monopolized. Civilians could only cultivate body tempering. If they were lucky, they might enter the mystic enlightening realm or the sense-condensing realm. To reach greater heights, they had no choice but to join a sect and work their way up with their talents and efforts. Martial strength alone was not enough to determine the prosperity or decline of a nation. Academic institutions played a crucial role. However, these institutions only accepted male disciples. When the daughters of wealthy families wanted to learn, they had to hire private tutors. This led to a scenario where males flourished while females lagged behind. Over time, the Confucian and Taoist sects thrived, and political and military achievements were made possible. Leng Luo's words aligned with the information in Lu Zhou's memories. Although he did not expect this world to share such similarities with ancient times on Earth, compared to Earth, the Great Yin was not so heavily biased in favor of males. Many sects in the cultivation world revered female disciples. How preposterous, Ming Shiyin replied. 500 years ago, Sui Yushu was highly accomplished in expansive heavenly energy. After breaking away from the Confucian sects, she went into seclusion, and nobody knew what had happened to her. Based on Leng Luo's tone, it was clear he admired an expert like her. Ming Shiyin said, well, we can ask her what happened when she comes, right? She's coming here? Leng Luo was clearly shocked. Yes, she wants to stand up for the Zhensong branch's master, Feng Qinghe, Ming Shiyin replied. In the past, Leng Luo would have been worried about the pavilion master upon hearing that Sui Yushu planned to fight for Feng Qinghe. However, now that he knew the pavilion master was a nine-leaf elite, how could Sui Yushu possibly be a match for him? Therefore, he said, she overestimates her own capabilities. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, let's set this aside for now. Why did you come here, Elder Leng? Leng Luo bowed and said, I'm here to ask about the method to attain the nine-leaf stage, pavilion master. The time had finally come. Lu Zhou had thought about this before. He asked, you want to attain the nine-leaf stage? The door is already before me. If I don't open it and take a peek, it will surely be one of the biggest regrets of my life, Leng Luo said. There was no reason for an 8-leaf cultivator not to attempt to reach the 9-leaf stage. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, currently, there are 2 methods to attain the 9-leaf stage that are spreading in the cultivation world. One is to sever your golden lotus and sprout leaves again. This is feasible. Leng Luo looked at Lu Zhou. Ming Shiyin's face showed a look of shock. When he had been gathering information outside earlier, he learned that many cultivators who severed their golden lotuses managed to survive. However, he had never heard of anyone being able to sprout leaves after severing their golden lotus. If it were truly possible to sprout leaves again, it would bring a revolutionary change to cultivation methods in the future. Why was his master so certain of this? Lu Zhou continued, the second way is to choose not to form a golden lotus when entering the nascent divinity tribulation realm. Both methods are viable cultivation paths leading to the 9-leaf stage. Those who are not yet at the nascent divinity stage can choose either the first or the second method. However, those who are already in the nascent divinity realm can only choose the first method. Leng Luo, puzzled, asked, Pavilion Master, did you choose the first method? He wondered when the pavilion master had severed his golden lotus and how he had managed to sprout all 9 leaves so quickly. I chose neither, Lu Zhou said seriously. Leng Luo and Ming Shiyin were perplexed but did not dare to ask more questions. Lu Zhou continued, since all of you already possess golden lotuses, you can only choose the first method. Leng Luo was startled. It seemed that severing his golden lotus was his only option. However, the challenge was ensuring his survival through the ordeal. He bowed and earnestly said, Pavilion Master, please advise me. In all sects, it was taboo to ask about advanced cultivation methods or secret arts, as Lin Luo was doing. Moreover, this concerned the 9-leaf stage, which everyone desperately wanted to attain. Lin Luo was well aware of this unspoken rule and, therefore, chose his words carefully. He added, I do not covet your position or power, nor do I have any designs on it. If you're unwilling to reveal the way, Pavilion Master, I'll no longer speak of it. Lu Zhou calmly said, it's nothing. Severing the Golden Lotus is only the beginning. I believe there will be a more complete method in the near future. Lin Luo and Ming Shiyin felt invigorated when they heard Lu Zhou's words. Ming Shiyin said, in that case, I should sever my Golden Lotus right away. It would be such a waste to wait until I reach the 8-leaf stage to do it. Severing his Golden Lotus at the 8-leaf stage and then sprouting a new leaf would be no different from severing it at the 4-leaf stage. Why should he not sever his Golden Lotus now? Lu Zhou shook his head and said, that might not be the case. Those who can attain the 8-leaf stage have greater control over their cultivation base and techniques. They are also more experienced, which will work in their favor when sprouting leaves, likely at a much quicker pace compared to others. In fact, the elites might have other benefits as well after sprouting a new leaf. I understand, Lin Luo said. Thank you for your teachings, Master. Ding. Instructed Ming Shiyin. Reward, 500 merit points. Lu Zhou was not surprised to hear this notification. Teaching the Old Age Pavilion was his way of preparing for the future. After all, his true strength at the moment was only in the 1-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm. With the advent of the Golden Lotus severing era, there would surely be ripples across the cultivation world. There were also other tribesmen who eyed Great Yen like prey. The evil sky pavilion had to be strong enough. In truth, Lu Zhou knew a third method to reach the 9-leaf stage, the conventional way. However, this method would take too much of a person's life. It was also unverified and not suitable for the others in the evil sky pavilion. Hence, there was no need to explain this to them. If there's nothing else, we'll leave it at that. I'll take my leave, Lin Luo said. I'll take my leave as well, Master, Ming Shiyin said. After the duo left, Lu Zhou returned to his room and continued to meditate on the heavenly writing scrolls. Without any peak trial cards, he could only rely on the heavenly writing scrolls now. Before he meditated, Lu Zhou checked his remaining merit points on the dashboard. He had 2,300 points left. Was there a point in saving them? Lucky draw. Ding. Spent 50 merit points and 20 luck points. Obtained, Disguise Card X5. Disguise Card, use this card to disguise your avatar as a 9-leaf avatar. Lasts for 10 seconds. The appearance of a new card was a pleasant surprise. However, when Lu Zhou read the disguise card's description, he found it quite useless. Was the system encouraging him to deceive others? Well, it's better than nothing. Lucky draw. Ding. Spent 50 merit points. Obtained reversal card X10. I'm lucky today. Could it be that my luck has improved since I entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm? Lucky draw. Ding. Spent 50 merit points. Thank you for your participation. Lu Zhou continued to try his luck. He spent all his remaining merit points on lucky draws and no longer got any prize. Currently, he had 44 luck points. He didn't have many merit points to begin with, and now that they were all spent, he wouldn't spare any thought on them. Lu Zhou checked the item column after the lucky draws. The item cards now cost 500 points more. This was expected. However, there was a new addition to the choices on sale. Disguise card, 10,000 merit points. Rubbish among rubbish. Lu Zhou firmly believed that the system's logic was flawed. The Deadly Strike card only cost 4,000 merit points. Who would spend 10,000 merit points to purchase a disguise card just to fool another person? Unless, of course, the buyer himself was a fool. He looked at the avatar column. 1,000 Boundary Swirl, 500,000 merit points. Note, 9-leaf avatar required for purchase. This avatar can also be obtained through cultivation. Golden Lotus Leaf, 50,000 merit points. Note, only applicable for the 8-leaf stage and below. Leaves can be sprouted through cultivation. 1 leaf added with each use. Hold it in. Don't get angry. Lu Zhou took a deep breath and felt much calmer. Perhaps it had been some time since he had transmigrated here. Initially, he had to assume Ji Tiandao's identity and act like him to protect himself. However, as time went by, he discovered he was being influenced by Ji Tiandao's memories. He looked at the prices on the menu. There was nothing he could afford at the moment, so he resumed meditating on the heavenly writing scrolls. The next morning, Lu Zhou went out of the eastern pavilion, as he always did, to move his body. Master, master, master. Little Yuaner called out as she ran over. Lu Zhou scowled slightly and said, "Do you think I have a hearing problem?" I'd never. Little Yuaner lowered her head obediently. What is it? Lu Zhou inquired, placing his hands on his back and maintaining his usual blank expression. 7th senior brother wants to see you. He says he has some things he wants to talk to you about, Little Yuaner said immediately. That rascal hasn't changed. After all this suffering, he's finally willing to open up and reveal what he knows? The smarter the person, the more arrogant they were. If one wanted to make an intelligent person submit, one had to defeat them in their area of expertise. Lu Zhou was naturally aware of this. I'd like to know what information he has for me. Bring him here. Yes, master. Little Yuaner turned around and went to the Cave of Reflection. Shortly after, she brought Si Wuya to the Eastern Pavilion. When Si Wuya arrived at the Eastern Pavilion, he saw his master standing at the top of the steps with a calm expression. He bowed immediately and then fell to his knees. This unfilial rascal, Si Wuya, offers his greetings. Lu Zhou watched him kneel and said, "Rise and speak." Thank you, master. When Si Wuya stood up, Lu Zhou noticed that he did not seem to be in a good state. Si Wuya was paler than usual, his hair was disheveled, and the dark circles under his eyes were prominent. Is this rascal still obsessed with the mathematical questions? Finally, he asked, "You can't solve those problems?" I'm ashamed. I didn't expect them to be so profound. Indeed, Si Wuya felt embarrassed. Lu Zhou thought to himself, I'd be surprised if you could answer them. In the end, he only said, "What business do you have with me? Have you finally thought things through?" Si Wuya lifted his robe ceremoniously and kneeled again. He did not answer right away but kowtowed loudly 3 times to Lu Zhou. Then, he replied, "I have." Lu Zhou glanced outside the Eastern Pavilion and said, "Inside." There were many things that should not reach the ears of others. Lu Zhou turned around and entered his room. Si Wuya got to his feet and followed. Little Yuaner bowed and said with a giggle, "I'll keep watch, master. I won't let anyone disturb you." Inside the room, everything was as usual. Si Wuya saw the words on the wall again, "The bright moon shines over the sea, from far away we share this moment together." He scowled. Those words made him feel uneasy. The words nearly penetrated the paper. Clearly, they had been written with a forceful hand. Without consistent practice over 8 to 10 years, the writer could not have achieved this. However, this was not the time to focus on that. Lu Zhou sat down in the main chair, stroked his beard, and patiently waited for Si Wuya to speak. "You're the one who came looking for me. I have nothing much to say to you." Si Wuya kneeled again and said, "Congratulations on attaining the 9-leaf stage, master." Lu Zhou frowned slightly as he stared at Si Wuya. Is that all? In other words, he had expected Si Wuya to address something else. Si Wuya prostrated himself and could not help but speak with a shaky voice, I can explain." "Sure, you can King explain," Lu Zhou thought, wanting to leap into rage and openly curse Si Wuya. However, as his master, he needed to maintain his composure. He continued staring at Wuya silently for a moment before saying, "Let's hear it." Wuya straightened his back and said, "Do you remember why second elder brother chose to leave? Because I wanted to kill him?" Lu Zhou recalled how Shangrong had answered this question. "Were you next?" Wuya shook his head. "You weren't going to kill me." "Then what's your F***king explanation?" Despite his internal monologue, Lu Zhou maintained a composed expression as he looked at Wuya. Wuya, his voice trembling, said, "You wanted to kill second elder brother and eldest elder brother." Lu Zhou frowned, but a stirring within him. "Why did I want to kill them?" Wuya knew this part of his master's memories was sealed within the crystal. "Hence," he said, "you wanted longevity and to attain the nine-leaf stage." This answer was exactly what Shangrong had alluded to, proving Wuya was not lying. "Can I gain longevity by killing them?" Lu Zhou's expression was stern. This was not a joke, after all. It was a shame he could not locate the memory crystal, otherwise, he would not have to rely on others for answers. Wuya glanced at the 4 treasures of the study on the table. Lu Zhou understood what he meant and waved his hand, gesturing for him to help himself. Wuya stood up, walked over to the table, picked up the brush, and listed the cultivation techniques of the Evil Sky Pavilion disciples on the paper. Ciu Honor, Supreme Purity Jade Slip. Wuya, Great Compassion Poem. Jiao Yu, Brilliant Jade Technique. Mingshi Yin, Bluewood Technique. Duanmu Sheng, Divine One Technique. Wuya placed the brush on the table after he finished writing. He lifted the paper and said, "All these cultivation methods are related to longevity. The Supreme Purity Jade Slip could grant longevity, the Great Compassion Poem could reverse yin and yang, the Brilliant Jade Technique could preserve youth, the Bluewood Technique was like the evergreen trees, and the Divine One Technique could grant life as long as the heavens and the earth." The descriptions of the cultivation methods were slightly exaggerated, to begin with. For example, longevity and life as long as the heavens and the earth. Lu Zhou understood the effects of these cultivation methods better than anyone else. When listed in this manner, it became clear. However, a thought crossed his mind, and he frowned. Is it possible that Ji Tiandao selected his disciples to gain longevity in life? What about the rest of his disciples? Wuya continued, 6th senior sister Yi Tianxin is a fairy. The books say that fairies have a Qinghuang, which can grant the writer 2,000 years of life. 2nd senior brother Yu Shangrong, a nobleman, has a short lifespan. Then, he placed the paper on the table. Old 8's 9 tribulations thunderblast. With each tribulation he overcomes, his insights will burn, and he will lose 50 years of life. At this moment, Wuya's voice had turned incredibly soft. Then, he kneeled on the ground and cupped his fists at Lu Zhou. After that, he no longer spoke. Realization dawned on Lu Zhou. If he still could not understand, he would have lived for so long in vain. He chuckled and sneered at Wuya, saying, "You're saying that I'm treating all of you as experiments so that I can prolong my life and attain the nine-leaf stage?" Wuya prostrated himself, flattened his palms on the floor, and touched the back of his hands with his forehead. This was equivalent to him confirming Lu Zhou's words. Lu Zhou's expression was indifferent, but his heart skipped a beat. Well, technically, all of this was Ji Tiandao's doing. Whether it was about shortening or extending his life, it was all part of the effort to understand longevity. So this must also be the reason Wuya persuaded Zhu Honggong to run away from the Evil Sky Pavilion. Is this what Zhenghai thinks as well? Lu Zhou asked. I promised eldest senior brother that I won't reveal his secrets. Please forgive me, master, Wuya replied. So you're saying I've treated all of you horrendously? Lu Zhou asked. He naturally did not believe everything Wuya said. If it was true, why were all the rascals still alive? Things were much more complicated than he had imagined. I dare not. Wuya remained prostrate on the floor. I'll ask you again. Why did you leave the Evil Sky Pavilion? Lu Zhou's voice was stern and laced with a warning. His instinct told him Si Wuya was withholding information. Lu Zhou's voice carried immense pressure, sounding even more majestic and imposing indoors. Si Wuya shuddered, still lying prostrate on the ground, unmoving. He had answered this question during their last conversation, stating that he wanted to help his eldest senior brother conquer the world and learn the imperial family's secrets. Clearly, his answer had not been convincing enough. The atmosphere in the room was now stifling, the silence and tension palpable. Lu Zhou, unhurried, looked at Si Wuya intently. Sunlight streamed into the room from the balcony, illuminating the space. After what seemed like hours, Si Wuya finally opened his mouth to speak, but found that no words escaped. His mouth was dry, and he could not make a sound. Swallowing hard, he said, "Before I learned it's possible to attain the nine-leaf stage, I thought the so-called Great Limit was nothing but a tool used by the imperial family to control the hearts of men. That's why I entered the palace and took on the position of Grand Tutor." "Master," at this point, he lowered his voice and asked, "Do you remember Emperor Yongshou?" Lu Zhou did not reply. Emperor Yongshou was an old acquaintance of his. However, the emperor resided in the highest place in the palace, while he dwelled in the world of martial arts. Si Wuya continued, "The inner warehouse was single-handedly built by Emperor Yongshou. Only the emperor himself or those who wield the imperial token could enter. When Yongshou was still on the throne, he studied the nine-leaf stage. After his passing, the key to the inner warehouse was lost. Many secrets and objects are buried in the warehouse. Since then, I have been thinking, if the truth is the truth, why is the imperial family so keen on studying it? Are they trying to defy the truth and the natural order? The nine-leaf stage is clearly non-existent. Why, then, is it written in history books? The victor dictates the narrative of history. What are they hiding?" Lu Zhou's brows furrowed as he listened to Si Wuya's thoughts. This rogue is born for research. Si Wuya did not seem to have reached his main point. He kowtowed again and said, "After all these years, I have painstakingly founded the Darknet and spread its influence throughout Great Yin. I've been investigating in the shadows. That's when I discovered that you're not the only one seeking the secrets of the nine-leaf stage. Yun Tianluo, Gong Yuandu, the king of Mabe, the monarch of Lulan, the patriarchs of major sects. They are all researching this. The strange thing is, although there was nothing strange, perhaps, it was just his habit to use the word strange." It was too late to retract his words. He paused for a moment before continuing. All of them ended in failure. Lu Zhou's expression remained unchanged. He looked at Si Wuya and asked tonelessly, "And?" Si Wuya's expression turned grave as he said, "I've been thinking about a problem. The golden lotus absorbs power, be it primal chi or lifespan. If so, where does the power go?" After he finished speaking, he continued to prostrate himself on the ground and remained silent. Something stirred within Lu Zhou. If it had been anyone else, or if Ji Tiandao himself were to hear Si Wuya's words, Si Wuya would have been slapped for spouting nonsense and accused of misleading the people. However, Lu Zhou was a modern man. Although Si Wuya's words surprised him, they were not difficult for him to accept. It was, indeed, a question worthy of deep thought. The cultivation world had existed for 30,000 years. Since the dawn of human cultivation, countless eight-leaf predecessors had fallen before the doors of the nine-leaf stage. How many had been buried beneath the nine-leaf stage? Lu Zhou suddenly remembered something the second prince, Lu Huan, had said during the battle at the Obedient Villa: "If you're intelligent enough, one day you'll realize that the entire world is nothing but a cage fortified by the cycle of the heavenly ways." In Yin Tianluo's memories within the chessboard, Lu Zhou had seen the secret of the golden lotus. Yet, he had not pursued the matter further. As Si Wuya had said, where did the power absorbed by the golden lotus go? Did it return to the world? Lu Zhou said calmly, "Heaven and earth form the cage, while the golden lotus is the lock." Si Wuya, still prostrated, hastily replied, "Those are only my guesses. Please look into this, master." "What do you think about my nine-leaf stage?" Lu Zhou asked. Si Wuya was at a loss for words. If the cage of heaven and earth was true, how had his master reached the nine-leaf stage? Seeing Si Wuya's confusion, Lu Zhou said, severing the golden lotus is like breaking free from the shackle. If what you say is true, we will still be restricted by the cage of the heavenly ways even if we attain the nine-leaf stage. May I be so bold, when did you attain the nine-leaf stage, master? Si Wuya asked, keeping his head lowered. He did not think his master had severed his golden lotus. If his master severed his golden lotus and formed it again, would he not be shackled by it once more? Impudent! Lu Zhou's shout startled Si Wuya, making him tremble. Are you kidding me? As if I'll tell you the secret to my 9 leaves. No master, regardless of the sect, would easily give up their greatest secret. For this little rascal to ask about it, he must have a death wish. I was wrong, Si Wuya said at once. Lu Zhou glanced at Si Wuya. Although he was slightly pleased with Si Wuya's performance today, he could see that Si Wuya's loyalty had not increased much. After a moment of silence, he said, it's far from enough to deduce that there's a cage of heaven and earth with just these points. May I borrow a brush and some ink? Si Wuya walked up to the table again. He picked up the brush and began to write. A rustling sound filled the air. After a moment, Si Wuya had completed the map on the paper. Lu Zhou looked at it. This map was different from the old parchment drawing resting on the table, behind the screen. It was crudely drawn, but it had the basic outline of the areas around Great Yin. After finishing, Si Wuya said, this is Great Yin. The endless ocean is to the east. Rongxi lies in the west, and in the north, Rongbei, where the 10,000 other tribes dwell. This is Blackwood Forest, Misty Forest, and Heaven Moat Forest. With the Heaven Moat itself. Si Wuya's artistic skills definitely had room for improvement, but his thoughts were surprisingly profound. His strokes were crude, yet he managed to outline the overall structure, making it simple and easy to understand. After seeing this, Lu Zhou frowned. A formation? However, he quickly dismissed the idea. The formation was so vast that it would not function, even if all the cultivators in the world gathered. Flying from the divine capital to Mabe would take several months, at least. Traveling from Golden Court Mountain to Blackwood Forest required about a month's flight, and then there was the region of the other tribes. The endless ocean, nobody dared to venture there. As the name suggested, it was boundless. It's a formation, or perhaps it's a naturally formed cage. These are merely my guesses. This is all I know, Si Wuya said in a deep voice. Lu Zhou looked at Si Wuya again. He recalled how Si Wuya used to be when he was young. Si Wuya was always curious and had to get to the bottom of everything. He needed to understand it all. It seemed Si Wuya hadn't changed in that regard. There was no shortage of intelligent people in the world, but they seemed to share a common flaw: they all believed they were infallible. Si Wuya was no exception. Lu Zhou looked at Si Wuya and said, unfortunately, these guesses aren't correct. Si Wuya's eyes widened, and he looked at the floor in shock. Master knows, his heart began to race. Lu Zhou placed his withered, large hand on the area of Blackwood Forest and said, Pan Lydian visited Blackwood Forest before. A great fire raged for 49 days. If heaven and earth were a cage, this great fire would have damaged Blackwood Forest, and the land's formation would be ruined. Then, he asked, you've only drawn what you know. Do you know what lies beyond the realm of the other tribes? Si Wuya remained silent. Incorrect judgments were often made when based on incomplete information. The room fell silent once more. In truth, even if Lu Zhou hadn't pointed these out, Si Wuya would have figured it out sooner or later. Si Wuya, Lu Zhou called out suddenly. Si Wuya's heart skipped a beat as he was pulled from his thoughts. You want to explore the mysteries of the world, and I won't say anything about that. As for what you've said, I'll make a decision after I find the memory crystal. Lu Zhou was effectively telling Si Wuya that even if he tried to cover his narration with heavenly flowers, his master would not easily believe him. If the memory crystal could provide answers, it was essential that he find it. However, the realm of the other tribes in Rongxi and Rongbei was vast. How was he supposed to find it? This was indeed a difficult problem. Wuya seemed delighted by Lu Zhou's response. He did not mind that his master did not believe him. At the very least, his master did not blame him. As for the crystal, all he had to do was find a way to locate it. Nobody knew the answer anyway. Whether it was the method of severing the golden lotus or sprouting leaves without a golden lotus, the appearance of a 9-leaf cultivator would eventually usher in a new era in this world. Lu Zhou was still thinking about what else to say when two voices rang out from outside. "Greetings, Master." "Greetings, Master." One voice was louder than the other, as if they were straining to see who could speak louder. Little Yuaner placed her hands on her hips and said, "Eighth senior brother, shouting won't help. You can't go in. Little junior sister, let me in, and I'll treat you to something delicious in the future. Come on." "No." Little Yuaner mercilessly rejected Zhu Honggong. The bickering outside made Lu Zhou frown. He waved his hand and opened the door with his energy. Then, he projected his voice, "Let him in." Little Yuaner pulled a face at Zhu Honggong before stepping aside. Zhu Honggong chuckled and said, "You're the best, little junior sister. It'd be even better if you smiled more often." Then, he sprinted into the eastern pavilion. Little Yuaner scoffed, then flew onto a beam outside the eastern pavilion. She sat between the characters of Eastern Pavilion and saw Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng approaching. She smiled and said, "Hey there, want to come in?" "Huh? No, we're leaving." "We're leaving right now." Pan Zhong pulled Zhou Jifeng and headed in a different direction. "Let's go. She's trying to use reverse psychology on us. We can't fall for it." The two of them vanished in no time. Little Yuaner touched her face and pouted, muttering, "I smiled." Meanwhile, Zhu Honggong walked in and fell to his knees, kowtowing. "Please forgive 7th senior brother, Master. He was here to plead on Si Wuya's behalf, with no other intentions or schemes." Lu Zhou looked at Zhu Honggong and asked, "You're pleading on his behalf?" "Master, 7th senior brother isn't the kind of person you think he is." Zhu Honggong emboldened himself and explained. "If it weren't for 7th senior brother, eldest senior brother would have died a long time ago. Even 2nd senior brother would have had difficulty staying alive. Master, 7th senior brother really isn't the kind of person you think he is." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou frowned slightly. Before Lu Zhou could say anything, Si Wuya stood up and said, "It's meaningless to mention those things. Old 8th, that's enough." "Wait," Lu Zhou said in a deep voice. Then, he looked at Zhu Honggong and said, "Old 8th, continue." Zhu Honggong's expression turned grim as he said, 7th senior brother went to beg the old monk from the Heaven Choice Temple to save my life. He kneeled there for 3 days before the old monk gave him the Zen tunic. When I returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion, I decided to help 7th senior brother, even if it meant risking my own life. You can choose to punish me, Master, but I can't turn against the person who helped me. 2nd senior brother has a short lifespan. 7th senior brother scoured Great Yin to gather the runes and inscribe them on the longevity sword. As for eldest senior brother..." Zhu Honggong had barely started talking about Zhenghai when Si Wuya sternly said, "Shut up." Zhu Honggong was so shocked that he fell silent immediately. Lu Zhou suddenly waved his palm and sent out a hand seal. Smack. It struck Si Wuya on the cheek. Lu Zhou's gaze was intense as he asked, "Do you think you're great? Do you think you can carry everything on your shoulders? Do you want to be the hero? Fine, I can grant you that wish." Then, he pushed his palm out. Si Wuya shuddered as he saw a huge hand seal flying toward him. Yet, he was powerless to resist. He did not dodge. Instead, he chose to close his eyes. So be it. It's over now. Bam. Si Wuya was baffled. He did not feel any pain. Fear lingered in his heart as he opened his eyes. He discovered his body was uninjured as well. However, he noticed the remnants of a shattered chair around him. Lu Zhou retracted his palm and said, "Zhu Honggong." Zhu Honggong glanced at Si Wuya. He gathered his courage and said, "Seventh senior brother, I don't understand. What's there to be so secretive about? It's true that eldest senior brother died once. It's also true that you saved him." "He died once?" Lu Zhou was puzzled. How could a dead man be revived? At this moment, Shiyin appeared outside the eastern pavilion. Little Yuaner jumped down from the beam. Shiyin merely patted her head and did not bar his way into the hall. As he entered, he said, "It's true that eldest senior brother died once, and it's also true that seventh junior brother saved his life. Master, you ordered me to investigate the darknet, and I did. I stumbled upon seventh junior brother's personal log, and the date of eldest senior brother's death is written there." He produced a simple-looking note from his pocket and presented it to Lu Zhou with both hands. When he saw the piece of paper, Si Wuya furrowed his brows and regarded Shiyin with shock. Lu Zhou took the piece of paper. The entries read: Great Yan Yongqing, year 154, March 24th, eldest senior brother, died. Great Yan Yongqing, year 154, March 28th, poured water on him. Eldest senior brother remains lifeless. Great Yan Yongqing, year 154, April 4th, poured water on him. Great Yan Yongqing, year 154, May 2nd. Poured water on him. Eldest senior brother came back to life. Upon seeing Lu Zhou's solemn and grim expression, Shiyin fell to his knees, saying, "I was wrong not to present the personal log right away." Zhu Honggong prostrated himself and dared not move. Si Wuya kneeled with a blank expression on his face. The dates and procedures in the personal log were recorded in great detail. No matter how cunning Si Wuya was, he could not have possibly prepared this in advance to fool others. Lu Zhou's heart skipped a beat when he saw the words "came back to life." He did not know if he was happy or sad. In fact, he did not know how he should feel or what he should think. He was an outsider, to begin with. He should have been indifferent to all these things. He should not feel pity for the rascal. As a transmigrator, he should be cold and heartless. The world was too vast, and the hearts of men were too evil. He could very well lose his head if he was not careful. From the moment he transmigrated here, he knew he could not be soft-hearted. It was not easy to find one's footing in a dog-eat-dog world. The evil Sky Pavilion had suffered much since its founding. Even Ji Tiandao and Lu Zhou had no choice but to resolutely continue down this path. There was no need to ask any more questions. It was better to wait for Zhenghai to personally speak about this than to question these disciples in front of him. Lu Zhou could not lose his composure, and he would not lose his composure. Shiyin said, "I have another report. A Confucian sect elite, Zui Yushu, wishes to meet you." Lu Zhou acted as though he did not hear Shiyin's words. He frowned deeply, his expression indicating he was deep in thought. Occasionally, his eyes would brighten. A moment later, Shiyin repeated, "Master, a Confucian sect elite, Zui Yushu, wishes to meet you. Send her away." Lu Zhou attempted to search for information regarding Zhenghai from his memories. He also tried to recall anything about the other tribes from his past visits to Rongxi. No matter how he looked at it, his longevity and the nine-leaf stage were related to his 9 disciples. At first, there were many things that Lu Zhou could not remember. His attempts to kill his disciples, the heavenly writing scrolls, and his pursuit of the nine-leaf stage, all seemed like mere coincidences. In hindsight, he could see they were more than coincidences. Ji Tiandao clearly sealed his memories about the nine-leaf stage and his longevity in the crystal. Why would he do that? Shiyin could tell that his master was lost in thought, so he did not dare to disturb him. He glanced meaningfully at Si Wuya and Zhu Honggong before saying, "I'll take my leave now, master." Zhu Honggong and Si Wuya had no choice but to cup their fists and said in unison, "I'll take my leave, master." The three of them exited the room respectfully. Even after his disciples left, Lu Zhou remained lost in his thoughts. When the three disciples stepped out, little Yuaner leaped down from the beam. She giggled and said, "Hello, senior brothers." "Hello, little junior sister," Mingshi replied, looking at Si Wuya. "Old seventh, you do well not to flaunt your shallow intelligence and petty schemes before master. I can help you this once, but I can't help you forever." Si Wuya asked, somewhat ungratefully, "That's your way of helping me? I thought you prided yourself on being smart. Master has already attained the 9-leaf stage. Why would he care about eldest senior brother?" "You're dreaming if you think he cares," Mingshi said mockingly. Mingshi cut Si Wuya off before he could speak. "That's enough. Master might be easily convinced, but that doesn't mean I am. The imperial family of Great Yin has challenged the evil Sky Pavilion numerous times. Do you think master isn't annoyed? If eldest senior brother wishes to fight the imperial family, it's for the best. He'll be doing the evil Sky Pavilion a favor. I believe master won't trouble eldest senior brother for some time." Si Wuya nodded upon hearing Mingshi words. The atmosphere had been heavy, clouding his thoughts. Now, hearing Mingshi, he knew Mingshi was right. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, fourth senior brother." "You're welcome," Mingshi replied. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 wails echoed from the middle of the mountain. "Ow! Easy! The evil Sky Pavilion isn't a place where you can act as you please. You wretched old lady. You'll regret this." "Ah." The cries sounded pitiful. Mingshi shook his head and said, "What do we do now?" "She has forced her way in." Si Wuya said, "Leave this to me." He turned and walked down the mountain. Little Yuaner, Zhu Honggong, and Mingshi followed him. From above, an old woman could be seen using a cane to casually make her way up the steps. Meanwhile, Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng, with their swollen and bruised faces, were retreating. Si Wuya frowned slightly. He remembered Mingshi words and asked, "This is the Confucian sect elite, Zuyushu?" "That's her," Mingshi said, spreading his hands in a show of helplessness. "This old woman came all the way here using the side path. She should have gone to the nearby town and asked around. You should be cautious. She doesn't believe in the existence of a 9-leaf cultivator." Si Wuya had initially intended to intimidate the old woman by mentioning a 9-leaf cultivator. Who knew he would encounter such an eccentric and stubborn old woman? Zuyushu spent most of her days deep in the valley, barely interacting with people. When she decided to leave the valley, it was only natural for her to avoid crowded places. She would never deign to ask the townspeople about the 9-leaf cultivator. Shortly after, 2 more cries resonated in the air. Then, Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng ran up to Si Wuya. Mr. 7th. Quick, stop her." Although Si Wuya seemed slightly worse for wear, with dark circles and a sickly, exhausted appearance, when he straightened his back and regained his composure, he looked somewhat dependable. Thud. 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 The stooped old woman, Zuyushu, finally arrived at the top of the stairs. She looked at the people in front of her before her eyes finally landed on Mingshi, whom she recognized. "We meet again, young man," she said. Hello, old senior," Mingshi said, somewhat unnaturally. He thought that old people's vision and memory would worsen, but she still remembered him. Si Wuya said, "Hello, Senior Zwa. And who are you?" "I am the 7th disciple of Evil Sky Pavilion, Si Wuya," Si Wuya answered honestly. Zuyushu chuckled and said, "I've overestimated their standards. An invalid, an airhead, a fatso, and a dimwit who wanders around. I see he's not picky about the disciples he accepts." Zhu Honggong and little Yuaner were baffled. What's with her? And what's with the sudden insult? Si Wuya did not seem offended. He said, you wish to meet our master, Senior Zwe? Zwe pointed at Shiyin with her walking stick. Didn't he tell you the reason I'm here? Shiyin said, Senior, you know the reason behind Fengqing his death. Why must you do this? Upon hearing this, Wuya could guess what it was about. He said with a smile, you intend to avenge Fengqing, Senior Zwe? All I want is an explanation. I promised Fengqing that I'd kill anyone who wanders into the valley without holding back. I spared this young man here out of respect for your master, but he should give me a proper explanation, don't you think so? Zwe said. Wuya nodded. Why don't I give you an explanation? You? A contemptuous and disapproving expression appeared on Zwe face. She was clearly irritated by Wuya's casual attitude. Wuya did not seem intimidated. He said indifferently, Fengqing, the master of the Zhenghai branch, colluded with the 6 great sects and secretly incited the 10 elders of the Yun Sect to launch a coordinated attack on the Evil Sky Pavilion. Are you satisfied with this explanation, Senior Zwe? Zwe furrowed her brow slightly. She studied Wuya for a moment before knocking her walking stick on the ground. Bam! Web-like cracks spread across the limestone floor, and the cracks lit up. Script seals? Shiyin took 2 steps backward. These runes were the same as those inscribed on the plum blossom stumps. Everyone, except Wuya, retreated. You intend to bully your Senior? The glow from the cracks dimmed. Zwe said, I have nothing to say to you. Tell your master to come out. My master is unwell. We would appreciate your understanding, Wuya replied. I don't think you're showing me enough respect. No. Wuya waved his hand. That's the truth. Zwe expression stiffened. She raised her walking stick, and script seals appeared on it as well. Young man, since your master didn't properly educate you in manners, I'll discipline you on his behalf. Whoosh, 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 the script seals shot out from the walking stick and soared toward Wuya. Wuya reached behind him and grabbed Zhu Honggong. Zhu Honggong, suddenly and unceremoniously used as a shield, yelped. Bam, 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 the script seals struck Zhu Honggong's chest. He rubbed his chest and said in an aggrieved tone, Ow. 7th senior brother, what are you doing? Zwe looked at Zhu Honggong in shock. You're unharmed? Wuya only said, the Confucian sect's expansive heavenly energy is indeed powerful. Zwe could sense the sarcasm in Wuya's words. She tightened her grip on the walking stick with her wrinkled hand. Bam! She pounded the stick on the limestone floor, and the primal chi around her surged. Script seals appeared and spun within 10 meters of her. The others retreated. Wuya was about to say something when a deep voice reached them from afar. Enough. Everyone looked toward the source of the voice. A refined and calm Lu Zhou, dressed in long robes, appeared before them. Greetings, master. Greetings, pavilion master. Zwe looked up and saw the old man slowly approaching. Apart from shock, a hint of reverence and fear was visible in the depths of her eyes. Lu Zhou walked over with his hands behind his back. He descended the stairs and stepped onto the limestone plaza, walking past the cracks on the floor. The others instinctively moved to the sides to make way for him. Zwe loosened her grip, and the walking stick fell away from her. Immediately, the script seals faded. She curtsied and said, At last, we meet again. Lu Zhou's expression remained as indifferent as usual. When he saw Zwe stooped figure, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Some things remained the same, but people had changed. Time had not been kind to her. So many years had passed in the blink of an eye. The once formidable, rare stone-cold fox of the cultivation world, a Confucian sect elite, was now a gray-haired old woman. I see your temper remains unchanged after all these years, he remarked. Sorry to disappoint you, she replied. Lu Zhou cast his gaze over his disciples and said, Well? Greet Senior Zwe. The others bowed and saluted Zhuyu. She waved her hand and said, "No need for that." She looked at Lu Zhou and added, "Though I am from the Confucian sect, which is bogged down by rules and protocols, I have never cared much for them." Lu Zhou nodded. "One doesn't visit a temple without a cause. What brings you here?" "I am here to seek an explanation regarding Feng Qinghe." "An explanation?" Feng Qinghe was the master of the Zhensong branch. Over the years, while I lived in the valley, the Zhensong branch has taken care of me. Now that something has happened to Feng Qinghe, I can hardly stand aside and do nothing, Zhuyu explained. Lu Zhou did not reply immediately. Instead, he walked toward higher ground nearby. Zhuyu understood Lu Zhou's meaning. She followed him and stood next to him as they looked down at the foot of Golden Court Mountain. Lu Zhou pointed at the mountain's base and said, "There lie the corpses of those from the 7 great sects." Zhuyu was shocked. When she had passed by earlier, she merely felt the ground was uneven and saw many signs of a battle. Not a blade of grass could be seen at all. "Feng Qinghe should have been among them," Lu Zhou said coldly. Zhuyu asked in disbelief, "So it's true that the 7 great sects attacked Golden Court Mountain?" Lu Zhou sighed and said, "You've been staying in the valley for a long time and are oblivious to the affairs of the outside world. Is it possible that during your journey here, you didn't speak to anyone about this?" Well, in truth, she hadn't spoken to anyone. Otherwise, she wouldn't have arrived here travel-weary and in a crabby mood, insulting everyone. She had roots in the Confucian sect, where reason was held in the highest regard. If reason was on her side, she would travel the world without fear. If not, she could hardly take a single step forward. Lu Zhou left Zhuyu speechless in just a moment. As Shiyin had said, it was Feng Qinghe who attacked Golden Court Mountain. In that case, the one who should be demanding an explanation should be the evil sky pavilion, not her. Lu Zhou's disciples nodded, impressed by their master. The same words, coming from a different person, would have a starkly different effect. Shiyin asked furtively, "Did you notice that Senior Zhua seems humble in front of master?" "Yes," little Yuaner replied. "This just shows how awesome our master is," Zhu Honggong said. Flattery is second nature to this dimwit, Zhuyu thought. Unbothered by the junior's discussion, Zhuyu asked in confusion, "I remember your great limit is close at hand. I didn't expect you to be as spry and majestic as before. How did you defeat your enemies, Brother Ji?" Under normal circumstances, it would have been impossible to win against the 7 great sections. It was clear Zhuyu remained doubtful about what she had been told. Lu Zhou did not withhold any information from her. He calmly said, "To tell you the truth, I'm now at the 9-leaf stage." Zhuyu's aged eyes widened, and the wrinkles on her face twitched. Her expression changed drastically before settling on one of disbelief. It was an entertaining sight to watch. "I'll never believe you, you wretched old man." She looked at Lu Zhou and said, "Brother Ji, do you think I'm gullible?" Lu Zhou did not care if she believed him or not. He glanced at her and said, "If it weren't for old time's sake, the damage you caused to the limestone floor alone would have been enough to earn you a death sentence." Although Lu Zhou's tone was indifferent, it sent shivers down everyone's spines. They felt a sudden chill as though the temperature had drastically dropped. Zhuyu's old body shivered involuntarily. Even a proud daughter of the heavens such as herself would have to lower her pride before Ji Tiandao. She bowed before asking, "Did Feng Qinghe die in vain, then?" At that moment, a figure appeared nearby. With a cold voice, he said, "He deserved to die." The others looked at the newcomer. It was Leng Luo, wearing his usual silver mask. He looked at the stooping Zhuyu with his hands clasped behind his back. "It's you?" Zhuyu exclaimed in shock. Leng Luo was not one to care about etiquette. He said, "Zhuyu, your only accomplishment is that you rose to fame at a young age. You aren't fit to act as you please at the Evil Sky Pavilion yet." His statement was valid. Zhuyu had become famous when she was young, but in terms of age, she was younger than Leng Luo, let alone Ji Tiandao. Lung Luo had every right to criticize her. Zui Yushu said, Lung Luo, I'm not afraid of you. What about me? Two more figures emerged at that moment. Hua Wudao pushed a crude wooden wheelchair as he slowly walked to the others. Zui Yushu turned to look. Her wrinkled hands were clearly shaking. Pan Lydian? Pan Lydian laughed and said, I didn't expect anyone to recognize me. You're the greatest elite of the Clarity sect. Of course, I'd recognize you. Since you're aware of that, what gives you the courage to wreak havoc here? Although Pan Lydian was seated on the wooden wheelchair, it did not hinder him from surveying his surroundings. The limestone floor was cracked. How dare she cause trouble here? She must have a death wish. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Pan Lydian cupped his fists toward Lu Zhou. Hua Wudao also bowed. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Although Zui Yushu did not recognize Hua Wudao, she could tell at a glance that he was not a simple cultivator. She did not expect there to be so many elites in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Zhu Honggong laughed and said, You look formidable, old seniors. Ming Shiyin was speechless. This dimwit is a professional in flattery and courting disaster. I should keep my distance. This is a sickness. It might be contagious. Zhu Honggong realized he had misspoken. Was he not indirectly slighting his master? He quickly slapped himself and said, I've made a mistake. Zui Yushu frowned slightly. She was finding it more and more difficult to understand how these third-rate youngsters ended up becoming Ji Tiandao's disciples. They're not qualified. A female disciple walked slowly toward them from afar. She bowed at Lu Zhou and said, The flying chariot is ready, Pavilion Master. Where are you going, Master? Ming Shiyin asked, puzzled. Zui Yushu. Lu Zhou looked at her. What is it, Brother Ji? Zui Yushu asked, perplexed. Since you're here, why don't we go together? Lu Zhou turned and left. Zui Yushu found this strange. She did not know where he was going, but she did not dwell on it and followed after him. Ming Shiyin said, Old 8th, take Old 7th back to the Cave of Reflection. Huh? What do you mean by huh? You have no business here. You're thinking of tagging along? Fat chance. Si Wuya was not interested in this to begin with. He turned around and returned to the Cave of Reflection. Hua Wudao pushed the wooden wheelchair into Pan Zhong's hands. Then, he boarded the flying chariot with Lung Luo. Pan Lydian needed to recuperate, so there was no need for him to come along. When they were on the flying chariot, Ming Shiyin volunteered, I'll man the helm. Where are we headed, Master? Little Yuaner asked. The Luo sect, Zui Yushu replied, puzzled. The Luo sect is one of the sects founded by Yun Tian Luo. What business do you have there, Brother Ji? Someone I know is passing away. I'd like to say my final goodbye, Lu Zhou said, stroking his beard. Zui Yushu was stunned by his words. Hua Wudao sighed heavily. Ming Shiyin initially thought his master was going to cause trouble for the Luo sect. After all, the Yun sect's 10 elders were among the forces of the 8 great sections. He did not expect them to be merely visiting Yun Tian Luo. Everyone could see the relationship between Yun Tian Luo and the Evil Sky Pavilion. Yun Tian Luo had even been willing to surrender the memories sealed within the chessboard to the Evil Sky Pavilion. He would never order the 10 elders of the Yun sect to attack the Evil Sky Pavilion. There must be more to this than met the eye. However, Zui Yushu said, that young man, Ming Shiyin, told me the Yun sect's 10 elders were also involved in the attack on Golden Court Mountain. Aren't you walking right into their trap by going there now? Walking right into their trap? The 3 sects own 10 holy lands and 20 peaks, which form overlapping formations. It's also defended by many elites. The Evil Sky Pavilion is from the Fiend Path. Aren't you worried that something might happen to us if we go there now? Whiz. When the primal chi was channeled into the helm, the cloud-splitting chariot hummed to life and rose into the air. No one paid attention to Zui Yushu, leaving her feeling awkward. Given her identity and status, she would have been highly respected in any other sect. However, at the Evil Sky Pavilion, she was treated more like a passerby than an actual guest. While Ji Tiandao's disregard was understandable, why did these two junior disciples dare to look at her disdainfully from the corners of their eyes? Despite her irritation, as a senior and an old friend of Ji Tiandao, she could not possibly hold a grudge against the juniors. The flying chariot ascended and departed from the barrier of Golden Court Mountain, heading toward the southern regions of the Great Yin. Shortly after the flying chariot left, a green-robed swordsman was seen casually making his way to the foot of Golden Court Mountain. He arrived at the base of the mountain in no time, stood there, and looked up at the barrier. Then, he glanced at the sun and wiped the sweat from his face. Normally, someone with his cultivation should not have been sweating. However, he relished this trivial sensation, now that he had reclaimed his life. It was the only moment when he felt truly alive. Second senior brother, someone called out softly from the forest beside him. Yu Shangrong turned around in confusion, only to see Yi Tianqin, dressed in white, emerging from behind a large tree. Sixth junior sister? Second senior brother, I knew you'd come back alive, Yi Tianqin said. Thank you for your concern, junior sister. I'm just lucky, Yu Shangrong replied with a faint smile. You could have worked on your timing, though. Master left in the morning. I don't know where he went. Ever since Lu Zhou wiped out the 7 great sects, Yi Tianqin intended to visit her master on the mountain. However, when she thought about the fact that she was no longer a disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion, she could not find the courage to climb the mountain. Why aren't you going up? Yu Shangrong asked. It's fine, Yi Tianqin replied. Yu Shangrong knew what was going through her mind. Do you plan on staying here forever? I want to bid farewell before I head west, Yi Tianqin replied. Cheng Huang? It's a good thing to have a goal. I wish you a smooth journey, junior sister. Yu Shangrong cupped his fists at her, then turned around and went up Golden Court Mountain. As she looked at Yu Shangrong's retreating back, Yi Tianqin felt slightly stunned. She sensed something was off, but couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. She sighed, thinking to herself, you're so cold, second senior brother. You didn't even try to persuade me to stay. The cloud-splitting chariot was speeding toward the southern regions of Great Yin, leaving a trail behind like a meteor. Lu Zhou stood near Mingxiyin, looking at the mountains and the land. Sui Yushu stood beside him and said, I have a question. Let's hear it, Lu Zhou replied. I've made some calculations. Your great limit. Before Sui Yushu could finish speaking, Mingxiyin suddenly started coughing. Sui Yushu looked at Mingxiyin in confusion. Mingxiyin turned to her with a smile and said, Senior Sui. My master is already at the 9-leaf stage. It's only natural for my master's life to be prolonged. Can't you see that my master looks younger than before? Lin Luo and Hua Wudao looked at Lu Zhou. Upon closer inspection, they were startled. Indeed, he appeared younger than before. Lin Luo was still fine, most of his hair was black. However, Hua Wudao's silver mane now stood out. Sui Yushu made a quiet comparison. Her heart shuddered. Is he truly at the 9-leaf stage now? If he is, why isn't he summoning his avatar to dispel all doubts? In the Luo sect's holy land, Heaven's Virtue, the 20 peaks stood in a unique arrangement, with clouds swirling around them. The layers of barriers formed the foundation of this location's defense. At this moment, Lu Ping, the youngest elder and third elder of the Luo sect, paced about with a long face. Looking at the other elders, he said, Second elder, what do we do now? The patriarch's great limit is near. Yet, the Yun sect just had to join the attack against the Evil Sky Pavilion. Even the combined strength of all the elites from the 3 sects is no match for a 9-leaf cultivator. Previously, these other elders had frowned upon Lu Ping for being a lackey of the Evil Sky Pavilion. However, they remained silent now, with no words to retort. This was especially true for Shan Yunjing, the second elder. Finally, Shan Yunjing said, Now is not the time for this. We need to quickly think of a plan. If the evil sky pavilion comes, the three sects will have to face the consequences. I think we should join forces with the Yun Sect and exclude the Yun Sect, Lu Ping suggested. This is the only way we can preserve our lives, one of the elders said. Whiz. 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 A strange sound rang from beyond the barrier. Looking up from heaven's virtue, ripples could be seen spreading across the huge barrier. The elders were shocked. Enemies incoming. Lu Ping squinted as he looked up. He started when he registered what he was seeing. His eyes widened as he cried out, "It's the evil sky pavilion's flying chariot." The others were frightened by his words. Some stumbled backward, some knees weakened, and some even fell to the ground, sitting there limply. The nine-leaf cultivator was here to seek revenge. Someone, help! The inevitable was finally here. With a grim expression, Lu Ping said, "Stay calm. The Yun Sect's mistake has nothing to do with the Luo or Tian sects." The others nodded, feeling much calmer. Lu Ping stepped into the air and summoned his avatar. He passed through the barriers at lightning speed, flying to meet the cloud-splitting chariot. A moment later, Lu Ping hovered in midair and said in a clear voice, "Greeting, old Senior Ji. Forgive me for the lack of hospitality." The flying chariot paused mid-flight. Ming Shiyin had the best view. He saw Lu Ping hovering before the chariot and beckoned him over. "Come here. You man the helm." "Gladly." Lu Ping was overjoyed. At the very least, this meant the evil sky pavilion was not here to seek revenge on the Luo sect. He flew over to the flying chariot. Seeing this, Zhuyu said, as expected of the three sects. "They're well-educated and have good manners." She was slightly dissatisfied and disgruntled when she recalled the treatment she received from the evil sky pavilion. After Lu Ping boarded the flying chariot, he looked at Lu Zhou and fell to his knees with a dull thud. He kowtowed, and the sound echoed loudly. "I'm greatly honored to be able to personally man the helm for you, old senior." Zhuyu was puzzled. She felt a stinging sensation on her face, as though she had been slapped. Was this the pride of the three sects? "That's enough. Come on," Ming Shiyin kicked Lu Ping. "Yes, right away. I benefited much from this kick, Mr. Fourth. I shouldn't have wasted old senior's time on such trivialities." Ming Shiyin was speechless. F***ck. Is he old eight's relative or something? Lu Ping hastily switched places with Ming Shiyin and took the helm. The flying chariot passed through the barriers and landed on heaven's virtue with practiced ease. Zhuyu was surprised to see the elders and disciples of the Luo sect gathered on the Holy Land. When sect master Fengyi of the Luo sect heard about this, he had rushed all the way here without even tidying his hair. Leading the 10 elders, he bowed at the flying chariot. "Fengyi, sect master of the Luo sect, greets old senior." "Greetings, old senior." More and more disciples were flocking to the Holy Land and greeted the party from the evil sky pavilion. Ming Shiyin was filled with pride and relished this feeling, resisting the urge to lift his chin and straighten his back even more. Leng Luo and Hua Wudao, however, seemed unaffected. Despite this, they were full of praise. There were no rules or reasons in the world. Reason was on the side with the bigger fist. Zhuyu remained on the flying chariot, stunned. She had experienced many things and was knowledgeable, yet even saints of the Confucian sects were rarely treated this way. "Master, look. There are so many of them." Little Yuaner was unaffected by the welcoming party. She simply enjoyed the lively scene. Throngs of cultivators swarmed toward the Holy Land in large groups. The square formations formed a vast energy zone that was approaching heaven's virtue. The cloud-splitting chariot came to a halt. If the elites of the three sects were to launch an attack on the evil sky pavilion within the barrier at this moment, the consequences would be unimaginable. The noble and fiend paths had never seen eye to eye. Although the three sects were distinct from the 10 great sects, they were among the most powerful factions of the Noble Path in Great Yin. They possessed 20 peaks and 10 holy lands, with tens of thousands of disciples. In terms of barriers, the barriers of the three sects' 10 holy lands were among the best in the cultivation world, capable of both attack and defense. Zhuyu glanced at the Luo sect cultivators on Heaven's Virtue, her feelings momentarily complex. Many cultivators hovered above Heaven's Virtue. Whiz. At this moment, a 90-foot avatar soared toward them from one of the peaks, unleashing its grand technique and soon arriving above Heaven's Virtue. Everyone turned to look at the newcomer. Nan Gongwei, the sect master of Yun Sect, welcomes the venerable elder. Several thousand Yun Sect disciples bowed midair. Welcome, venerable elder. This scene was truly extravagant. Anyone else would have been moved. During the Evil Sky Pavilion's previous visit, none of these sect masters had shown up. However, at this time, did they dare not to appear? Ming Shiyin felt an urge to hit himself. He had been too excited. Kindness was always repaid tenfold. Lu Zhou pushed away from the flying chariot and flew out, the others leaping after him. There was no ostentatious display of power as the three sects' disciples had expected. However, they held their breaths, not daring to breathe heavily as they gazed at the old man before them. Rise. Lu Zhou's voice echoed across Heaven's Virtue. Everyone else heaved a sigh of relief as they descended. Although Heaven's Virtue was vast, the center of the Holy Land was currently crowded with people. Nan Gongwei, the sect master of the Yun Sect, stood at the forefront. At this moment, Feng Yizhi, the sect master of the Luo sect, also descended. Nan Gongwei and Feng Yizhi bowed in unison. What brings you here, senior? Nan Gongwei asked respectfully. Lu Zhou's eyes shifted to Nan Gongwei. Where is the Yun Sect Xun Wuji? As expected, Nan Gongwei and Feng Yizhi were clearly in a dilemma. The others exchanged glances and began whispering among themselves. Nan Gongwei's expression turned slightly sour as he said, Old senior, the Yun Sect was completely unaware of the Yun Sect's plan. I only learned of the Yun Sect's involvement in the siege after it occurred. The Luo sect was also unaware. The Yun Sect's actions are truly shameful. We will certainly provide the Evil Sky Pavilion with a satisfactory explanation regarding this matter. Disagreements among the three sects were nothing new. The current situation was also predictable. From the moment the Yun Sect caused trouble, signs of discord had already become evident. And how do you plan to do that? Lu Zhou asked Nan Gongwei and Feng Yizhi, his voice deep. Well. Both Nan Gongwei and Feng Yizhi were sect masters, holding significant positions within the three sects. Their words carried weight. Finally, Feng Yizhi of the Luo sect bowed and said, Just say the word, old senior. We will provide you with the explanation you seek. Zhuyu was shocked to hear this. To think the three sects were pandering to the Evil Sky Pavilion. At this moment, a disciple flew toward them in great haste. He looked terrified, his face drenched in sweat. When he descended, he tripped out of nervousness and fell face forward on the ground. When he picked himself up, he stuttered, S-sect. S-sect masters, this is be bad. Nan Gongwei's expression darkened. He said, being flustered is unbecoming of a disciple. What is it? The disciple pointed toward the Holy Land where the Yun Sect was located and said, the sect master of the Yun Sect wants to. He's going to commit suicide. There was a collective gasp from the crowd. The disciples of the Yun and Luo sects looked toward the Yun Sect. The people from the Evil Sky Pavilion were the only ones who remained unruffled. Lu Zhou's expression was indifferent, as though none of this mattered to him. Zhuyu, however, was even more shocked. The expression on her wizened face changed. After all, this meant the Yun Sect truly did attack the Evil Sky Pavilion. Did this mean the sect master of the Yun Sect was unable to withstand the pressure of the consequences of his actions? At this moment, an avatar appeared between the two peaks flanking the Yun Sect's Holy Land. The avatar had an impressive height of 90 feet. It glimmered with golden radiance, its palms joined together. A figure could be seen hovering within the avatar. It was none other than Yun Wuji, the sect master of the Yun Sect. A sound wave rolled toward heaven's virtue. Yun Wuji has wronged the patriarch. Yun Wuji knows that he has committed a grave sin that can only be atoned for by death. There were no attacks. Only Yun Wuji's voice echoed, his words filled with reluctance and helplessness. Several thousand disciples of the three sects gazed at the avatar, their goal to obtain one just like it. Many cultivators spent their entire lives striving to achieve an avatar of 90 feet in height, yet failed. Yun Wuji had reached his current stature through relentless effort. Everyone knew Yun Wuji was a man who struck like lightning and moved like the wind, a rare cultivation genius in the cultivation world. He had climbed from the lowest ranks to the pinnacle of the Yun Sect. Only he knew the immense effort and countless trials he had endured to reach the top. Unfortunately, the final step between him and his goal was as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. Sect masters Nan Gongwei of the Tian sect and Feng Yiji of the Luo sect watched the avatar with expressionless faces, their hearts as indifferent as their expressions. No one responded to Yun Wuji. After a moment of silence, Yun Wuji laughed bitterly. Was I truly wrong? Was I wrong? His voice rippled as he spoke, and the 90-foot avatar moved swiftly, hovering 100 meters in front of everyone. The strain of maintaining the avatar for so long was draining his power, but that was no longer important. At this distance, he could see the master of Evil Sky Pavilion, Heavenly Virtue, the only legendary cultivator to have reached the 9-leaf stage in the great Yin cultivation world. Though he no longer cared about his life or death and was prepared to atone for his crimes with his life, his heart still raced at the sight of the pavilion master. Yun Wuji looked at Lu Zhou, standing in the Holy Land. His hair was disheveled, and his voice broke as he said, clearly distressed, "Old Senior G. Was I wrong?" The others found it difficult to tell if Yun Wuji was going to laugh or cry. Before Lu Zhou could respond, Nan Gongwei said in a deep voice, "Yun Wuji, you're being irrational." "I am not. I need answers. What have I done that is not for the Yun sect's sake?" Nan Gongwei. Feng Yiji. It is beneath me to be at the same rank as both of you. Yun Wuji spat. At this moment, Shiyin projected his voice mockingly, "Not only are you wrong, but you've made a grave mistake." Yun Wuji's gaze shifted from Lu Zhou to Shiyin. "For someone like you, you're not even worthy for my master to take action. How dare you preach and act so self-righteous? Hurry up and die." Shiyin had seen his fair share of cultivators from the noble path like Yun Wuji. They always boasted that everything they did was for the good of their sections. Yet, in truth, they would conduct shameful activities in the dark. Nevertheless, this did not stop them from praising themselves and acting righteous, trying to project a good image. Yun Wuji felt his chest tighten. He had no choice. When Shiyin saw Yun Wuji's blank expression, he said, "What are you waiting for? The disciples of the three sects are waiting for you to kill yourself. Hurry up and die." Shiyin seemed to be acting out of character. He was clearly more emotional than usual. "Aren't you doing this for the Yun sect? If you don't die, the entire Yun sect will have to die with you." Yun Wuji's loss of his rational mind was merely his final struggle after he decided to die. In truth, since the day it was reported that the combined efforts of the 7 great sects and the 10 elders had failed, he knew his fate was sealed. The several thousand disciples from the 10 holy lands and the core elites surrounded the Yun sect. The people of the Tian and Luo sects were not fools. Having offended a 9-leaf cultivator, they would never let the main culprit off lightly. Nan Gongwei and Feng Yiji had given the Yun sect many troubles. The conflict between the 3 sects had reached its breaking point. Yun Wuji was now a sinner of the 3 sects. Not only would he suffer a gruesome end, but he would also be cursed for the next 1,000 years. How could he be willing to accept this? He hesitated as he looked at Shiyin, who was clearly provoking him. His 90 feet avatar wavered slightly. Maintaining the 100 Tribulations Insight avatar for a long time was incredibly taxing. He knew he had no choice, otherwise, the Yun Sect would have to pay the price. In the end, he looked at Shiyin and said, "Very well." Shiyin said irritably. None of the disciples of the three sects dared to interrupt. No one spoke on Yun Wuji's behalf. An aggrieved expression appeared on Yun Wuji's face, as though he had been wronged. Seeing the apathetic expressions on everyone's faces, he suddenly felt that perhaps he had made a huge mistake. The more he thought about it, the more aggravated he became. Why? Why must I share the benefits with everyone if I succeed? But now that I failed, I have to shoulder the blame on my own? The thoughts of men were often as fickle, changing at a moment's notice. Yun Wuji suddenly retreated further and further away. Kill myself for these people? No, it's not worth it. The disciples on Heaven's Virtue stared at Yun Wuji, while the Yun Sect disciples paid extra attention to him. Yun Wuji continued to retreat until he was between several barriers. Whiz! Yun Wuji's avatar shrank, and the barriers resonated loudly, creating ripples on their surfaces. In the blink of an eye, Yun Wuji shot out of the barriers. Shiyin widened his eyes. Hey, he ran away? The disciples of the three sects were dumbstruck. They looked at the fleeing Yun Wuji, completely frozen like wooden chickens. They had difficulty believing what they were seeing. Just a moment ago, Yun Wuji was still questioning them forcefully and righteously, but now, he was running away? The barriers buzzed as Yun Wuji flew further and further away. He had been maintaining his avatar for a long time, and with his grand technique, he passed through 3 barriers in the blink of an eye. "Master, I'll chase after him," and, Shiyin said, then stopped abruptly. He saw Lu Zhou already knocking an energy arrow. Bam! The arrow was fired. Nobody noticed this, as their attention was on Yun Wuji. For a brief moment, they had completely forgotten about the greatest elite in the world. Suiyushu's attention was caught by the sound of the arrow being fired. When she turned around, she saw the arrow sailing through the air. The shot was neat and simple. Everyone widened their eyes when they finally saw the energy arrow pass through the barriers. Its speed exceeded their expectations. When Yun Wuji was the size of a fist in their eyes, the energy arrow struck true. No sound could be heard. After a slight delay, they heard the loud bang. The sound wave spread out across the horizon. All they saw was Yun Wuji suddenly coming to a halt in midair. The energy arrow had pierced his back. Yun Wuji widened his eyes as he lowered his head to look at the energy arrow that pierced through his back and into his chest. How? Impossible. A 9-leaf. Gee godly. Archer? Yun Wuji was a 7-leaf elite, after all. When he was fatally hit, he managed to maintain his altitude. However, this only lasted for a short while. Shortly after, his primal chi began leaking into the surroundings from his Dantian seat of chi. Yet, the energy arrow did not fade away, stubbornly lodged in his body. Eventually, he could no longer maintain his altitude and plunged to the ground, vanishing into the forest below and out of everyone's sight. Ding! Target killed. Reward, 1,500 merit points. Silence descended on Heaven's Virtue. When Yun Wuji fell, the others were still in a daze. Their eyes brimmed with awe. This included Suiyushu. The Jitian Dao she knew did not possess such mastery of the bow. How did he easily shoot a 7-leaf elite from this distance? Who else could have achieved this, if not a 9-leaf cultivator? The people of the Evil Sky Pavilion felt relieved. This was not their first time witnessing Lu Zhou taking out a 7-leaf cultivator in a flash. At first, they were awed by his might. In hindsight, they felt there was nothing to be surprised about. After all, what was so surprising about a 9-leaf cultivator easily killing a 7-leaf cultivator? Lu Zhou did not think much of it. When he recalled Unnamed, he gauged the extraordinary power of the heavenly writing. He had used more power than necessary, just to be safe, leaving him with only half of his strength. If the distance had been shorter, with unnamed, he would have needed only 1/3 of his power to kill Yun Wuji. He would never allow Yun Wuji to escape from under his nose. Shiyin broke the silence with a spitting noise. It would have been better if he had just killed himself. At least, he would have retained what little dignity he had left. Little Yuaner chimed in, that's right. Running away like that, he's more shameless than fourth senior brother. Lu Zhou glanced at Shiyin. His expression remained unchanged as he said apathetically, if he wishes to die, I'll fulfill his wish. The Holy Land was quiet once again. Lu Zhou looked at everyone and asked in a calm tone and moderate volume, who else has anything to say? However, his words carried a domineering tone. After a moment's silence, Nan Gongwei, the sect master of the Yun Sect, bowed and said, we have nothing to say about this. He deserves to die. Yes, he deserves to die. Feng Yizhi chimed in. When the two of them bowed, they gulped and wiped the cold sweat from their faces. As the saying goes, boil the hound once it caught the rabbit, hide the bow once the fowls are killed. Nobody sympathized with Yun Wuji, he did not deserve any sympathy, after all. At this moment, the stone door at the secluded cultivation spot in Heaven's Virtue slowly opened. Yun Tianluo was wheeled out. He seemed dispirited, with a lifeless gaze and a weak aura. Patriarch. Greetings, Patriarch. The disciples of the three sects bowed. Nan Gongwei and Feng Yizhi also looked over. The crowd parted, making way for Yun Tianluo, who appeared on the verge of his last breath as he sat in the wooden chair. He struggled to look up, his gaze despondent as he gazed at Lu Zhou. He managed a faint smile and said, I knew that you'd come. Lu Zhou stepped forward, hands behind his back. The others backed away from the center of the Holy Land. Lu Zhou stood before Yun Tianluo. With a casual glance, he understood the situation immediately. He asked, your great limit is here, and yet, you're still holding on? He could sense that Yun Tianluo had only his final breath left. When he spoke, Nan Gongwei, Feng Yizhi, and the disciples of the three sects were in turmoil. Yun Tianluo, however, did not seem to mind and said, you can tell, Brother Ji? After a violent coughing fit, he continued, I have some regrets. That's why. I don't want to leave yet. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, stubborn. Yes, I am, Yun Tianluo nodded. I could have lived for a decade more. Who hurt you? Lu Zhou asked, and as the saying goes, a single pebble can stir 1,000 waves. This was the effect of his words. Nan Gongwei and Feng Yizhi looked on in shock. They fell to their knees and cowed out in unison. Patriarch, which bastard is so bold as to attack you? Why didn't you tell us? How dare he harm our patriarch? I vow to tear him to shreds. Yun Tianluo waved his hand and said, there's no need. The two looked puzzled. Yun Tianluo added, didn't Yun Wuji get what he deserved? It was Yun Wuji? That scoundrel deceived his master and denounced his predecessors. That's how low he had sunk. Men. Several elders nearby stepped forward. Your orders? Find Yun Wuji's corpse. Let it lie under the hot sun for 3 days, before tearing it to pieces, Nan Gongwei said. Understood. The elders rose into the air and flew toward the forests. The disciples who heard this shuddered. The Yun Sect's master was quite ruthless once he made up his mind. The Yun Sect disciples pulled long faces. They were still feeling uneasy. With the death of their sect master, the conflicts between the three sects had completely escalated. What followed would certainly be vicious cycles of vengeance. At this moment, Yun Tianluo said tonelessly, those who have no business here should leave. Get lost. Nan Gongwei said at once. The disciples of the three sects instantly scattered. Only the core members of the three sects remained. Several hundred cultivators, mostly elders or greater, remained on the holy ground. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, do you know why I'm here? Yun Tianluo replied, "Oh? Perhaps my sentiments are reciprocated. I thought you had a sudden change of heart, Brother Ji, and came to help me resolve my regret." "That's not entirely false." "What are your regrets?" Lu Zhou asked. Although his attainment of the nine-leaf stage had nothing to do with Yun Tianluo, he could not think of an excuse. Moreover, he did not want to explain himself. Yun Tianluo sighed deeply and said, "I've studied the nine-leaf stage for many years and longed to pass through those doors. Alas! I've known nothing but failure and am now in this state. I brought this upon myself, I'm sure of that. Over the past century, there's only one thing I've done right," with a deeper tone, he continued, "and that's entrusting the thing inside the chessboard to you, Brother Ji." Lu Zhou's expression remained unchanged, but inwardly, he complained, "That's too much, you old thing. Do you truly think my attainment of the nine-leaf stage has anything to do with your stupid chessboard? All my life, the only thing I wanted was to glimpse the nine-leaf stage. That's my greatest regret. Brother Ji, if you can help me resolve this regret, even in death, I'll remember your kindness. Otherwise, I won't be able to rest in peace." The words were truly burdensome. At this moment, Zui spoke up. "Yun Tianluo, you've grown sentimental since our last meeting years ago." Yun Tianluo was stunned. He turned to look at Zui. "Who are you?" "I'm Zui." Upon hearing this, Yun Tianluo's eyes widened. An image of a peerless beauty with fair skin, charming curves, and a moving smile from 500 years ago surfaced in his mind. For a time, he had difficulty reconciling the image in his mind with the old woman in front of him. "Miss Hua? It's you?" "Ugh." Ming Shiyin, who was standing to the side, made a vomiting gesture. However, nobody paid any attention to him. Zui frowned slightly. "You'd better change that form of address. I'm worried I won't be able to sleep soundly at night." Yun Tianluo looked awkward. Zui was once a popular candidate for marriage proposals. However, the Zui of the past had an unyielding temperament like a man. She pursued the Confucian path wholeheartedly and had no interest in romantic affairs at all. 500 years had passed. Blue seas had turned into mulberry fields. Her appearance had aged, but the memories of the past remained unchanged. "How do you want to resolve your regret?" Lu Zhou asked. "I'm not asking for much. All I want is to see what the nine-leaf stage is like," Yun Tianluo said. Upon hearing this, many of the people present had eager and expectant expressions. Zui was the same. More than anyone else, she wanted to see a nine-leaf avatar. Ming Shiyin, Lin Luo, Hua Wudao, and Little Yuaner also wanted to see the nine-leaf avatar again. One glance was not enough for them. Lu Zhou cursed inwardly, "You're lucky I have the disguise cards right now. Otherwise, you wouldn't die in peace, you old thing." Outwardly, he said, "Very well." Lu Zhou raised a hand and activated his Dantian Sea of Qi. A disguise card appeared in his palm, and then he shattered it. A surge of unique power gathered in his Dantian Sea of Qi, and his avatar appeared. Whiz! There was a strong resonance of power that resounded across heaven's virtue. The core disciples of the three sects widened their eyes as they looked at the 150-foot avatar. Because they were so close, they had to crane their necks to see it, yet they still couldn't see the top. Soon after, they lowered their gazes to the huge, brilliantly shining golden lotus. 9 lush leaves were slowly spinning around the golden lotus. Everyone felt their breath catch in their throats. This was a 9-leaf golden lotus avatar. An actual 9-leaf golden lotus avatar? Their bodies trembled in excitement, and they were overwhelmed with emotion. This was the goal that many dreamed of, an avatar that many desired to possess. Its radiance and every leaf were ostentatious and dazzling. How could it be so huge? Zui staggered backward, completely in awe of the 9-leaf avatar. If Zui had any doubts and questions before, they had been completely dispelled by the 9-leaf avatar. In truth, she was already convinced by Lu Zhou when she stepped onto the flying chariot. The attitude of the disciples from the three sects confirmed that the seven great sects had attacked Golden Court Mountain. However, when she saw the nine-leaf golden lotus with her own eyes, she was still amazed. The disciples of the three sects stared at the golden lotus with its 9 leaves. Previously, the nascent Divinity Tribulation realm cultivators were hesitating, wondering if they should try severing their golden lotuses. If they acted fast enough, they would be ahead of their peers. However, the uncertainty brought greater danger. Leaves can be formed after severing the golden lotus. The golden lotus can be formed again as well. So that's what a 9-leaf golden lotus looks like. How did the Evil Sky Pavilion achieve this so soon? The others haven't even started severing their golden lotuses yet. They could hardly remain calm. It was like finding out that a player had already cleared all the stages before the game went into beta testing. Naturally, everyone had trouble coming to terms with it. 10 quiet seconds passed in the blink of an eye. It was too short a time for the people present to admire the unique avatar. They felt as though they were looking at the finest sculpture in the world. Before they could have their fill, it had disappeared. After the avatar vanished, Lu Zhou stood with his hands on his back and looked at Yun Tianluo, who was sitting in the wooden chair. Yun Tianluo's exhaustion seemed to have vanished. He looked spry at this moment, and his eyes brimmed with excitement. Even his wizened face was flushed with a healthy color. It seemed as though he had regressed 10 years just from looking at the 9-leaf avatar. After a long moment of silence, Lu Zhou finally said, "What do you think?" Lu Zhou's words pulled everyone back to their senses. Yun Tianluo said, "It's worth it." "Truly? If I can see it once more, I'll be able to die in peace," Yun Tianluo praised. This old man. Give him an inch, and he asks for a mile. I'm already doing you a great favor by showing it to you once. Do you think merit points fall from the sky? Despite his thoughts, Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said with a neutral expression, "Don't be greedy." Yun Tianluo sighed. He raised his hand slightly and said, "In any case, thank you, Brother Ji. Don't mention it. May I ask you something? It's about the method to reach the 9-leaf stage." Yun Tianluo was about to return to dust anyway. With one leg in the grave, he only wanted this information for his disciples. Therefore, he mustered the courage to ask this question. After all, if he did not ask, no one would dare to ask. Upon hearing Yun Tianluo's question, eager and excited expressions appeared on Nan Gongwei and Feng Yiji's faces. Similarly, the core disciples of the three sects looked at Lu Zhou expectantly. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. The method of severing the golden lotus is not a lie. Upon hearing this, the others grew emotional. As expected, the method is real. However, the mortality rate of severing one's golden lotus was too high. Because of this, many were discouraged and did not dare to try it. However, as more people experimented, the survival rates also increased. Apart from this, without the golden lotus, sprouting leaves could be a problem. Moreover, they were unsure if they could form another golden lotus. However, with Lu Zhou's affirmation, it gave them a significant boost of courage. Additionally, Lu Zhou seemed to have established a new standard in the cultivation world. Who would willingly share their method of reaching the 9-leaf stage with others? Ordinary individuals would not be so generous. Nan Gongwei, Feng Yiji, Yun Tianluo said in a deep voice. Yes, they responded in unison. Why aren't you thanking the senior? Upon hearing Yun Tianluo's words, Nan Gongwei and Feng Yiji realized their mistake in the midst of their excitement. Nan Gongwei did not bow immediately. Instead, he took a few steps back, circulated his primal qi, and projected his voice to resound through the 10 holy lands. Thank you, old senior Ji. Feng Yiji did the same. The disciples of the three sects who had left Heaven's Virtue were not too far away. When they heard their sect master's words, they understood the significance. They hovered around the 20 peaks, formed several square formations, and followed their sect masters in thanking Lu Zhou. Thank you, old Senior G. The sound waves overlapped as everyone expressed their gratitude to Lu Zhou. Seeing this, Shiyin felt a surge of pride. Ding! Worshipped by 3,500 individuals and 1,500 pious followers. Reward, 18,500 merit points. Note, deliberate and contrived worshipping will not be rewarded. HM? When Lu Zhou heard this notification, he was initially surprised. Then, he made some quick calculations in his mind. There were many disciples in the three sects, but those who could freely enter and leave the Holy Land numbered around 5,000. This meant the ratio of those who were piously worshipping him was even lower. Although this was a quicker way to earn merit points, there was still the risk of having his merit points deducted if he was not careful. He would be in great trouble if that happened. The negative 100,000 merit points he received when he first transmigrated here were still fresh in his mind. At this moment, Yun Tianluo said, "What do you plan to do now that you've attained the 9-leaf stage, Brother G?" "Move on to the 10-leaf stage, of course," Lu Zhou replied casually. Yun Tianluo seemed to remember something. He said, "Brother G, have you really come to?" "That's right. There are 2 reasons why I came to see you. Indeed, I wanted to pay my final respects before your passing. Nobody in this world can escape that fate. Your passing will mean I've lost yet another acquaintance." The others sighed in despair upon hearing these words. Though their expressions were appropriate, they felt insincere. Yun Tianluo was unlike the disciples of the 3 sects. He said in a deep voice, "Hearing your words, I feel that my time in this world has been worthwhile." Shiyin wanted to make a vomiting gesture again, but resisted the urge when he saw Yun Tianluo's reaction. Yun Tianluo's breathing had become shallow, and he was losing vitality. "There's no need to tell me the second reason, Brother G. I know it." "Ha, you finally believe me, Brother G." Yun Tianluo remembered something from the past. "Yes. It's been 300 years. If she hadn't left behind that cultivation method, I wouldn't have been able to conquer the 3 sects. The world thinks I'm some genius, but I'm only an average man," Yun Tianluo said, shaking his head and laughing in a self-deprecating manner. The others were shocked and perplexed by Yun Tianluo's words. Who was the she that Yun Tianluo mentioned? What was their patriarch hiding? Did someone support the 3 sects until it reached its height today? This was the main reason Lu Zhou had come to Heaven's Virtue today. Back then, Yun Tianluo's cultivation talent was nothing out of the ordinary, but he suddenly improved by leaps and bounds. He and Ji Tiandao were old acquaintances. Although the paths they took were different, there was no conflict of interest. The world wanted to know why Yun Tianluo's cultivation base improved so drastically. Yun Tianluo said he met an elite who told him the 8-leaf stage was not the end. The 9-leaf and 10-leaf stages were attainable. However, nobody believed him then, they took him as a joke. Lu Zhou nodded, stroked his beard, and said, "Back then, I thought you were bluffing. Time will tell. The 9-leaf stage is the greatest proof." Yun Tianluo seemed content and triumphant. As he recalled everything he had done, he felt no remorse. When he saw the hard truth of the cultivation world crumble before his eyes, he felt that he had lived a good life. Yun Tianluo's thoughts drifted back 300 years. Unfortunately, much has changed, and the people are long gone. She left behind the cultivation method, and you cultivated it. Your cultivation base improved greatly, and you became the chief of the 3 sects. Back then, nobody would have thought this was possible, Lu Zhou said. Yes, Yun Tianluo nodded in agreement. What's her name? Lu Zhou asked. Yun Tianluo looked remorseful. He shook his head and said, a person like her is hard to track down. I don't know her name. Perhaps she has already reached the 10-leaf stage and now lives in seclusion. 10-leaf stage? The others were thoroughly shocked and frightened upon hearing this. The 9-leaf stage was enough to cause amazement. The idea that someone was at the 10-leaf stage was almost unbelievable. Was their patriarch delirious before his death? That's what I gather from her words. I don't know if she's actually at the 10-leaf stage. Perhaps not. Yun Tianluo seemed tired and broke into a coughing fit after he spoke. What does she look like? She's young, Yun Tianluo answered weakly. At this moment, Zui Yushu, who stood beside Lu Zhou, shook her head and said, I fear she must be a bag of old bones now, like me. Yun Tianluo glanced at Zui Yushu, managed a chuckle, but said nothing. Ming Shiyin remarked, no matter how old she is, she helped Senior Yun rise to prominence from the dust. There's no doubt she's extraordinary. This was the truth. Zui Yushu could not refute these words. She had always prided herself on being a genius. From the moment she stepped into the Confucian sect, the disciples called her a rare cultivation genius, one who might appear only once every few hundred years. Unfortunately, she was born a female. If she had been allowed to climb to the highest position in the Confucian sect back then, perhaps she could have glimpsed the world of the 9-leaf stage. Perhaps she would be a 9-leaf cultivator now, or perhaps she would have died trying. In any case, there was no point dwelling on it. Humans face countless choices in life. No matter which path they choose, they still wonder about the one not taken. Regrets can never change the outcome, they can only briefly entertain fantasies. At this moment, everyone wondered who had helped Yun Tianluo defy his fate and where she had come from. Yun Tianluo was old, and his mind was not as keen as before. He found it difficult to recall many things. Disordered fragments filled his thoughts. His mind seemed like a vast ocean, and the scenes were like schools of fish swimming in it, moving about in no particular order. He wanted to catch the fish he needed most, but felt powerless to do so. His consciousness was slipping away. Patriarch. When Nan Gongwei and Feng Yizhi saw Yun Tianluo looking lifeless, they cried out in unison, appearing worried. Nan Gongwei stood up at once, directed a palm at Yun Tianluo, and channeled primal qi into him. A surge of intense primal qi was continuously channeled into Yun Tianluo's body. Perhaps Nan Gongwei's efforts were effective, as Yun Tianluo opened his eyes again, and a thought flashed in his mind. Her surname's Luo. Luo? Luo, what? The others were puzzled. Was there a cultivating genius or a sect in Great Yen with the surname Luo? Lu Zhou stroked his beard, contemplating this. He suddenly remembered what Si Wuya had said, if heaven and earth formed the cage, and the golden lotus was the lock, who was the entity pulling the strings behind the scenes? He felt a shock when this thought appeared in his mind. He shook his head, dismissing it. It was impossible. Humans were humans. Who could turn heaven and earth into a cage? What was the answer? What's her name? Lu Zhou asked again. Perhaps he would get an answer once he found this person. I can't remember. The core disciples gathered around them on Heaven's virtue. Some of them were tearing up, their sobs growing louder and louder. Some of them fell to their knees. Lin Luo and Hua Wudao shook their heads. Hua Wudao cupped his fists and bowed at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou knew what he meant. He waved his sleeve lightly, and like those on the Holy Land, Hua Wudao fell to his knees. After all, he had been in this sect before. Brother Ji, do you think that we'll meet again in death? Yun Tianluo raised his hand as though he saw something and was reaching out to grasp it. Alas, his large, wizened hand was only grasping at air. He did not stop his movement, even as it grew slower and slower, until he finally stiffened and stopped moving. His arm remained raised. The light in his eyes was snuffed out, turning lifeless. Patriarch. A voice laden with grief resounded across Heaven's virtue. The barriers of the 10 holy lands lit up at this moment. The thousands of disciples of the 3 sects who could fly approached the barriers and channeled their primal qi into them. The tidal wave of primal qi illuminated the dozens of barriers. At Heaven's virtue, the top of the cultivation tower dimmed. The life of a legend of the times had run its course. Lu Zhou raised his hand, and a surge of energy lifted Yun Tianluo up. Feng Yizhi was still in pain. He was shocked when he saw this and was about to stand up when Nan Gongwei pressed on his shoulder. The other disciples looked up. Lu Zhou stepped into the air, bringing Yin Tianluo up into the sky above heaven's virtue. He pushed with his palm, and a faint blue lotus emerged from his palm. A powerful surge of vitality wrapped around Yin Tianluo like a tidal wave. The blue lotus blossomed. Everyone held their breaths. What a powerful life force. Healing? What healing technique is this? Nan Gongwei and Feng Yizhi were stunned by this sight. They realized Lu Zhou was trying to save their patriarch. The thousands of disciples stared at the blossoming blue lotus. It spread out from the center of heaven's virtue, and the withered and shriveled plants on the Holy Land began to bloom once again. They felt a power surge from this blue lotus and thought that this was the power of the nine-leaf stage enveloping Yin Tianluo's body. The blue lotus was now in full bloom. Boom! After it blossomed, everything fell silent once more. When the dazzling blue radiance faded away, Yin Tianluo was no longer anywhere to be seen in the sky. The glittering starlight descended upon the Holy Land. Lu Zhou frowned. He hovered above the Holy Land, shook his head, and said with a sigh, "It's not easy to pull someone back from death." In other words, he had failed. Even the fourth heavenly writing power, combined with half of the heavenly writing's extraordinary power, could not turn back the clock of a person's life or bring someone back to life. This was the way life was meant to be. Lu Zhou had not intended to do this initially, he had acted on a whim. Even if he had succeeded in saving Yin Tianluo, he would only have added a few more years to Yin Tianluo's life. Alas, he could not defy the heavens. The barrier of heaven's virtue resonated loudly. The disciples were prostrated on the ground. The dead were to be respected. Even Ming Shiyin and little Yuaner, who were usually rather playful, were solemn. Just as Lu Zhou was about to descend, Nan Gongwei fought back his sadness and called out, "Please guide the three sects, old Senior Ji. Please guide the three sects, old Senior Ji." Before this, the conflicts between the three sects had already escalated. During the 100 years their patriarch was in seclusion, the feud among the three sects had spiraled out of control. The Yun sect found itself in a difficult situation, with only itself to blame. Although the three sects still had a strong foundation, no one could be certain of surviving in a world full of uncertainties, especially now that it was proven possible to attain the nine-leaf stage. Everyone below the nine-leaf stage was like insects. Yun Wuji, the sect master of the Yun sect, was dead. The remaining members of the Yun sect were now leaderless, and chaos was certain to ensue. If the patriarch, Yin Tianluo, were still around, things might have remained under control. However, with the patriarch also gone, who could keep them in check? Nan Gongwei and Feng Yizhi, both of the same rank, could not claim to be unbiased. Therefore, the most appropriate course of action was to have the Evil Sky Pavilion oversee their affairs. After all, the patriarch of the Evil Sky Pavilion was the first known nine-leaf cultivator. With the support of a nine-leaf cultivator, the three sects would have nothing to fear. Nan Gongwei understood this better than anyone else. Lu Zhou had merely demonstrated that it was possible to attain the nine-leaf stage, but no one knew how perilous or difficult the path to the nine-leaf stage truly was. With a nine-leaf cultivator guiding them, their journey would be smoother. The two sect masters and the disciples of the three sects looked at Lu Zhou expectantly. Lu Zhou glanced at the dozens of barriers, the disciples in the sky, and the tower on heaven's virtue, then shook his head. The fates of men are dictated by the heavens. The Evil Sky Pavilion isn't a charity organization. Nan Gongwei looked disappointed. But, Patriarch, you dare mention Yin Tianluo again? Lu Zhou glanced at them, needing no further words. Perhaps, as a patriarch himself, he could empathize with Yin Tianluo. Yun Wuji of the Yun sect had deceived his master and betrayed his patriarch. If Nan Gongwei and Feng Yizhi had been more attentive, this could have been prevented. It was much like the siege of Golden Court Mountain by the 10 great sections. If Zhenghai or Shangrong had been present, None of the 10 great sects would have dared to challenge the evil Sky Pavilion. At this point, dwelling on these matters was futile. Lu Zhou turned and walked toward the cloud-splitting chariot. Little Yuaner, Mingshi, and Leng Luo followed. When Hua Wudao saw this, he bowed 3 times, expressionless, toward heaven's virtue. Elder Hua, can you put in a good word for us with old Senior Ji? Nan Gongwei pleaded. Hua Wudao's expression remained unchanged. Still grieving Yun Tianluo's death, he had no mood for such requests. He only shook his head and said, "You must bear the consequences of your actions." Then, he quickly left the area, his connections with the 3 sects severed. Cui Yushu shook her head and turned to leave as well. Seeing this, Lu Ping, the second elder of the Luo sect, hurried over. Old Senior, I'll man the helm for you." When Shan Yunjing saw Lu Ping's behavior, she was both annoyed and embarrassed. She was about to reprimand him when Feng Yizhi said in a deep voice, "Shut your mouth." Feng Yizhi's gaze darkened. Shan Yunjing was so frightened that she dared not speak up. He was the sect master of the Luo sect, after all. The elders from the Luo sect, naturally, feared him. The others watched as the evil Sky Pavilion's flying chariot slowly rose into the air, passed through the barriers, and disappeared into the clouds. Then, Feng Yizhi turned to look at Shan Yunjing and asked, "Shan Yunjing, are you tired of living?" "Huh? If Lu Ping wants to flatter the evil Sky Pavilion, let him. Can you bear the consequences of offending a 9-leaf cultivator?" But the evil Sky Pavilion is looking down on us," Shan Yunjing cried out, indignant. "It's their freedom to do as they please," Feng Yizhi retorted. Nan Gongwei nodded. To be more precise, the evil Sky Pavilion doesn't think much of anyone now. Let's not think too highly of ourselves. This isn't important. Pass down my order. Yes, Sect Master. Inform everyone in the 3 sects to stick to this story. The evil Sky Pavilion has personally visited Heaven's Virtue and instructed the 3 sects in their cultivation. The disciples were taken aback. One of them looked up and asked, "That's it? That will be enough." Feng Yizhi nodded. Nan Gongwei and Feng Yizhi exchanged a glance and smiled. The core elders near them quickly understood their intentions. All they needed was to send one message to the outside world: the relationship between the evil Sky Pavilion and the 3 sects was special. They would leave the rest to the imagination of the outside world. As the saying goes, the less one is told, the more mysterious one seems. With this, who would dare to underestimate the 3 sects? On the cloud-splitting chariot, Lu Ping steered the flying chariot past the final barrier with ease and familiarity. The flight was smooth and stable. Mingshi praised him, "Not bad. Are you interested in joining the evil Sky Pavilion?" When Lu Ping heard this, he asked excitedly, "Ah, really? See, can I?" Currently, was there anyone who did not want to join the evil Sky Pavilion? No, Mingshi replied mercilessly. In the past, Mingshi might have tried to persuade Lu Zhou to accept Lu Ping. However, the current evil Sky Pavilion was different. They would only recruit those who were truly strong. Cui Yushu frowned when she saw this. The evil Sky Pavilion won't even consider a nascent Divinity Tribulation realm cultivator? She turned to look at Lu Zhou and found him deep in thought. Lu Zhou was staring at the sea of clouds and the mountain ranges, but his mind was clearly elsewhere. Luo. What's her full name? Who is she? What secrets is she keeping? If she was someone capable of making the mediocre Yun Tianluo reach such heights in such a short time, she should have been famous 300 years ago. How was it that nobody had heard of her? Yun Tianluo did not know, Leng Luo did not know, and Hua Wudao did not know either. When Cui Yushu heard the word Luo, she asked, "Are you thinking about that mysterious person, Brother Ji? She's someone who holds the secrets of the 9-leaf, and possibly, the 10-leaf stage. Aren't you interested?" "Alas, I have never heard of such a person," Cui Yushu replied. Upon hearing this, Mingshi asked, "Isn't it normal for an elite like that to stay hidden from the world?" If what Yun Tianluo said is true, this person must possess an extremely profound cultivation base, Lin Luo added. That's right. A random cultivation method from her turned him into the chief of the three sects. Compared to my master, she seems. Ming Shiyin swallowed his words halfway. He had almost said that person seemed stronger than his master. However, when he recalled that his master had to instruct 9 disciples while the mysterious woman only taught one person, he felt he could not compare the two. Zui Yushu suddenly turned around and placed her walking stick on the floor. She fell to one knee, lowered her head, and said, I had no intention of offending the evil sky pavilion before this. I wish to apologize to you, big brother. I'll have no complaints, no matter the punishment. Based on how she addressed Lu Zhou as big brother, it seemed she was not completely tactless, even if her tone was awkward. Lu Zhou looked at her and said, I can let bygones be bygones. Zui Yushu was overjoyed to hear this. She was about to thank Lu Zhou when he said, but I have one condition. Whatever it is, big brother, just say it. I'll agree to 10 conditions, let alone one, Zui Yushu said. Hear me out. Lu Zhou's expression was extremely gentle. He no longer seemed as frightening and stern as he did earlier. At this moment, he resembled an amiable old man. My condition is simple. Join the evil sky pavilion and serve me. Don't agree to this hastily. Think about it carefully. When you've made up your mind, you can tell me your answer. Zui Yushu was stunned. The others looked at Zui Yushu as well. Little Yuaner looked up. She found this tactic familiar and instinctively said, Master, should I count down from 10? Here goes. Lu Zhou remained silent, but his eyes were fixed on Zui Yushu, clearly waiting for her answer. Despite his words, it was clear she had no other choice but to accept. Zui Yushu wondered what there was to think about. It was obvious she had no choice. Meanwhile, Lu Ping, who was standing to the side, looked so envious that it seemed like he was about to cry. He could not blame the evil sky pavilion for not accepting him. How could he compare to Zui Yushu? Compared to her, he was just an insignificant sesame seed stuck in the crack of the ground. After a moment's consideration, Zui Yushu answered, all right. Ding. Gained a subordinate. Reward, 1,000 merit points. Lu Zhou had expected this notification. He wondered if he should mass recruit people on Golden Court Mountain, since gaining subordinates earned him merit points. After all, Golden Court Mountain was vast and sparsely populated. It was barely manageable for the female cultivators of Derived Moon Palace to look after the place. However, he was worried that the rewards would be too low to justify the cost of feeding so many people. He could not turn the evil sky pavilion into a charity house just to earn merit points. After a moment, Lu Zhou said, rise and speak. Zui Yushu rose to her feet. Lin Luo cupped his hands in greeting. Hua Wudao said, greetings, Elder Zhua. Lu Zhou said, you've been staying in the valley all these years and are unaware of the matters of the world. You should be at the 8-leaf stage. Why did you choose to live in seclusion in the valley? Zui Yushu was a legend of her time, after all. She shook her head and sighed. There's no need to revisit the past. Since you're now part of the evil sky pavilion, there's something I need to say, Lu Zhou stated. Feel free to speak, big brother, she replied. I have no intention of looking for trouble with the imperial family of Great Yin. However, the imperial family has challenged the evil sky pavilion on several occasions. There are many Confucian sect elites living in the divine capital, and many hold positions of power. If the time comes, it'd do you good to remain unswayed, Lu Zhou said tonelessly. Zui Yushu was shocked when she heard Lu Zhou's words. It was common knowledge that many Confucian sect elites were officials. The imperial family had always been the most powerful faction in the empire, maintaining peace and order. How could the evil sky pavilion fight against the divine capital? She suddenly felt as though she had been tricked into joining the evil sky pavilion. However, the feeling did not last long when she remembered they had a 9-leaf cultivator in their ranks. Meanwhile, in the evil sky pavilion, Shangrong stood before the cave of reflection. There were many female cultivators in the vicinity. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng were also present, regarding Shangrong with looks of admiration. The Sword Devil's return filled them with excitement and shock. The Sword Devil, whose name struck fear into those who heard it, was still alive. The rumors in the cultivation world say that you're gravely injured and possibly dead, second senior brother, Wuya called from the cave. Shangrong smiled faintly. They are merely rumors. Pay no heed to them. Do you know that Master is already at the 9-leaf stage, second senior brother? Wuya asked. I do, Shangrong replied, his tone light and calm. Aren't you worried? Worried? Shangrong glanced at Wuya from the corners of his eyes. The ones who should be worried are our enemies. Wuya was at a loss for words. After a moment, he said, I'm worried for eldest senior brother. Shangrong frowned slightly. Well, he brought it upon himself. Eldest senior brother. 7th junior brother, I've always thought highly of you. If it weren't for your sake, I would have fought with all my might at Radiant Cloud Forest back then, Shangrong said. Wuya shook his head helplessly. He could not understand why his eldest senior brother and second senior brother behaved like nemeses. To his knowledge, there should be no deep-rooted grudge between them. They only had minor conflicts, at most. Since they were fellow disciples, wouldn't it be better for them to sit down, talk it over, and let bygones be bygones? Despite his thoughts, he said, You're right, second elder brother. As long as you understand, Shangrong replied. Reflect on yourself in the cave. I know what to do about eldest elder brother. When Wuya sensed that Shangrong was about to leave, he called out hastily, second elder brother. Shangrong stopped in his tracks. Wuya continued, Master has taken a personal letter from me. If you have the chance, I wish for you to read it. All right, Shangrong's reply was direct and simple. He turned and walked toward the southern pavilion. Zhao Yu appeared nearby, clearly anxious. She looked around, and when she saw Shangrong, she hurriedly walked up to him. Second elder brother. Why are you so anxious? Shangrong asked, puzzled. It's an emergency. An important matter. Zhao Yu pointed at the letter in her hand. There's no need to panic. Master isn't around, but I'm here. Shangrong took the letter from her. It read, Old Senior, some good news for you. The cultivation world is entering the Lotus severing era. The Big Dipper Academy and For the Yun Sect have collaborated to develop the Lotus severing survival pills and leaf sprouting pills. The Lotus severing survival pills can prevent cultivators from suffering fatal wounds, while the leaf sprouting pills ensure that cultivators can regrow leaves. I'm truly witnessing history in the making. The content of the letter was simple and direct, yet important. After reading it, Shangrong smiled and passed the letter back to Zhao Yu. Second senior brother, why aren't you worried? Zhao Yu asked, puzzled. We can afford to be, Shangrong replied. We can't afford it? Even for this? Zhao Yu was speechless for a moment. Shangrong seemed to remember something and said, 5th junior sister, have you sprouted any leaves? I've just recently entered the nascent divinity realm and formed my 100 tribulations inside Avatar, Zhao Yu replied. Sever your golden lotus as quickly as you can. Don't wait, Shangrong said before turning around and leaving. Zhao Yu watched his retreating back and said, second senior brother, people die from severing their golden lotuses, I know, came the distant reply. Yet, you're telling me to sever mine. Shangrong was already out of sight. Zhao Yu spread her arms in a helpless gesture. Pan Zhong tentatively said, Miss Fifth, Brother Zhou, and I have something we'd like to ask you. We were wondering if, Zhao Yu seemed not to have heard him. She ignored Zhou Jifeng and Pan Zhong as she turned and walked toward the evil sky pavilion's great hall. The two felt awkward but dared not say anything. From the cave of reflection a gentle voice rang out. Wuya tossed the paper on the table aside, rubbed his temples, and decided to solve some simple problems before continuing his research. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng were overjoyed to hear this. The two of them hastily ran toward the cave of reflection. Both bowed and said in unison, "Greetings, Mr. Seventh." "That's all right. Just get to it," Wuya said, not one to waste time on trivial and unnecessary etiquette. Pan Zhong scratched his head and said, "Lately, we feel we're at the peak of the divine court realm. We can vaguely sense we're on the cusp of a breakthrough. There are more and more rumors of cultivators surviving after severing their golden lotuses. Even the pavilion master has personally approved this method. He's also mentioned that the other way is to not form a golden lotus at all. We're worried it won't work." "How do you know it won't work if you haven't tried it yet?" "There's no risk to that method, whereas severing your golden lotuses is a gamble with your life. If we think about it differently, if it were possible to sprout leaves directly, wouldn't it be widely known by now?" Wuya replied. Pan Zhong smacked his head and said, "You've got a point. This means someone in the cultivation world is already using this method, but they're deliberately concealing it and secretly improving their strength?" "That sounds about right," Wuya said. "You're brilliant, Mr. Seventh. We've never thought about it this way." Pan Zhong exclaimed. Wuya said, "Don't mention it. Ordinary people should be able to realize this." Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng were taken aback. Did Wuya just indirectly criticize them? Anyway, don't get your hopes up yet. A cultivator who hasn't sprouted any leaves is still lacking in experience, after all. "You're right, Mr. Seventh. Regardless of the era, experience is always precious." Just as the two of them were about to leave, several female disciples ran toward the Evil Sky Pavilion's great hall. "The pavilion master is back." Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng looked at the sky at the same time. A cloud-splitting chariot sailed in from the horizon, past the barrier, and slowly landed. The two of them hurriedly ran toward the great hall. Shortly after, inside the Evil Sky Pavilion's great hall, Lu Zhou sat on his high seat. He looked at Shangrong, who was standing in the great hall, with slight surprise. The others who had returned on the flying chariot with him stood at the sides, also staring at Shangrong in shock. "Greetings, Master," Shangrong bowed. He appeared nonchalant, as if nothing significant had happened. Lu Zhou nodded and said, "It's good that you're back." Shangrong glanced at Zui from the corner of his eye. "Not familiar with her," he asked with a smile. "This is?" Ming Shiyin responded, "Second senior brother. This is the new elder of the Evil Sky Pavilion, Senior Zui. She is a cultivation genius from the Confucian sect 500 years ago." Shangrong did not seem surprised. Perhaps he was already accustomed to facing elites in the past and had grown numb to it. He said perfunctorily, "Well met." Zui studied Shangrong. Whether it was his mannerisms or attitude, she felt he was much more powerful than some of her previous disciples. In the end, she replied, "Likewise." Leng Luo frowned. "What happened, Mr. Second? I trust that you've been well since our last meeting?" "See? This is how you make a proper greeting." Leng Luo knew how to behave in such situations. He bowed respectfully, his hands clasped in front of him. "I have," Shangrong replied. Zui disapproved of this. She was confused as to why Leng Luo was behaving so humbly. After all, Leng Luo was also a legendary figure from the past. Leng Luo walked to Zui side and whispered, "Mr. Second of the Evil Sky Pavilion is a peak 8-leaf cultivator." Zui heart thumped in her chest. Her turbid eyes widened in shock. Then, she quickly greeted Shangrong again. "It's not my intention to be rude." Shangrong did not seem to mind at all. He waved his hand and said, "There's no need to trouble yourself, Elder. It's only proper for me to greet you." "There's no need for that." Zui gripped her walking stick tightly. She nearly lost her footing. She was new here and decided to avoid this Mr. Second if they met in the future. Lu Zhou stood up and descended the steps, his hands behind his back. The others immediately stood at attention. Lu Zhou looked at Shangrong and said, "Show me your avatar." Before this, he had been worried about Shangrong's safety after severing his golden lotus. Now that Shangrong had returned safely, it was only natural for him to want to see what an avatar without a golden lotus looked like. The others were puzzled. They did not know what Lu Zhou intended to do. Was he trying to intimidate the newcomer? All right. Shangrong did not try to hide. He raised his palm with a faint smile on his face. A miniature, shining golden avatar hovered above his palm. Everyone's attention was focused on the miniature golden avatar above Shangrong's palm. There was nothing under its feet, no golden lotus. Only 3 leaves were slowly spinning around the avatar. There's no golden lotus. 3-leaf, without a golden lotus. Sui Yushu's turbid eyes widened when she saw the leaves. She frowned. Didn't Lin Luo say he's a peak 8-leaf cultivator? Why does he only have 3 leaves? She was slightly annoyed. However, she was taken aback when she saw there was no golden lotus under the avatar. She was confused. What was happening? She could only blame herself for living in seclusion for too long. She knew nothing about the current affairs in the outside world, nor about Shangrong, the 9 disciples, or how severing one's golden lotus was all the rage in the cultivation world at this moment. Lin Luo was the first to cup his fists and bow. I'm impressed. Extremely so. How could he not be impressed? When the method of severing the golden lotus was first proposed, those brave enough to attempt it were few and far between. Even fewer were willing to give up their peak 8-leaf status and start anew. Among those who survived, there were even fewer. Most shockingly, Shangrong had already sprouted 3 leaves. Who would dare say that Shangrong was weak? Hua Wudao bowed. A 3-leaf cultivator without a golden lotus. There's no doubt about it, Mr. Second, you're the first in the cultivation world. Ming Shiyin gave a thumbs up. He could not help but offer his praise. You're amazing, second senior brother. Shangrong smiled and said, this is nothing. With Master here, I don't dare to claim that I'm the first. At this moment, the others seemed to recall something. Lu Zhou had already reached the 9-leaf stage. Lu Zhou's expression remained unchanged. He stroked his beard, deep in thought. I'd like to be at the 9-leaf stage as well. Alas, my strength doesn't permit it. In any case, when he learned of his second disciple's accomplishment, his great sorrow turned into joy. He knew he was witnessing history unfold. At this moment, Zhao Yu hurried into the great hall. She bowed to everyone and presented the letter in her hand. Master, a letter from Zhenghai Jin. Second senior brother has read one of them. There's a new one. Lu Zhou received the letter and read it. Something stirred in his heart. The speed of improvement in the cultivation world had exceeded his expectations. The lotus severing survival pill and the leaf sprouting pill? Lu Zhou was puzzled. Master, when this news spread, the Big Dipper Academy and For the Yun Sect have become the center of the cultivation world. The nascent Divinity Tribulation realm cultivators of the major sects are now severing their golden lotuses and cultivating without them, Zhao Yu explained. The others in the great hall understood Zhao Yu's meaning. Ming Shiyin hastily said, Master, if that's the case, we can't be left behind. We need to move quickly. Lu Zhou glanced at Ming Shiyin and said, we'll start with the elders, then. Lin Luo and Hua Wudao bowed. We'll follow your arrangements, Pavilion Master. Sui Yushu seemed to be in a daze. It took her a while before she bowed and said, I'll follow your arrangements, big brother. Ming Shiyin said, in that case, I'll head over to the For the Yun Sect and request some survival pills. However, Shangrong said, leave this to me. Second senior brother, you've just severed your lotus. This is dangerous, Ming Shiyin cautioned. Although Shangrong was ahead of the others, having sprouted 3 leaves after severing his lotus, the 3-leaf stage was still too weak. Shangrong smiled and said, "There's no need to worry. I've met the sect master of the For the Yun Sect several times before." Several times? What if you run into a conflict? Shangrong turned around and patted Shiyin on the shoulder. "With my sword in hand, it's enough." After saying this, he bowed to Lu Zhou. In truth, Lu Zhou was also worried about Shangrong's current condition. There was no guarantee that Shangrong wouldn't run into some elite in the outside world. Shangrong was used to being an 8-leaf cultivator and had not yet adjusted to his new state. "Kindly give the order, Master," Shangrong said softly. "Are you confident?" "I, Shangrong, have never done anything that I'm not confident about." "All right." Lu Zhou waved his hand and called out softly, "Bian." A deep growl rang from outside the great hall. Without having to look, the others knew that Bian had landed obediently outside. "Bring Bian with you for this mission. If there's a threat to your life, it'll be able to help you." Lu Zhou knew that if he had sent another person to help Shangrong would have refused. "Thank you, Master," Shangrong said. "Go, then." Shangrong turned around and left. Although he was only a 3-leaf sword devil at the moment, his 8-leaf experience and skills were more than enough to handle a 5-leaf cultivator. Moreover, with the support of the evil Sky Pavilion, who would dare to touch him? Furthermore, it was well known that he could kill a nascent divinity cultivator with his bare hands. However, Lu Zhou knew that nothing was certain in the world. They saw Shangrong off. At that moment, Lu Zhou glanced at the mission menu on the system dashboard. As expected, Shangrong's mission to obtain the survival pill appeared. The reward was 10,000 merit points. 10,000 merit points? It seems this isn't an easy mission. Shiyin bowed and said, "Master, I'm still worried about second senior brother." "To be safe, go help him from the shadows," Lu Zhou said calmly. "However, knowing your second senior brother, it's best if you don't let him discover your presence." "Go." "Understood. I'll protect second senior brother." If it weren't for the 10,000 merit points, Lu Zhou wouldn't have sent Shiyin as reinforcement. It was much safer to have Shiyin assist Shangrong. Zhuyu couldn't stand it any longer. She asked, "Big brother, this survival pill and the lack of a golden lotus. What does it all mean?" Lung Luo waved his hand and said, "Eldest, I'll explain it outside. You've been away from the world for too long." "Thank you, Elder Lung." "I feel ashamed," Zhuyu said, following Lung Luo out of the great hall. Zhuyu's pride seemed to have vanished. "A newcomer should act like a newcomer." "Zhao Yu," Lu Zhou said. "Yes, Master," Zhao Yu replied. "Send word to Zhenghai Jin and the Prince of Qi, Qin Jun, tell them to use their resources to find a woman with the surname Luo. This woman appeared 300 years ago and helped Yun Tian Luo become the chief of the 3 sects," Lu Zhou instructed. Zhao Yu replied, "Yes, Master," and went to work at once. After Zhao Yu left, Wuya's figure appeared in Lu Zhou's mind. Searching for a person in that manner was like finding a needle in a haystack. If he had the help of that rascal's dark net, perhaps, he would have a better chance of finding that person. Meanwhile, the survival pills created by the Big Dipper Academy and For the Yun Sect shook the cultivation world. Hordes of cultivators swarmed toward the 2 sects, willing to trade the survival pills for a handsome amount of gold and treasures. The pill was newly created and did not yet have a proper name, but with the word survival attached to it, news of it spread like wildfire. There were many lotus-severing survival pills, but the leaf-sprouting pills were particularly rare. Inside Evergreen Palace in the Imperial City, Divine Capital, a new attendant walked in tentatively, holding something in his hands. "Your Majesty, here is a survival pill and 5 leaf-sprouting pills sent by the Big Dipper Academy. The president of the Big Dipper Academy says that the leaf-sprouting pills are extremely precious. The combined efforts of their 2 sects produced 1,200 survival pills and 8 leaf-sprouting pills. 5 of them are here." Lu Gu grunted and said, "If it weren't for the lotus-severing experiment in the Imperial City, they would never have been able to produce the survival pill." They should be thankful that I only took 5 pills from them. As expected of your brilliance, your majesty, the attendant said. President Zhou mentioned that the leaf-sprouting pills have potent efficacy, but they can guarantee that one will sprout leaves. Lu Gu remained expressionless. He eyed the platter in the attendant's hand coldly and said, pills are external aids, after all. The survival pill is more important. The world is changing. There are internal troubles and external threats. The Imperial Guards must not sever their golden lotuses without my decree. Understood. Also, pass on this message. Order General Ping Qian, commander of the Imperial Guard in the northern Imperial City, to guard the Big Dipper Academy with his soldiers. The pills are valuable, and I hope President Zhou will understand my intentions. Understood. The attendant lowered the platter on the table and retreated from the palace respectfully. On the surface, it seemed that Lu Gu wanted to protect the Big Dipper Academy. However, in truth, he was trying to prevent the pills from being widely distributed in the cultivation world. The second 9-leaf cultivator had to come from the divine capital, at the very least. Lu Gu picked up a survival pill from the platter and mumbled, 9-leaf, Ji Tian Dao. How did he do it? How can I be inferior to him? Ever since Lu Gu heard about Ji Tian Dao from the evil sky pavilion reaching the 9-leaf stage, he had hardly been able to eat or sleep well. He had pressured the Big Dipper Academy to develop the pills as quickly as possible. Now that the pills were completed, he saw hope once more. So long as I remain within the 10-terminal formation, old villain Ji and Yu Zhenghai can do nothing to me. Without hesitation, Lu Gu tossed the pill into his mouth. The pill dissolved, and he immediately felt as though his Dantian sea of qi was set aflame. Lu Gu raised his right hand and said in a deep voice, Magistrate Brush, come. A brush hanging above the study table emitted a burst of golden radiance and flew into his hand with a hum. He placed his left hand before his Dantian sea of qi. Whiz. A miniature 8-leaf avatar appeared before his eyes. The 8 dazzling and succulent leaves kept spinning. However, Lu Gu did not hesitate. He steeled his heart and swung his arm. A fan-shaped energy shot out from his magistrate brush. The magistrate brush, which shone with golden radiance, dimmed at once. Lu Gu let go, and the magistrate brush returned to the inkstone. The glowing golden lotus fell to the floor after it was severed, then vanished. Only the avatar remained. Just like in the experiments, the 8 leaves began to fade away, 7-leaf, 6-leaf. His primal qi scattered, and everything returned to square one. Lu Gu felt a scorching sensation in his Dantian sea of qi. The power compelled his Dantian sea of qi to withdraw the remaining avatar, which returned to his body. Lu Gu broke out in sweat and sat down with his legs crossed. The pill was taking effect, which comforted him. Finally, years of tireless attempts had borne fruit. His chaotic primal qi was gradually stabilizing. A faint smile appeared on his face as he said, Men. Another attendant entered. Your Majesty. I will be cultivating in seclusion from today onward. Understood. This meant Lu Gu would not come forward unless it was something extremely important. The attendant, who served the emperor, was not surprised. The emperor had rarely shown interest in governance to begin with. Usually, it was delegated to the prime minister or the civil and military officials. In Lu Gu's view, all he needed was to maintain a hold on the imperial guards and the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies to defend the divine capital. This way, he would never be defeated. Now that a 9-leaf cultivator had emerged in the world, he had to attain the 9-leaf stage as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the entire divine capital would fall into someone else's hands sooner or later. Even if there were no 9-leaf cultivators from the evil sky pavilion, the method of severing the golden lotus would certainly enable the other sects to improve their strength. As the monarch of an empire, he had to stand at the peak, no matter what. Inside the eastern pavilion of the evil sky pavilion, Lu Zhou, after confirming that there was no change in the old parchment drawing, returned to the rush cushion and sat down with his legs crossed. At the same time, he glanced at the system dashboard. Name, Lu Zhou. Race, human. Cultivation base, Nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm. Dao Primal Merit Points, 21,000. Avatar, 1,100 Tribulations Insight. Remaining life, 12,750 days. Items, Deadly Strike card X2, Critical Block card X62, Passive, Binding Cage card X4, Wizhard, Critical Heal card X2, Strengthened Binding Cage card X2, Strengthened Critical Heal card X2, Thunderblast X1, Disguise card X4, Reversal card X53. Weapon, Unnamed, Life Cutter, Jade Horsetail Whisk, Peacock Plume. Cultivation method, 3 scrolls of heavenly writing. The trip to the 3 sects gave him more than 20,000 merit points, which surprised Lu Zhou. Naturally, most of the merit points came from the worship of the 3 sects' disciples. Unfortunately, earning merit points from worship came with conditions. Otherwise, he would have gone around and threatened the other major sects to kowtow to himself. Lu Zhou cleared his mind. Without holding back, he did 10 consecutive lucky draws and was thanked 10 times. Then, he meditated on the heavenly writing scrolls. Although the lack of reward from the lucky draws stung, he had already gotten used to it. He noticed that he now had 53 reversal cards. According to the outside world's understanding of the 9-leaf stage, there should be no issues if he prolonged his life slightly. Without hesitation, he used 10 reversal cards. The vitality in the surroundings gathered around him. Swoosh! A strong gale appeared, and the vitality surged. Lu Zhou felt there were more effects this time around. Eh? It felt more chaotic compared to his previous experiences. When the vitality entered his withered body, there was some slight agitation and resistance, but it soon melted into his body. He looked at his remaining life on the menu. Remaining life, 16,750 days. Each card added 400 days? Was that the reason for the agitation and resistance? The number of added days exceeded Lu Zhou's expectations. If this was the pattern, he would do well to stock up on the reversal cards in the future. Stocking up on cards could change his life. Their value appreciated over time. However, he did not dwell on this for too long before closing his eyes and meditating on the heavenly writing scrolls. On the plaza in front of the southern pavilion, Lin Luo recounted the main events that recently occurred in the cultivation world to Zui. Zui was suitably shocked. That man who seems like a humble gentleman is the current Sword Path elite, the Sword Devil? Yes. There's no need to be overly worried. Mr. Second is an honest and easygoing man. He's not a narrow-minded character, Lin Luo said. When I was still living in seclusion in the valley, I learned some bits of information from the mouths of the Jinsong branch disciples. I've heard about the Sword Devil before. The very mention of his name shocks the heavens. The hit list in the cultivation world was made by him. He's the reason the cultivation world is restless. Zui turned to face Lin Luo and said, "Thank you for telling me this, Elder Lung." "You're welcome." At that moment, a surge of primal qi from outside the eastern pavilion drew their attention. "Pay no heed to it. Whatever you do, do not go to the eastern pavilion," Lin Luo said immediately. After speaking, he turned and left. Zui nodded, looking in the direction of the eastern pavilion. Curiosity kills the cat. This must be something cultivated by the 9-leaf cultivators. It's best to avoid that place for now. At noon the next day, at the For the Yun Sect on Koryang Mountain. Clouds of smoke rose from the Heaven Memorial Plaza, enveloped by a faint blue barrier that covered the entire mountain. Dozens of disciples formed a square formation on the plaza, practicing their swordplay. At that moment, a black dot appeared in the distance, moving toward them. Enemy approaching. Prepare for battle. The Koryang Sect disciples drew their swords and looked toward the sky. Anyone who approached without warning and from a direction other than the base of the mountain usually had ill intentions. The Koryang Sect knew these were tense and chaotic times. Therefore, the entire Koryong mountain was guarded on all sides. Since the survival pill was made public, they had received more visiting cultivators than they could count. If not for the help of the elites from the Punlai sect, the Koryong sect would have been plundered long ago. Just because they were skilled in refining pills did not mean they possessed profound cultivation bases. Summon the seniors from the Punlai sect here. Understood. As they spoke, the black speck was already outside the Koryong sect's barrier. From this distance, the Koryong sect disciples could not see the newcomer's face. However, anyone who could reach Koryong Mountain should not be underestimated. Who goes there? One of the disciples asked assertively, pointing his sword at the newcomer. I'm Yu Shangrong, Yu Shangrong replied honestly. The moment Yu Shangrong revealed his name, the disciples on Koryong Mountain were left speechless. How many times has someone impersonated an evil Sky Pavilion disciple? Someone muttered. Let's handle him politely, just in case. As long as we refuse to give him our pills, he won't be able to get what he wants. The others nodded. Yu Shangrong examined the barrier. If he still had his 8-leaf cultivation base, he could have forced his way through with the power of his longevity sword and the runes. The issue was, he was now only at the 3-leaf stage. Sir, how can you prove your identity? The leading disciple was shrewd. This gave the conversation room to go either way. Wu Daong, the sect master of the Koryong sect, can verify my identity. Had I not witnessed his dedication to refining pills years ago, his name would have been on my hit list as well. Yu Shangrong dismounted from Bai En and hovered in the air. He said in a casual tone, I bear no ill will. Everything I said is meant in good faith. The sword devil should not be crossed. Yu Shangrong was trying his best to get what he wanted without resorting to force. After all, it was unlikely he could upend the Koryong sect with his 3-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm. You don't look like him, one of the disciples said. Is that so? Zing. The longevity sword was unsheathed. The scarlet sword danced in the air. Bam! The longevity sword collided with the barrier, sending a huge ripple across it. The disciples were startled, jumping and shaking. A scarlet sword. At that moment, a man in a robe came running from the distance. Impudent fools! How dare you behave rudely toward Mr. Second? Do you wish to die? The disciples turned around and saw the man bowing and running at the same time. Elder Shen? When the other disciples saw him, they bowed. Elder Shen. Elder Shen waved his hand. He waded through the crowd and ran to the edge of the barrier. When he was as close to Yu Shangrong as possible, he looked up carefully, his eyes widening. Then, he said reverently, It's the evil Sky Pavilion's Mr. Second. Welcome. Welcome. Upon hearing these words, the disciples shuddered. They threw their swords aside and fell to their knees without a word. Greetings, Mr. Second. Yu Shangrong was puzzled. He looked at the man, having no recollection of him. Moreover, he preferred to act alone and challenge elites wherever he went, making it impossible for him to make friends. How could someone recognize him? Nevertheless, he decided to go with the flow. It was a good thing for someone to recognize him, as it saved him some trouble. He descended slowly. Elder Shen opened a path through the barrier and extended an inviting gesture. Yu Shangrong glanced at him before stepping through. How should I address you, my friend? He asked. Elder Shen kept his back bent as he replied, I am Shen Liangshou. I had the honor of meeting Senior Ji during the Battle of Liang Province. This man was none other than Shen Liangshou, the individual at the top of the white list. After the incident, he ceased his involvement in human trafficking. He recovered his cultivation base with sable magnolias and joined the Koryong sect, where he was appointed as an elder. His experiences had made him wiser. Ji Tiandao was the person Shen Liangshou admired the most. Having once made the mistake of underestimating Ji Tiandao, he had done everything in his power to learn about the characteristics of the 9 disciples of the evil Sky Pavilion. This knowledge proved useful now, especially regarding Ji Tiandao. Shen Liangsha was confident that he would recognize him immediately upon meeting again and would not make the same mistake twice. That's good, Yu Shangrong nodded. When the others heard this, they stepped back, their faces filled with shock as if facing a formidable enemy. Shen Liangsha surveyed the disciples, cleared his throat, and reprimanded them. I will teach all of you a lesson later for your disrespect toward Mr. Second. The disciples remained kneeling, not daring to move. Shen Liangsha felt awkward and apologized. Please forgive them. These disciples do not know how to behave, and I am ashamed on their behalf. It's all right, Yu Shangrong said. What brings you here, Mr. Second? Shen Liangsha asked. In truth, he could already guess Yu Shangrong's purpose for coming here. However, the Evil Sky Pavilion was known for its unconventional behavior. I heard that the For the Yun Sect has Lotus-severing survival pills, Yu Shangrong said. Shen Liangsha had expected as much. He immediately flashed a smile and said, Men. Why yes, Elder Shen, one of the For the Yun Sect disciples said in a trembling voice. Bring 10 survival pills over and give them to Mr. Second, Shen Liangsha said. Yes. Yes, the disciple was about to turn and leave when Yu Shangrong waved his hand and said, It's best if you can give me 100. Shen Liangsha was speechless. Currently, the supply of survival pills could not meet the demand. 100 pills were not a small number. He winced and said, Mr. Second, why don't we have a cup of tea and discuss this? I decline. I'm in a hurry. Yu Shangrong's expression remained calm. In that case, kindly wait here as I fetch the survival pills for you. Shen Liangsha did not dare to dally. He turned around and went to the pill refining room. Yu Shangrong looked up at Bai En, who was hovering nearby. He nodded. Bai En landed beside him. The disciples had never seen a mount like it before and retreated further out of fright. Shortly after, Shen Liangsha hurried back with 100 survival pills. He presented them reverently with both hands to Yu Shangrong. Mr. Second, 100 survival pills, as requested. I heard that the For the Yun Sect has leaf-sprouting pills as well, Yu Shangrong said with a straight face. Shen Liangsha was already feeling the strain from the previous request. When he heard Yu Shangrong mention the leaf-sprouting pills, he pulled a long face and said, Mr. Second, the survival pills are all we have. The leaf-sprouting pills are more precious and extremely difficult to refine. Only the Big Dipper Academy can manage it. Yu Shangrong nodded, took the 100 survival pills, and brought them to his nose, inhaling the unique medicinal scent. Mr. Second, are you planning to sever your lotus? Shen Liangsha asked in a hushed voice, ensuring the others were out of earshot. Shen Liangsha whispered, Mr. Second, take the pill before severing your lotus, and when you do, you must be quick, decisive, and precise. Yu Shangrong glanced at Shen Liangsha and asked, what else? Shen Liangsha looked at the disciples behind him again and pointed to the edge of the barrier. Yu Shangrong understood and followed Shen Liangsha. Shen Liangsha lowered his voice as if he were a thief and said, if you have the leaf-sprouting pills, you can take them in the early stages to improve your strength as soon as possible. The pills won't be as useful in the later stages, and their effects diminish as your cultivation base improves. Also, if your strength grows too quickly, your foundation might become unstable. Yu Shangrong nodded. That makes sense. Mr. Second, when you return, could you put in a good word for me with old Senior G? I'll be eternally grateful. Shen Liangsha bowed. That can be arranged. Yu Shangrong put the survival pills away. Then, he tapped the ground with his toes and flew toward Bai En. Safe journey, Mr. Second. Yu Shangrong mounted Bai En and flew down For the Yun Mountain. Shen Liangsha immediately turned around and ran toward the meeting hall of the For the Yun Sect. He soon reached his destination, opened the doors, and entered the hall. Sect Master Wu, he has left. From a corner, Wu Deong emerged, trembling slightly. He wiped the sweat from his face and glanced at the sky. Once he was sure Yu Shangrong was gone, he spoke, thank heavens you arrived just in time. I was terrified. Don't worry, Sect Master. Mr. Second wasn't hostile, Shen Liangshu replied. In any case, the For the Yun Sect can't afford to offend the Sword Devil, let alone the evil Sky Pavilion, Wu Daong said. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou opened his eyes after meditating on the heavenly writing scrolls all night. He gauged his extraordinary power, which was now 1/5 of his full capacity. As expected, at this pace, he would need only 5 days to completely replenish his extraordinary power. Indeed, his meditation speed had increased. What will the 5th heavenly writing power be like? Lu Zhou muttered to himself. He stood up and looked at the old parchment drawing. Apart from the lands of Great Yin, the other parts of the drawing were still blurry and blank. Lu Zhou decided to try a lucky draw to change the pace. He sat down. Lucky draw. Ding. Spent 50 merit points. Spent 54 luck points. Obtained appearance alteration card X5. Appearance alteration card. Enables you to change your appearance. Lasts for 5 days per use. Appearance alteration card? Lu Zhou was puzzled when he saw the new item card. Was the system trying to troll him? Why would it give him a useless card like this? What use did he have for the appearance alteration card? Lu Zhou's current appearance was much different from when he had first transmigrated here. This new card seemed even more useless than the last. At that moment, Zhao Yu's voice called out from outside the pavilion. Master, see Wuya requests an audience. What is it? He says he remembers something about the memory crystal. Bring him here. Yes, master. Soon after, Zhao Yu brought Si Wuya to the eastern pavilion. Si Wuya's mental state was visibly better than it had been a few days ago. He carefully opened the doors and walked in, while Zhao Yu waited outside. Upon entering the study, he saw Lu Zhou sitting on a rush cushion with his eyes closed. Si Wuya called out softly, Master. Lu Zhou slowly opened his eyes, looked at Si Wuya, and said, Sit. I dare not, Master, Si Wuya replied. Speak, then, Lu Zhou said. Si Wuya nodded and said, I've been reflecting inside the cave of reflection over the past few days. I've also been thinking about the memory crystals. I have a feeling the crystal is in Rongxi rather than Rongbei. Why do you say that? Lu Zhou asked. After you sealed your memories, Master, you went to Rongxi. There are 5 nations in Rongxi, Qigong Nation, Wuxian Nation, Sushen Nation, Changgu Nation, and Lulan. Many other tribesmen dwell in these 5 nations. They worship evil monsters. After you returned from sealing your memories, we were attacked by the elites from the 10 great sections. For them to plan the siege, they must know your movements in detail. In my opinion, Lu Lan is the only one with the motives and strength to pull it off. Lu Lan? Lu Zhou was puzzled. When he first transmigrated here, he had always thought the troubles were caused by the rascals, especially Yu Zhenghai. Now, hearing Si Wuya's words, he found it credible. Si Wuya continued, Second senior brother once killed a royal consort in the western regions. Do you know why, Master? Lu Zhou glanced at him, a slight frown on his face. His expression clearly said, Are you trying to be funny, you rascal? Si Wuya was so startled that he hastily said, the royal consort was a grand shaman. She had her eyes on second senior brother and wanted to control him. Second senior brother was not fooled. After killing the royal consort, the imperial family had to accept Consort Yu into the palace to establish an alliance by marriage. Consort Yu is mortal, but she brought Emoli, who had wanted to plunge Great Yin into chaos. Alas, the evil Sky Pavilion stood in her way. Lu Zhou nodded. What you're saying is that Lu Lan is the one plotting against me. Most likely so, Si Wuya replied. What does this have to do with the memory crystals? Si Wuya said, since the people of Lu Lan know about your movements so well. I'm sure they know where you've been in Rongxi. If we can retrace your steps back then, perhaps we can find the memory crystal. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and pondered Si Wuya's words. This rascal had a point. However, how were they supposed to go about doing this? Wuya seemed to have foreseen this. He said, Master, I've also planted some of my own men in the other tribes, especially in Lulan. Lu Zhou looked at Wuya again. He noticed that Wuya's loyalty was higher than before, though it was still not very high. Master, I'm the only one who can do this. Although Zhenghai Jian is the third prince and has many sources, he doesn't understand the other tribes well enough. Moreover, Zhenghai Jian is unfettered and indolent by nature. He won't pay attention to much information. In the past, I've notified the Evil Sky Pavilion of many pieces of information under the Darknet's name. Zhenghai Jian could have done that if he only. Zhenghai Jian can be trusted. At this point, Wuya fell silent immediately. He noticed his master's intent gaze and shuddered inwardly. He fell to one knee and said hastily, It's not my intention to slander Zhenghai Jian. Please forgive me, master. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. Do you know why I wanted you to reflect on your actions in the Cave of Reflection? I know that my act of treason can never be forgiven. I have no complaints, no matter the punishment, Wuya replied. You're wrong. It was clearly unreasonable to punish Wuya this severely just because he had defected in the past. After all, he had kneeled outside the Heaven Choice Temple for 3 days and 3 nights to save Zhu Honggong. Moreover, to save Yu Shangrong, he scoured Great Yen in search of runes. In his personal diary, it was clearly documented how he had saved Yu Zhenghai. If Lu Zhou continued to blame him after discovering these things, it would be clear that Lu Zhou was intentionally being obtuse. Lu Zhou continued, You're just like Yu Shangrong. You have an excessive amount of pride. Pride? You can be confident, but being overconfident makes you conceited. Pride often clouds your eyes, Lu Zhou said. Wuya was stunned. He remembered the pile of paper inside the Cave of Reflection. His cheeks burned. He prided himself on being intelligent and capable of strategic planning, but he couldn't solve a single one of those questions. In the end, he said, You're right, master. I understand now. Lu Zhou walked to the nearest chair and sat down. Up until now, you still won't reveal what happened to Yu Zhenghai? Wuya shuddered. I've made a promise to eldest senior brother. Lu Zhou frowned slightly at Wuya's determination. Despite claiming to have reflected, Wuya remained stubborn. Lu Zhou's expression turned stern, and he said in a deep voice, Fine. If you insist on not revealing the truth to me, you're banished from the pavilion. From this day on, you no longer have any ties with the Evil Sky Pavilion. I'll return the peacock plume to you. Lu Zhou flipped his right hand, and the peacock plume appeared above his palm. Without hesitation, he tossed it to Wuya. Wuya stood frozen, as still as a wooden statue. Lu Zhou's keen eyes watched Wuya, waiting for his response. You can leave whenever you want. If we meet again as enemies, don't expect me to show any mercy. Lu Zhou would never believe in Wuya's determination. If you can betray your own master, wouldn't it be foolish of me to believe you'll keep your promise to Yu Zhenghai? What a joke. Wuya looked at the peacock plume with a stunned expression. His mind was completely blank. Ding! Instructed Wuya. Reward, 500 merit points. This time, both of Wuya's knees were on the ground. He prostrated himself and said, I'll tell you what I know, but you must promise me one thing, master. You're trying to negotiate with me? Wuya hastily said. I have no intention of being disobedient, master, nor am I bold enough to negotiate with you. Aren't you trying to negotiate now? Lu Zhou stared at Wuya with blazing eyes. Wuya felt extremely awkward. All his confidence and composure seemed to vanish under his master's gaze. He was extremely flustered and, for a time, lost for words. Lu Zhou produced Wuya's diary from his sleeve, read it, and placed it on the table. The room was now extremely quiet. The master sat, and the disciple kneeled. After a long pause, Lu Zhou said, Do you think I wouldn't find out just because you refused to tell me? Wuya looked up at Lu Zhou and said in shock, You knew? The people of Wuchi, upon their deaths, provided their hearts remain intact, can be resurrected if they are buried and watered. Si Wuya's eyes widened. He looked at his diary on the table. The records were too obvious, it was difficult not to notice them. In the end, his master had found out. He prostrated himself again and said in a hoarse voice, "Eldest senior brother has had a tough life." Him? Lu Zhou appeared skeptical. Zhenghai had founded the Nether sect and assimilated other factions everywhere he went. His 4 great protectors were valiant warriors. Now that the fiend path was practically under his control, he traveled in his flying chariot, establishing his dominance daily, attacking cities, and conquering lands. How was this a tough life? The appearance of Si Wuya's diary shattered his defenses and arguments. After obtaining the diary, Lu Zhou thought long and hard about it. Sometimes, his mind would wander to it while he meditated on the heavenly writing scrolls. What kind of person could return from the dead? Even a person like Yun Tian Luo, with the help of the mysterious Luo woman, could not come back to life. How did Zhenghai manage that? In truth, even if he could not find the answer in his memories, he could still find it in the books. Watering them to bring them back to life, this clue was too obvious. Si Wuya remained kneeling as he slowly said, "Several hundred years ago, the Wookieans once lived inside Great Yin. When the war broke out, the Wookieans had to migrate elsewhere. They traveled from Yang Province in the easternmost region to Liang Province in the westernmost region. All was well at first. Si Wuya continued, the Wookieans were caught in the crossfire of the war between Great Yin and Lulan. They were nearly wiped out. Only 3 tribesmen survived. Eldest senior brother was one of them. They were still young at the time. They had to beg for a living and sleep on the streets. They were beaten, cursed at, and scorned. Eldest senior brother often stole food for his fellow comrades. Eldest senior brother is unyielding and stubborn by nature. Sometimes, he wouldn't even bow his head after a beating. Lu Zhou had experienced this firsthand. Zhenghai's temperament could simply be described as stubborn. Once Zhenghai made up his mind, it was nearly impossible to change it. Then, 2 of the 3 were beaten to death. Eldest senior brother was sold by some traffickers to Lulan. Si Wuya paused at this moment. He looked up slightly, trying to gauge Lu Zhou's expression. He discovered Lu Zhou's expression was the usual, and he could not figure out what Lu Zhou was thinking. When Si Wuya paused, Lu Zhou asked, "Why didn't the Wookieans come back to life after their deaths?" It's difficult for ordinary Wookieans to achieve that. The conditions are strict. Wookieans who begin cultivation also need to be looked after by someone else. Besides, Wookieans can only be resurrected thrice. Each time they die, they lose 300 years of their lives. Now that eldest senior brother is a peak 8-leaf cultivator, he's supposed to have 1,000 years of life. Unfortunately, Si Wuya trailed off. Lu Zhou was deep in thought. He understood the situation. If the Wookieans could be resurrected without limits, they would be immortal. Was there not a single person in the vast cultivation world who broke free from these shackles? Continue, Lu Zhou said. Eldest senior brother thought life would be easier once he was in Lulan. However, it only became worse, and he didn't even get a good night's rest. An aristocrat in Lulan loathed Great Yin. In search of pleasure, he bound eldest senior brother, gouged, and cut him with a knife every day. Each cut caused eldest senior brother excruciating pain. This went on for 7 days before he eventually bled to death. At this point, Si Wuya clenched his fists, and his knuckles turned white. His emotions were clearly agitated as he continued, perhaps the heavens pitted eldest senior brother and didn't think his time was up. Coincidentally, he was dumped into a muddy pool and remained there for 49 days. After he came back to life, he followed a caravan from Lulan and headed east, back to Lulan. Then, he officially became your disciple, master. When Si Wuya finished speaking, he remained on his knees, his back ramrod straight. I am willing to help eldest senior brother conquer the world. I have never regretted this, nor will I ever regret it, he added. Upon hearing Si Wuya's words, Lu Zhou's thoughts were complicated. His mind was filled with thoughts about Yu Zhenghai and Yu Shangrong's past. Whether it was the fair folk, the nobleman nation, or the Wookieans, they were all related to the longevity of life. According to what his disciples had said, if Ji Tiandao truly wanted to use his disciples to attain the nine-leaf stage or obtain longevity, why did he not do it? After all, his 9 disciples should have ended up as sacrifices. What happened in between? Lu Zhou glanced at the diary. How do you explain this diary? He asked. That is why I'm begging you, master. Please spare eldest senior brother this once. What's recorded in the diary happened when eldest senior brother had just entered the 8-leaf stage. It was his second death, Si Wuya replied. Second death? Since Yu Zhenghai had joined the evil sky pavilion, he had begun cultivating. With his cultivation base and strength, how could he have died so easily? I fear you are the only one who knows the reason for that, master, Si Wuya said. Lu Zhou frowned. He stood up, placed his hands behind his back, and began pacing. If he knew the reason, there would not be so much trouble now. After carefully searching through his memories, he found nothing. Oh, Ji Tiandao, did you really seal your memories of killing your disciples? Although Lu Zhou was only a transmigrator and these things had nothing to do with him, he was now playing the role of Ji Tiandao. He was destined to be unable to break free from this. You suspect that I killed Yu Zhenghai? Lu Zhou asked. If this had been brought up when he had just transmigrated, Lu Zhou would have suspected that Ji Tiandao had killed Yu Zhenghai as well. However, it now seemed to him that there was more than meets the eye. Beyond Ji Tiandao's fiery temper, from the fragments of memories he didn't think Ji Tiandao was a cruel and heartless person. The term fiend path was nothing more than a term given by those from the opposing faction. I dare not, Si Wuya continued, I'm willing to look for the memory crystal. Previously, Si Wuya would never have agreed to search for the memory crystal. Now that his master was at the 9-leaf stage, those worries no longer existed. Listen here, Si Wuya, Lu Zhou raised his voice. Yes, master. I'm giving you 2 missions. The first is to search for the memory crystal. The second is to persuade Yu Zhenghai to return, Lu Zhou said with authority. Si Wuya cowed out and said, Yes, master. However. What do you mean, however? I have no questions about the first mission, but eldest senior brother can be stubborn. I'm afraid, Si Wuya wore a helpless expression. Si Wuya had expected Lu Zhou to insist on him completing the mission, but Lu Zhou only said, I'll leave it to you. That will be all. You'll leave it to me? Si Wuya was stunned. However, when he saw his master walking toward the rush cushion, he no longer dared to stay. He rose to his feet and said, I'll take my leave now, master. Look for Panzhong to restore your cultivation base. Take the peacock plume with you. Thank you, master. Si Wuya was overjoyed. He picked up his peacock plume and retreated reverently from the room. Lu Zhou turned around, about to meditate on the heavenly writing scrolls, when he looked up and saw the words on his wall. Is there such a coincidence under the heavens? If it's true, does this mean I have another disciple? Someone with the name Sure? Meanwhile, in a certain restaurant in Runan City, Jiang Aijin scratched his head and wondered, a woman with the surname Luo? This must be a joke. Old villain Ji really thinks I can do anything. Jiang Aijin stroked his chin. Although there's nothing I can't do, this isn't how I should be treated. He grabbed a waiter who was passing by and asked, Excuse me, do you know where I can find a woman with the surname Luo? The waiter was taken aback by this treatment. Dear customer. Why you should look for her yourself. Inwardly, he muttered, this man has a few screws loose. Jiang Aijin pushed him away and said, the surname Luo. A person who helped Yun Tian Luo reach the highest level with a single step. Why doesn't any of this feel real to me? Forget it, I'll just start searching randomly then. Zhenghai leaped out of the restaurant and vanished with a flurry of movements. Dozens of miles north of the For the Yun Sect, Shangrong rode on Bayan, flying slowly. He was enjoying the scenery, it put him in a good mood. Or. Bayan suddenly cried out. Shangrong was puzzled. Or. Up ahead? Shangrong saw a forest. Black smoke was rising, as though something had caught fire. Let's avoid it. Bayan adjusted its direction and skirted the forest. The skies above them were shrouded in smoke. Poison? Shangrong frowned slightly. His instincts told him that the black smoke was not as simple as it seemed. He steered Bayan and flew low. At that moment, a peculiar voice rang out from the forest. Why don't you come down and have a talk, my friend? Shangrong appeared calm. He had expected that someone would stand in his way. The black cloud of smoke was clearly meant to stop him. Just as well. Shangrong brought Bayan to a slow descent. 3 people walked out of the forest. One of them was lavishly dressed with a sparse mustache. He stood in the lead and said, My friend, I'd like to buy something from you. What is it? The Lotus severing survival pills. At this moment, the lavishly dressed man waved his hand. The other 2 brought out their riches, packed them, and handed the bundle to him. Cultivators were never attracted by material items. Are you certain that you want to buy them? Shangrong smiled faintly. Naturally. You can think of this as a robbery, as well, the lavishly dressed man said, returning Shangrong's smile. The For the Yun Sect is protected by a barrier. We've caught quite a number of their customers, but this is our first time seeing one on a mount. Shangrong nodded. You can use witchcraft. Are you from Lulan or Roli? The lavishly dressed man was slightly taken aback by Shangrong's words. You have a keen eye, my friend. Since Great Yan has entered the Lotus severing era, we Rolians naturally can't lag behind. So, they're from Roli. After thinking about it, Shangrong found this normal. Great Yan's cultivators were now severing their lotuses. When there were enough 9-leaf cultivators, that would be the day when the other tribes would be exterminated. Rongxi and Rongbei would not let this opportunity slip through their fingers. It was only natural for them to send scouts here. Rolians, Shangrong maintained his smile. My sword never kills those without a name. You're proud, alas, it's misplaced, the lavishly dressed man waved his hand. The 2 others removed their clothes, revealing their sculpted bodies. Their skin was covered in densely packed runes, strange and ostentatious. Well, they were other tribesmen, after all. Whiz. Whiz. 2 Wolf King avatars appeared. Shangrong glanced at them. They were both 2-leaf golden lotus avatars. The golden lotus could be used for both attack and defense. If the lotus, which possessed considerable defensive strength, was used well, a 2-leaf golden lotus avatar was, theoretically, much superior to a 2-leaf avatar without a golden lotus. However, Shangrong was not one to be defined by theory alone. Shangrong did not expect to run into other tribesmen here. The 2 Rolians charged at him. With their Wolf King avatars, their strength and agility were quite shocking. Whoosh! The 2 Wolf King avatars leaped and lunged at Shangrong in unison. Shangrong remained unruffled as he patted Bayan's body and said, Move to the side. I'm worried that I might hurt you. Or. A seemingly unwilling and disdainful expression appeared on Bayan's face, but it obeyed. With great reluctance, it took several steps back. As the 2 avatars descended on Shangrong. Zing! Shangrong unsheathed his longevity sword. It glowed brilliantly with a scarlet light. With his sword in hand, he moved swiftly. Instead of retreating, he advanced. With a tap of his feet, he leaped nimbly into the air and swung his sword forcefully. There was a blur of movement, the shadow of the sword could hardly be seen. Traceless sword. The longevity sword slid across the 2 Wolf King avatars, shattering them instantly. Two miserable cries echoed through the air. Shangrong landed behind the two Rulians. Without turning to look, he knew the outcome. The longevity sword returned to its scabbard. Pa! 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 The lavishly dressed man clapped his hands and said, "You're quite skilled with the sword, my friend." "You flatter me," Shangrong replied. The man continued, "There are many with outstanding sword skills in Great Yin. I've heard of many sword path elites, sword freak Chen Wenjia, sword devil Shangrong, sword slave Wang Haichao. Alas, compared to them, you still have a long way to go." Indeed, Shangrong agreed, not contradicting the man. His current cultivation was only at the 3-leaf stage, a far cry from his former self. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Karen, the younger brother of Rolly's great general Carol," Karen said with a confident smile. "Never heard of you." Carol, on the other hand, sounds familiar. Shangrong wielded his sword in his right hand, holding it at an angle as he stepped forward. He smiled, clearly not taking Karen seriously. A gentle breeze ruffled his robes. Karen felt a sense of foreboding as he sensed Shangrong's aura. Whiz! Karen spread his arms, and a huge Wolf King avatar appeared behind him. It was a 6-leaf Wolf King avatar. "A witchcraft formation has been laid here. Inside this formation, my strength can be temporarily boosted to the 7-leaf stage," Karen said. Shangrong continued advancing with a smile on his face. Thud. 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 Whiz. When Shangrong was 10 meters away from the Wolf King avatar, his 30-foot avatar appeared beside him. The avatar was in a horizontal position, as though it was flying. 3-leaf? When Karen saw Shangrong's avatar, he frowned slightly. Soon after, a sneer appeared on his face. "I've overestimated you." The black smoke from the forest gathered around the Wolf King avatar. At this moment, Shangrong ran toward Karen. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Karen was stunned. The world before his eyes seemed to distort and turned blurry. 3 shadows appeared to the left, right, and center. At the same time, Karen saw the leaves of the 3-leaf avatar spinning around a sword in a clockwise direction. Karen was shocked. There was no golden lotus. This was an avatar with only leaves. He wasted no time in releasing a burst of primal chi. Erupt. The primal chi from Karen's avatar spilled into the surroundings. "I'm sorry, but you're too slow." A sharp sword struck. The 3 souls were gathered. The sword seemed to have penetrated Karen's soul as it pierced his avatar before it pierced his chest. The battle was over. The entire place was silent. Shangrong stood behind Karen, his back straight and his posture poised. He was unbelievably graceful. His sword was still pointed ahead. Shangrong paid no heed to Karen's life or death. Instead, he focused on the scarlet longevity sword. The 3 shining golden leaves spun around the sword and vanished, confirming his hypothesis. Although the golden lotus's defense was formidable, the sharpness of the leaves was equally remarkable. Karen pressed a hand to his chest as he fell to one knee, coughing violently. His face showed an expression of disbelief. Even before the witchcraft had fully boosted him, he was already mortally wounded. How did this happen? Why was this random Great Yin cultivator so powerful? You, Karen struggled to speak. "Can you tell me why your name?" "So that I can rest in peace." Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, staining his robes red. Shangrong turned slowly. He did not spare Karen a glance, instead looking at the bundle lying between the 2 corpses. He raised his hand, and the bundle flew up, its scent reminding him of a certain medicine. "Survival pills?" He smiled and finally replied to Karen, Shangrong. After revealing his name, Shangrong took off, mounted Bayan, and shot toward the horizon. Karen sat on the ground, chuckling to himself. Sword devil. No wonder. No wonder. All right, curse my rotten luck, then. He spat out another mouthful of blood. There was almost no chance of surviving that sword strike. Nevertheless, his strong survival instinct kept him upright. I can't die. I can't die. Sword devil, there's too much you don't understand about Roly. Karen muttered feverishly, removing his clothes and drawing several peculiar symbols on his body with his blood. It didn't take long before he was completely covered in blood. Pa. 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 A figure emerged, clapping his hands. He looked at Bayan's shrinking figure in the horizon with an expression of reverence and awe. No way, he did this? A 3-leaf cultivator killing a 6-leaf cultivator? Karen's head swiveled to look at the newcomer. The newcomer was peculiarly dressed and seemed not to notice Karen as he continued to praise. How did he do that? A 3-leaf killing a 6-leaf? Did my eyes deceive me, or is your 6-leaf cultivation base fake? No way, that's impossible. It can't be. Karen was puzzled. Hey, I'm talking to you. The peculiarly dressed man kicked Karen. Ah. Karen was on the brink of death. When he was kicked, it felt as though his internal organs had split apart. A few moments ago, he still had hopes of saving his life, but those hopes vanished without a trace at this moment. His eyes bloodshot, he said, "You, who are you? You vermin who strikes a man when he's down." The peculiarly dressed man scratched his head. Yu Shangrong's image surfaced in his mind. He cleared his throat and said nonchalantly, "My apologies." Huh? I'm Yu Shangrong. Karen's mind went blank. Was he hallucinating after being stabbed? The person he had fought earlier had said he was Yu Shangrong. How could there be another Yu Shangrong? He coughed violently, thinking to himself, illusion, this is an illusion. Karen closed his eyes to steady his breathing. He rubbed his eyes and opened them again. Sword. Sword devil? The peculiarly dressed man nodded slightly and said, "It's just a title. It's too insignificant to mention." "Fight me fairly if you dare," Karen said, seething with anger. "I'm sorry. I'm the kind of person who likes to seize the opportunity when my opponent is down." The strange man raised his hand, and a hook-like weapon appeared. "You shameless." Ah. The separation hook slashed across Karen's neck. Then, a few energy seals landed on his chest. A moment later, Shiyin raised his palms, raining down a barrage of blows on Karen before nodding in satisfaction. "Second senior brother, you truly know too little about the other tribes. I'm better suited to deal with these other tribesmen." He stretched his limbs and looked at the sun in the sky. How nice. It's still early. I'll go to the Big Dipper Academy and get some leaf-sprouting pills. Inside the eastern pavilion of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Ding. Target killed. Reward, 1,000 merit points. Ding. Target killed. Reward, 1,000 merit points. Ding. Target killed. Reward, 1,500 merit points. When Lu Zhou heard these notifications, he opened his eyes, temporarily pulled out of his meditative state. Yu Shangrong? With Yu Shangrong's current 3-leaf cultivation base, it should be difficult for him to kill a grand cultivator. Shiyin must have helped him. It's good that they're helping each other. Lu Zhou closed his eyes and continued to meditate. The next morning, Yu Shangrong had already returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Without delay, he made his way to the Eastern Pavilion. Bowing, he said, "I am honored not to have let you down, Master. I have brought back 223 survival pills." Good. Lu Zhou asked, "Did everything go smoothly?" Everything went smoothly. There were no troubles, Yu Shangrong replied. There was a moment of silence before Lu Zhou said, "You never used to lie." Yu Shangrong was taken aback. Then, he bowed and said, "I have made a mistake. I did encounter 3 individuals on my way back. They were petty thieves, not worth mentioning." "It's good that you're back. Rest well," Lu Zhou said. Shangrong was about to turn and leave when he recalled Si Wuya's words. I have a request, Master. Let's hear it. I'd like to read 7th Junior Brother's diary. Diary? Lu Zhou opened his eyes and looked at the table next to him. He waved his hand, and an energy lifted the diary, carrying it out of the room. Bam! The door closed. Shangrong caught the diary, bowed, and said, I'll take my leave. Ding! Shangrong accomplished the survival pill mission. Reward, 10,000 merit points. Lu Zhou closed his eyes and continued to meditate on the heavenly writing scrolls. Over the next 4 days, he did not leave the Eastern Pavilion. On the 5th morning, Lu Zhou sensed that his extraordinary power was completely replenished. His mental state and bodily functions were much better than before. My cultivation base seems to have improved as well, Lu Zhou mumbled to himself. It seems I'm making breakthroughs at a rapid pace. In that case, he should save his merit points to purchase the golden lotus leaf. If he could save his merit points and use them when things get difficult in the later stages, he should be able to rank up more quickly. Lu Zhou stretched and then opened the door to go out. Little Yuan was hopping about as she practiced with her nirvana sash. When she saw Lu Zhou, she said, Master. 7th Senior Brother left for Qing Province yesterday. He saw that you were resting and told me to convey the message to you. I see. Lu Zhou descended the steps with his hands behind his back. With Si Wuya's cultivation base, it would be difficult for him to bring Zhenghai back. The reason Lu Zhou had sent him on the mission was partly because Si Wuya could easily meet Zhenghai. Even if he could not bring Zhenghai back here by force, at the very least, he could help Zhenghai confront the imperial family. When Lu Zhou recalled Si Wuya's words, he sighed. Indeed, that rascal had it tough. Before he could retrieve his memory crystal, he would not boldly confirm whether Ji Tiandao tried to kill Zhenghai or not. I'm a reasonable person, after all. Then, he looked at little Yuan and asked, Yuan, how's your cultivation coming along recently? Little Yuan appeared aggrieved as she replied, Master, it's so difficult to sprout leaves. I can't seem to make the third one appear. The third leaf? Since when did you sprout a second leaf? Lu Zhou remembered that the little girl had just recently sprouted her first leaf. Most cultivators would experience a drop in their cultivating speed once they entered the nascent divinity tribulation realm. However, this little girl was progressing more and more quickly. It was almost illogical. Little Yuan scratched her head. I think it was half a month ago. I can't really remember. Half a month ago? Lu Zhou was at a loss for words. Was she not asking for the moon, thinking she could sprout the third leaf overnight? I'm going out. You stay here and cultivate well. Master, I want to go with you. Little Yuan said excitedly. Lu Zhou scowled and reprimanded her, don't make me repeat myself. Oh. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve and headed to the back of the mountain. Little Yuan felt aggrieved as she looked at her masters retreating back. Previously, her master would bring her everywhere he went. Now, he was leaving her behind. How could she not feel wronged? She muttered to herself, Master must think my cultivation base is too weak. Otherwise, why would he ask about it? At the back of the mountain, Lu Zhou flipped his palm, and an appearance alteration card appeared in his hand. In the past, Lu Zhou had few means to protect himself, so he had to bring little Yuan everywhere. However, things were different now. He was already a nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator, and he possessed the heavenly writing powers and his item cards. He could defend himself without any problems. If he brought little Yuan along, it would be easier for someone to see through his disguise. In the cultivation world, only those in the nascent divinity tribulation realm were considered properly initiated. Only cultivators at this realm could unleash grand techniques. There was no concrete definition of a grand technique. Most cultivators used it as a term for the mightiest techniques of the Confucian, Buddhist, and Taoist societies. For example, the Sword Devil's Destiny of the Sword Path and the Dark Heaven Starlight of the Saber Path. The second reason was that only nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm cultivators could form a golden lotus and sprout leaves. Now that he was in the nascent Divinity Tribulation Realm, he was no longer a weakling. Qing Province? Lu Zhou looked in the direction of Qing Province. I'd like to see what this rascal is up to. With the appearance alteration card, it would be much easier to catch the rascal, Zhenghai. Even if he left the Evil Sky Pavilion, no one would question him. Shangrong and the others could look after Golden Court Mountain. The barrier had been restored, making it an impregnable fortress. Wizard. With the command, Wizard arrived on a cloud. Lu Zhou leaped onto the beast's back and flew out the back of the mountain. While soaring through the skies, he shattered the appearance alteration card. A faint energy swirled around him, and a unique sensation made his senses tingle. Unaware of his new appearance, he landed near a lake at the back of the mountain. Peering into the water, he saw an old man looking back at him. This old man seemed more spirited, with half of his hair black and sharper facial features. He was pleased with what he saw. Lu Zhou did not stay long. Mounting Wizard, he set off for Qing Province. 2 days later, in the heaven room on the second floor of Clouds Inn in Qing Province City, Lu Zhou looked out the window at the city below. He instinctively stroked his beard, falling deep into thought. When he reached for his beard, he noticed it was much shorter than before. Well, he hadn't yet gotten used to his new appearance. Lu Zhou had arrived in the city the day before. He was surprised to find that the Nether sect had yet to extend its influence to Qing Province City. The citizens seemed unaffected as well. The Nether sect was not foolish, they had promised early on that they would not harm civilians. After all, they sought world dominion, and civilians were the roots of the world, not their enemies. Their enemies were the Great Yan imperial family and the opposing factions. Qing Province was located in the heart of Great Yan, far different from remote places like Liang Province. Alas, Lu Zhou had not seen Zhenghai. Thud. 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 As he pondered, a knock came from outside. Who's there? Lu Zhou turned slowly, sighing. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to the persona of an eccentric old man in this world. He was neither Ji Tiandao nor the original Lu Zhou, but a new character. Without waiting for a reply, he said, "Come in." A waiter entered the room, closing the door behind him. He hesitated before speaking. "Dear customer, I have the information you requested. The Great General guarding Qing Province City is one of the Divine Capital's 8 great generals, General Wen Shu, commander of the Southwest and an elite of the Confucian Society. The formation of Qing Province City was laid by the Confucian Society. What's the Nether sect up to now?" Lu Zhou asked. "You don't have to worry about that. They say even the sect master of the Nether sect can only look at the city if he were here. Qing Province City is as secure as a city protected by a wall of metal and a moat of boiling water," the waiter replied. "You're very confident in Qing Province City's security?" "I'm not the only one. Everyone feels the same way. The people of Qing Province City aren't affected at all," the waiter said with a smile. "Dear customer, since you're asking about this, you can't be." He wanted to say the word spy, but he quickly swallowed it when he saw the killing intent brewing in the depths of Lu Zhou's eyes. "Please rest well." He shuddered and quickly retreated from the room in fright. Lu Zhou turned to face the window. As he expected, the Nether sect was much weaker without Wuya. They couldn't even conquer Qing Province City. At dusk, in a certain branch of the Nether sect, a flag in the center of the campground danced in the wind. Zhenghai sat on his throne with his eyes closed, cultivating. A cloud of mist swirled before him. Suddenly, he flipped his hand, and the jasper saber appeared above his palm. His forehead was drenched in sweat as his eyes suddenly snapped open. He raised his sleeve to wipe the sweat from his forehead and murmured, "Master, please don't make me. It's just a dream." At that moment, Hua Chongyang walked in excitedly. "Sect Master." what is it? Mr. Seventh is back. Upon hearing this, Zhenghai stood up immediately. A strange light gleamed in his eyes as he said, "Hurry, where is he?" Zhenghai's voice had barely faded when Wuya sauntered into the hall. He wore a long Confucian scholar robe and held the peacock plume in his hand. His expression was calm, but his eyes were lively. After he walked to the center of the hall, he cupped his fists and said, "We meet again, eldest senior brother." Zhenghai hastened down the steps, clearly excited. He walked up to Wuya, at a loss for words. The exhaustion that had plagued him lately seemed to have vanished at this moment. Finally, he raised his hands and placed them on Wuya's shoulders as he said excitedly, "My dear brother, how I miss you so." Wuya. Hua Chongyang. Although they understood Zhenghai's feelings, his expression was quite telling. Hua Chongyang had spent a fair amount of time listening to Zhenghai's ramblings. The phrases he often heard were, "This would have turned out much better if junior brother did it," or "if only junior brother were here." The four great protectors were often troubled by these ramblings. How could Hua Chongyang not be delighted about Wuya's return as well? Wuya endured the pain on his shoulders and said, "Eldest senior brother, let's not celebrate just yet." Master sent me here. Upon hearing this, Zhenghai instinctively took a step back, frowning. Master? Wuya said, "Master is already at the 9-leaf stage." Zhenghai waved his hand. "If you're trying to persuade me, you can save your breath." "That's not what I mean." "Then what do you mean?" Zhenghai's tone grew stern and grim. "Has Master grown senile?" "Have you too?" "I know," Wuya replied calmly. "Then, why are you helping Master?" Zhenghai asked. The great hall was as silent as a graveyard. Wuya only stared at Zhenghai, waiting for his anger to subside. As Wuya expected, after a while, Zhenghai gradually calmed down. Finally, Wuya said, "Master isn't senile." Confusion appeared on Zhenghai's face. Wuya said, "Perhaps, we're both wrong." He paused before continuing, "Master has ordered me to bring you back to the Evil Sky Pavilion. However, Master knows that with my cultivation base, it's impossible for me to make you do anything you refuse. Knowing that, why did he still send me here? Does Master want to oppose Great Yen as well?" Zhenghai asked. Wuya did not respond directly. Instead, he said, "Master left the choice to me. I think I made up my mind a long time ago." Zhenghai looked stunned, unable to understand Wuya's words. Wuya shook his head and changed the topic. "Why aren't you severing your golden lotus and attempting to attain the 9-leaf stage, eldest senior brother?" Zhenghai said disapprovingly, "Severing my lotus means I'll have to cultivate from the beginning again. What I aim to do is take over the world while everyone else severs their lotuses." Wuya nodded. "In that case, the sooner, the better." Upon hearing this, something stirred in Zhenghai's heart. He appeared overjoyed, waving his hand and saying, "Hua Chongyang, bring the map over quickly." "Yes, Sect Master." Shortly after, Hua Chongyang placed the map of Jing Province City on the large table. He also briefed Wuya in detail about the current situation in Jing Province City. Zhenghai pointed at the area around Jing Province City and said, "The person guarding Jing Province City is Wen Shu, one of the 8 commanders of the Divine Capital. He is from the Confucian societies and is skilled in formations, which is giving me a headache." At the side, Hua Chongyang cupped his fists and said, "If it weren't for this formation, Sect Master could have taken down Wen Shu on his own. Jing Province would have fallen a long time ago. My wise brother. Do you have any good plans? Do you have any of your men planted around Wen Shu?" Zhenghai looked at Wuya expectantly, as though he were looking at a beautiful lady. Wuya's skin crawled from the intense gaze. He also felt helpless about the change in the way his eldest senior brother addressed him. He shook his head and said, "The 8 commanders aren't ordinary officials. The people around them can't be taken down that easily. Besides, we've used this tactic in Liang Province before. We can't use it again. Zhenghai sighed in disappointment. Wuya said, but I do have another idea. My wise brother. Tell me, quick. Zhenghai kept addressing him as his wise brother, as if he no longer cared about appearing imposing. Jing Province's geography is treacherous, and it's a place where wild beasts gather. There are many mountains and forests around it. We can use the beasts to whittle away at the formation, Wuya said. Zhenghai frowned and said, I'm not the king of beasts. How am I supposed to order them around? Wuya said, what a coincidence. In 3 days, north of Jing Province, there will be a live sacrifice on the heaven worship platform. A live sacrifice? It's just a mindless act of sacrificing a person to the heavens. That's unimportant. What's important is that the sacrificial person is born with the innate ability to understand the tongue of beasts. He's a person gifted in tune. Hua Chongyang's eyes lit up. He bowed and said, now that you mention it, Mr. Seventh, I have some recollection of it as well. I did some digging around Jing Province City before this, and indeed, there's something like that coming up. However, I didn't think much of it at the time and didn't ask anyone else about it in detail. Zhenghai nodded and said, so, my wise brother, you're suggesting we snatch this person away and use him for our cause? Exactly. Zhenghai's eyes brightened. He stood up and patted Wuya's shoulder. With a forthright smile, he said, why didn't I think of that before, my wise brother? Hua Chongyang also had a respectful expression on his face. It had been the same piece of information, but he had dismissed it. In contrast, that very information he had easily discarded became extremely valuable in Wuya's hands. Wuya nearly spat out blood from the forceful pat on his shoulder. He said, however, my cultivation is not profound enough. It's not practical for me to snatch this person away. Zhenghai said, that can be easily arranged. You may use my 4 great protectors as you see fit. The others are in Liang Province, but just give the word, my wise brother, and they'll come to you in haste. After he finished speaking, he felt his words were not sincere enough, so he thumped his chest and added, I'll be at your service as well. Hearing this, Hua Chongyang hastily said, Mr. Seventh, please leave this to me. I'm familiar with the layout of Jing Province City, and I know where the heaven worship platform is. How could he allow the great sect master of the Nether sect to personally snatch someone away? Such an act was beneath his sect master. Zhenghai looked at Hua Chongyang disapprovingly. Wuya nodded and said, in that case, I'll have to trouble you, brother Chongyang. It's my duty, Hua Chongyang replied. Wuya added meaningfully, although the people from the powerful factions won't be on the heaven worship platform, you should still keep a low profile for safety. Don't expose your identity, or even eldest senior brother can't save you. Also, if you can use your wits, avoid resorting to force. After all, the activity at the heaven worship platform involves men. Understood, Hua Chongyang said. Go, then. Hua Chongyang respectfully withdrew from the great hall. After Hua Chongyang left, Zhenghai nodded in satisfaction. I feel much more at ease with you around, wise brother. These past few days have been troublesome. I've racked my brain, but I can't seem to come up with a way to take down Jing Province City. Wuya smiled and said, the 4 great protectors have profound cultivation bases. The Nether sect also has no shortage of capable men. How is it that nobody can think of anything? Zhenghai shook his head and said, now that the 9 provinces are in chaos, I have no problem focusing on taking one city at a time. However, keeping track of the overall situation is much more difficult. Bai Yuqing, Yang Yan, and Di Qing are guarding Liang Province and must defend against sudden Rolian advances. The more concerns I have, the more muddled my thoughts become. The more muddled my brain is, the more difficult it is for me to calm down and think of a countermeasure. This was especially true now that a 9-leaf cultivator had appeared, and they had entered the Lotus severing era. I was truly flustered. On the surface, although I had plunged the 9 provinces into chaos and many places were now under the Nether sect's control, I could not consider myself successful as long as the divine capital's lifeline remained intact. Taking down the imperial city in the divine capital sounded far-fetched. There's no need to worry, eldest senior brother, Wuya said in a soft voice. I'll do everything I can. For some reason, Zhenghai felt there was something different about the current Wuya. He did not know what Wuya had experienced to become so determined. Wuya had become more grounded. However, he did not comment on the changes. He turned around with his hands on his back and looked at the map of Great Yin on the table. Business continued as usual at Cloud's Inn. Lu Zhou parted the curtains and looked down at the streets. There did not seem to be any disturbances. Did I waste my appearance alteration card? A knock sounded on the door at this moment. Your meal, dear customer, the waiter said, entering and placing the dishes on the table. Lu Zhou glanced at the dishes. In truth, nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivators often did not need to eat for as long as 10 days to a fortnight. However, since he was in Jing Province City, he could not afford to draw attention to himself. He asked, Waiter, has anything happened in Jing Province City lately? Dear customer, you've asked me this question many times. Jing Province City is as peaceful as can be. There's no place safer than here. You can feel at ease staying here, the waiter said confidently. Lu Zhou had expected this response. At that moment, there was a commotion on the streets below. Some low-ranked cultivators gathered and marched north. Many of them were dressed in outlandish and ostentatious clothes. Lu Zhou pointed at them. Waiter, what's this about? The waiter tiptoed to the window, looked out, and then shook his head. It's a live sacrifice. It's boring. A live sacrifice? In the past, they sacrificed pigs, oxen, lambs, or other livestock. I heard they're going to sacrifice a living person this time. Who knows if it's true? As the waiter talked, he prepared the table. Enjoy your meal. Regardless of the era, there would always be such things. Lu Zhou shook his head. He didn't want to stick his nose into matters that didn't concern him. The streets were getting livelier by the minute. Just as he was about to close the window, he saw a man speeding through the crowd. He was dressed plainly, but his appearance seemed familiar to Lu Zhou. This person is... Lu Zhou couldn't recall his name. What's his name again? He looks familiar. Curse my memory. The more he looked at the man, the more curious he became. He tapped his feet lightly on the ground, leaped out into the alley next to the inn, and walked onto the street, following the man. At the end of the street, the man suddenly stopped and turned around. Why are you following me, old mister? The man had intentionally walked on this stretch of road when he realized he was being followed. My young friend, have we met before? Lu Zhou asked calmly. It was a genuine question, he still couldn't recall where he had met this man. My name is Huayang. I believe you've mistaken me for someone else, old sir. Please stop following me. If the man hadn't mentioned this name, Lu Zhou wouldn't have immediately recalled who he was. It was none other than Huayang, the leader of the Nether Sect's 4 great protectors and the first seat of the Azure Dragon Hall. Why would the great leader of the 4 great protectors, a 7-leaf golden lotus elite, enter Jing Province City alone? When Huayang turned and left, a frown was visible on his face. He quickly searched his memories and confirmed he had never met the old man before. It would be disastrous if his identity were exposed and ruined Mr. Seventh's plan. Lu Zhou glanced at the remaining time on the appearance alteration card. He still had about 2 days left. He continued to follow Huayang. As long as he followed Huayang, he would surely meet the rogue, Zhenghai. Lu Zhou concealed his aura and now appeared no different from an ordinary pedestrian. He was quite satisfied with the appearance alteration card. If Huayang knew who he was, he would have been terrified and fled. Huayang navigated through 4 streets and exited the main city. He proceeded northward from Jing Province City. Halfway through his journey, he suddenly swerved to the side and launched a lightning-fast attack behind him. Forgive me, old man. When Hua Chongyang, who was 10 meters away from Lu Zhou, noticed that Lu Zhou appeared unfazed, an indescribable pressure weighed on his chest. Just as Hua Chongyang's energy fist was about to reach Lu Zhou's face, Lu Zhou raised a hand. His fingers seemed to be crackling with electricity, which could be faintly seen. He pushed his arm forward. Bam! The instant their palms collided, a vertical blast of energy rippled out. Hua Chongyang instantly reeled from the formidable power. He flipped as he flew backward, landing after 3 flips and staggering 3 steps back. His eyes brimmed with shock. Punlai energy palm? 6 leaf? 7 leaf? 8 leaf? He was not sure. This was because he had only used 30% of his power. However, since the old man faced him so calmly, Hua Chongyang was certain the old man had to be at least at the 6-leaf stage. No longer underestimating his opponent, he cupped his fists and said, "Old sir, I have no quarrel with you. Why are you following me?" Hua Chongyang had been mulling over this the entire time during his earlier travels. He did not have any friends with such a significant age gap. Moreover, he had disguised himself for this mission. He spent most of his time in the Nether sect, where he held a high rank. When they undertook various missions, he rarely had the chance to take action personally. Therefore, he was certain he had not met this old man before. Throughout his time with the Nether sect, he had eliminated quite a number of elites at the 6-leaf stage and above. He worried that perhaps the old man had recognized him and come to seek revenge. Lu Zhou did not answer Hua Chongyang immediately. Instead, he gauged his extraordinary power. The palm strike he launched was not powerful, containing roughly 1/10 of his extraordinary strength. Finally, he said half seriously, weaving a random tale, "My surname is Lu. I'm from Punlai. You resemble a friend of mine, young friend." It seems I was mistaken. So what if he was mistaken? The person he wanted to find was Zhenghai. Lu Zhou's answer caused a look of delight on Hua Chongyang's face. "Oh, a senior from Punlai. Forgive my rudeness. You know about Punlai?" "I don't just know about it," Hua Chongyang abruptly stopped, swallowing the rest of his words. He had almost compromised his mission. Lu Zhou, however, was intrigued. If he had known, he would not have claimed to be from the Punlai sect nor chosen to mimic a Punlai sect technique when he attacked. Hua Chongyang quickly changed the topic. "What brings you here, to Jing province, old mister?" "I'm looking for someone," Lu Zhou answered honestly. "What brings you here, to Jing province, young friend?" A question for a question, no losses on either side. "I'm looking for someone," Hua Chongyang replied. Their conversation was tense and stilted, fraught with distrust. This was common in the cultivation world. Lu Zhou was not surprised by Hua Chongyang's response. At that moment, several cultivators flew on their swords through the air, heading north. All of them wore white robes and moved swiftly. Hua Chongyang looked up at them with a slight frown and said, "The Hanku branch?" He then cupped his fists at Lu Zhou. "Old mister, I'd best be off. Until we meet again." He leaped into the air and tailed the Hanku branch cultivators. Lu Zhou was puzzled. The Hanku branch was one of the major branches of the Confucian societies. They had always kept a low profile in recent years. Why were they out and about now? Were these branches making their moves after the fall of the 10 great sects? Or were they looking for ways to strengthen their sects in the era of the Lotus severing? Lu Zhou did not dwell on it further. He stepped into the air and followed them, flying at full speed. As Hua Chongyang flew, he looked behind him. As expected, he saw Lu Zhou following. He glanced at the Hanku branch members ahead of him, and a thought crossed his mind. The older, the wiser, unexpected things could happen if he was too close to his target. Thus, he slowed down. "Senior Lu, are you going to the Heaven Worship platform to see what the fuss is all about as well?" "Heaven Worship platform?" Lu Zhou then remembered what the clouds and waiter had told him and said, "Yes." Hua Chongyang felt uneasy when he heard this. Things were far more complicated than he had imagined. He had assumed this was an ordinary live sacrifice and that a seven-leaf elite such as himself could easily accomplish the mission alone. Now, discovering that elites from the Henku branch and a senior from the Punlai sect were involved, he realized this was not a simple matter. Hua Chongyang had a better impression of the Punlai sect. The Confucian societies had governed the world for a long time. When the Nether sect began its path to world dominion, it was only natural that they would offend many Confucian cultivators who were also officials in the divine capital. Consequently, Hua Chongyang slowed down even more. He blocked the wind with his energy and asked, "Do you know about the person being sacrificed this time, Senior Liu?" "Not really," Lu Zhou replied, relieved that Hua Chongyang had slowed down. How could he continue to tail Hua Chongyang otherwise? His target was moving at the speed of a seven-leaf nascent divinity realm elite, while he was only at the one-leaf stage. He could use Wizard to catch up, but that would just expose his identity. Hua Chongyang thought for a moment and then said, "I heard the woman is of unknown origins and is an evil person. Some say she's from Lulan, and others say she's from the Endless Ocean. The point is, she's unusual. After she appeared, the beasts attacked the humans, and the birds went wild. In the cultivation world, these are ominous signs. She's going to be used as a sacrifice." After he finished speaking, he furtively studied Lu Zhou's face, wanting to ensure Lu Zhou was not after the same person. Naturally, Lu Zhou was not interested in these matters. His target was Zhenghai, and Zhenghai alone. "And you believe that?" "Of course not." Hua Chongyang shook his head. "Are you going to rescue her?" Lu Zhou asked. Hua Chongyang was stunned. This old man was something else. Before he could glean any information from him, he found himself outmaneuvered. "Just like you, I'm just going to see what the fuss is about, Senior Liu. However, this woman is special. It's a shame for a living person to be offered up as a sacrifice. The hearts of men are difficult to fathom. We would be fortunate to navigate this world smoothly. Who has the time to feel sorry for others?" Lu Zhou said. "You have a point. I'm enlightened." Hua Chongyang looked ahead. The Henku branch cultivators were no longer in sight. "Senior Liu, shall we pick up the pace?" "There's no need," Lu Zhou said calmly. Hua Chongyang gave it some thought and found it reasonable. He nodded at once and said, "You're wise, Senior Liu. The heaven worship platform won't go anywhere. There's no need to follow the people from the Henku branch." The two continued flying, neither fast nor slow. They flew past a forest and a river outside the city. Then, they saw a simple yet formal heaven worship platform in plain colors, like a dark ink painting. The platform, though not huge, occupied about 100 meters of land, completely paved with limestone. There were steps at its four corners. In the center of the heaven worship platform, a raised dais seemed to have been temporarily erected. A wooden cross stood on it, with firewood piled at its base. "They're really using a living person as a sacrifice?" "Senior Liu, there are too many people here," Hua Chongyang said. The two of them landed slowly and stepped into the bounds of the heaven worship platform. Many low-ranked cultivators were swarming around, surrounding the platform. "Kill the demon woman! Kill the demon woman! Kill the demon woman!" Lu Zhou and Hua Chongyang heard the cries from the crowd and turned to look. The Henku branch cultivators in white robes were gathered together, not joining in the shouting. To their left was another group of cultivators in Daoist robes. Both groups were looking at each other. Hua Chongyang frowned. As he had expected, things were truly complicated. "Young friend, why are you frowning?" Lu Zhou asked. "There are too many people here." "It's loud," Hua Chongyang replied. "Why don't we leave now? You're like a long-lost friend to me. Would you care to join me for a cup of tea?" Lu Zhou tried his best to seem peaceful and approachable. "I can't appear imposing now." However, Hua Chongyang shook his head and said, "Now that we're here, let's take a look." He had promised his sect master and Mr. Seventh to complete the mission. How could he give up halfway? Although the situation was complicated, it was still controllable. Hua Chongyang looked up at the wooden platform and asked, "Senior Liu, you're not here for the woman?" His eyes were brimming with doubt and disbelief when he asked the question. Lu Zhou knew that Hua Chongyang wouldn't believe him, no matter his answer. Hence, he said, "Why are you asking me if you've already made up your mind about me?" Hua Chongyang would never believe him, regardless of his answer. Even if he claimed he was not from the Punlai sect, and the Nether sect had no quarrel with the Punlai sect, he doubted Hua Chongyang would trust his words. They were mere strangers, and it was natural for them to guard against each other. For these reasons, he felt it was sufficient to give a vague answer. Hua Chongyang pointed in the opposite direction of the white swordsman and said, "People from the Taishu Academy are here as well. It's quite the lineup. Are you afraid?" "Why would I be afraid? If we fight, there's no telling who will emerge victorious," Hua Chongyang replied. "It's good to be confident, but overconfidence can lead to arrogance," Lu Zhou observed. He had seen this excessive self-confidence in Shangrong and Wuya as well. Sometimes, their confidence helped them, but other times, it brought them down. Among his disciples, if he had to choose one who was best at carrying out missions, he would surely pick his fourth disciple, Shiyin. Shiyin had never let him down. Hua Chongyang replied with a smile, "It's not overconfidence, but self-confidence. Self-confidence comes from strength. Aren't you confident as well, Senior Liu?" Lu Zhou did not reply, though he felt brimming with confidence. He looked at the still empty wooden platform and knew the main characters had yet to arrive. Feeling bored, he said, "Let's talk about the person who's going to be sacrificed. I don't know much about her, aside from her ability to speak the language of beasts and that she's musically gifted. It's said that she was seen blowing on a conch while sitting on the shoreline. The sound attracted many vicious beasts from the sea, which attacked the fishermen. Naturally, this is all hearsay, and I can't verify it," Hua Chongyang replied. Initially, Lu Zhou did not pay much attention to the woman. However, it was hard for him to ignore someone with such a special ability. Her talent was so unique that she was being used as a sacrifice. "Does no one know where she came from?" Lu Zhou asked. "Nobody knows if she's from the other tribes or from Great Yin," Hua Chongyang replied. "There are those among the other tribes who can talk to beasts. That's not unusual. However, it is indeed rare for someone to be able to incite ferocious beasts into action," Lu Zhou said. As Lu Zhou and Hua Chongyang conversed, the crowd grew impatient. Some began to shout in frustration. "What's taking so long? Bring the demon woman here. Hey! Everyone's been waiting for ages. The citizens of Jing Province City are watching. The people won't be able to eat or sleep in peace while the demon woman is still alive. Hurry up." Spurred on by the crowd, a middle-aged man dressed in peculiar clothing stepped forward. He wore a brocade hat and his face was painted in vibrant colors. His voice, infused with primal qi, carried over the crowd. "Order, please. Order." He then glanced at the sun for a moment before continuing, "The time has come. Bring forth the demon woman." As soon as he finished speaking, the heaven worship platform fell silent. Everyone turned to look at the path on the left. A slender figure, accompanied by two others, could be seen walking along it. The moment the light hit the slender figure, the crowd gasped in shock. If they were unaware, they would not have associated the girl they saw with the demon woman. Though her clothes were tattered, her black hair was messy, her face was smudged with dirt, she was barefoot, and her hands were bound with a rope. These details did not mask her exquisite beauty. Her most striking feature was her pair of large, shiny, ink-black eyes, which seemed almost lost under her long lashes. The term Miss Conch appeared in many of their minds. The woman had successfully captured everyone's attention, all eyes were on her at that moment. Thud. 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 The sound of her footsteps on the wooden platform rang crisply in the air. For a time, this was the only sound that could be heard on the heaven worship platform. When she finally reached the center of the platform, the crowd burst into an uproar. Hua Chongyang and Lu Zhou turned to look. Lu Zhou had been curious from the start. He was shocked to find that the Eye of Truth provided no information about her. What does this mean? Lu Zhou wondered if the system was deliberately making his undercover mission more difficult. Based on what he could tell at that moment, the woman had no primal chi fluctuations and did not possess the aura of a cultivator. If that were the case, how did she incite the beasts to attack people? The crowd looked at each other, then shifted their eyes to the girl, and began to shout. Demon woman. The girl seemed even more confused. It was as though she did not understand what was happening. Strangely, despite her confusion, she did not appear surprised, afraid, or nervous. She was clearly just perplexed, more lost than before. At this moment, the old male priest on the heaven worship platform looked down and said, "Bring her here." Understood. The two cultivators sent out their energy to support the girl on the wooden platform. Then, the old priest waved his horsetail whisk. The rope circled 3 times around the girl and bound her to the wood. The scorching sun shone down on her. Her disheveled hair, the dirt on her face, her old and tattered clothes, and her fair, exposed feet did nothing to obscure her beauty. In fact, it accentuated her lofty, otherworldly charm. "Do you know why she's being tied up?" Lu Zhou asked. "I don't," Hua Chongyang shook his head. "Do you think she's a demon woman?" Lu Zhou asked again. "She doesn't look like one." "Why not?" "Gut feeling." Hua Chongyang remembered his mission. Naturally, he would not forget why he was there. He asked, "What do you think, Senior Lu?" "I think she's the demon woman," Lu Zhou said. "Why's that?" Lu Zhou placed his hands behind his back and slowly said, "She's not surprised, not flustered, not panicking, not afraid, not cowering. Do you think ordinary girls can maintain their composure like her? She has no primal chi fluctuations, how could she command vicious beasts? She's barely 16. How can you explain the fact that nobody knows where she's from or even her name?" Lu Zhou's words left Hua Chongyang speechless. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhou only smiled and said nothing further. Hua Chongyang was clearly here for the little girl, there was no need to ask more questions. The old priest on the heaven worship platform looked at the sun again and said in a clear voice, "The time has come. Let us worship heaven now." Dong. The bell tolled, signifying the start of the ritual. Most people looked at the old priest. Meanwhile, the members of the Henku branch and the Taishu Academy kept staring at each other, but no one made the first move. It seemed they were merely here to supervise the ritual. The old priest loudly proclaimed, "I am Yang Ping of Breeze Mountain. I hereby cleanse you of your sins in the name of the heavens. Your ashes will be forever scattered, you will be covered in flames, you will sink to the bottom of the ocean. Your soul will be weary, and your will tested. Sins cannot harbor souls, and evil cannot tolerate ugliness. Preaching is futile. Broken bones and a scorched body are the best punishments. Let it burn." After his long speech, he waved his hand. Everyone widened their eyes in anticipation of the wood-catching fire. Whoosh! Embers glowed as the fire began. At this moment, the girl looked down, clearly puzzled. Boom! At that instant, a member of the Taishu Academy sent out an energy palm, scattering the firewood at the base of the cross. The sudden move from the Taishu Academy member stunned Yang Ping, the old priest. He looked at the scattered firewood on the heaven worship platform with a furious expression on his face. Pointing at the people from the Taishu Academy, he said, "How dare you? Who are you to go against the will of the heavens?" The person who made the move said in a clear voice, "I am the first disciple of the Taishu Academy, Jiangrani. It is only natural for me to take action when there are lies in your words." Yang Ping snorted before he said, "You don't get to decide what's right or wrong. We'll see if the people agree with you." He really did not expect someone to cause trouble at this juncture. Over the years, he had never had any issues conducting the rituals of Jing Province City. The only difference this time was that they were using a living person as a sacrifice, so the crowd, which included many cultivators, was larger. However, he was not worried. His confidence came from the knowledge that he had the support of the common folk. Although the common folk were as weak as ants, only cultivators who were out of their minds would openly oppose the will of the people. After all, the mortals were the foundation of cultivators, providing the cultivation world with new blood. Even the emperor had to bend to the will of the people, the same went for the cultivators. Openly attacking civilians would only earn one scorn and hostility from other cultivators. This had long been an unwritten rule in the cultivation world. As the old priest had expected, the common folk began to rebuke the member from the Taishu Academy. The demon woman should be killed. Kill the demon woman. You shouldn't defend the demon woman. The Taishu Academy's first disciple, Zhenghai, said in a loud voice, "You're a Taoist, yet you're talking about the rituals of the other tribes. How dare you sacrifice a living human and deceive the masses for your own personal gains? Who gave you the courage to do this?" Yang Ping's face darkened as he seethed, "How dare you? The Tao is before the celestial emperor. Primal chi gives rise to all things and is insubstantial," Zhenghai said loudly. "I've told you that I'm from the Taishu Academy. You're a Taoist, how dare you spout such nonsense? Sins cannot tolerate souls, evil cannot tolerate ugliness? Who taught you that?" The cultivators present felt that Zhenghai's words made sense. No matter how loudly the people shouted, all they could do was make noise. They could not alter the will of the cultivators. Cultivation theories in Great Yin were founded on thought. Instructions based on those theories were used for cultivation. The Confucian, Buddhist, and Taoist societies did not have such rituals. Instead, it seemed similar to the witchcraft of the other tribes. Cultivators who joined academies would be even more aware of this. Zhenghai's speech seemed to make the masses give pause. Meanwhile, Yang Ping took a step backward. Clap. 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 At the same time, the white-robed cultivators from the Henku branch, standing across from him, applauded. The applause was so abrupt that it easily drew everyone's attention. As expected of the Taishu Academy's first disciple. I agree with him. This old priest bears the physical body of a citizen of Great Yin, yet possesses the filthy soul and distasteful thoughts of the other tribesmen. I propose we kill him first. Kill him. The members of the Henku branch shouted in unison, their voices so loud it seemed they could shock the heavens. The primal chi in their voices made the sound wave resonate throughout the area. Zhenghai, the first disciple of Taishu Academy, cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your support, everyone." He looked around and then faced the crowd again, saying, "My dear people, do not be fooled by this man. Open your eyes and see. Is that little girl, bound on the cross, a demon lady?" On the wooden platform, the girl blinked her large eyes, curiously, watching the proceedings. Zhenghai continued, "You old thing. You treat the life of another human as if it were a stack of hay. You should confess to your crimes now." Yang Ping took another step back. Seeing the situation turn against him, he pushed off the ground and leaped into the sky. If he had chosen to stay and defend himself with words, he might still have a chance to redeem himself. After all, the accusations against him were without proof. However, by choosing to flee, his guilt was evident. The crowd was also shocked when they saw the old priest fleeing. Running away? Zhang Can, an elder from the Henku branch, drew his sword and leaped into the air. His primal chi surged, and 5 energy swords spun around his sword. He pushed both palms out, and the energy swords shot out. Bang! 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 Yang Ping was only a low-rank cultivator who had not even entered the Brahman sea realm. In the blink of an eye, the 5 energy swords pierced him from behind. He cried out piteously as he fell from the sky. Zhang Can shouted, "A person with the ambition of a wild wolf should submit to the rule of law and confess his crimes." Good. Nice kill. Zhenghai, the first disciple of Taishu Academy, looked at the girl bound to the wooden cross and said clearly, on my master's orders, I will bring her back to the academy to be dealt with. Hold up. Zhenghai raised a hand. Do you have a problem? Who gives the Taishu Academy the right to take her away? What do you think of the Hanku branch? Zhenghai said coldly. The reason for their presence here was quite clear. Something stirred within Jiangrani. His gaze was fierce as he replied, is the Hanku branch trying to meddle in this matter as well? The disciples of the Taishu Academy had already taken their positions. Zing. Zing. Zing, asterisk. The Hanku branch cultivators drew their swords. Those who have no business here should stand back. The common folk could tell something was amiss and retreated like the receding tide until they were out of the bounds of the heaven worship platform. At this moment, only Lu Zhou and Hua Chongyang stood their ground. For this reason, they stood out. How could they not draw attention to themselves at this time? The members of the Hanku branch and Taishu Academy looked at the duo. Unrelated people should scram. Zhenghai shouted. Hua Chongyang shook his head. I have a better suggestion. Zhenghai and Jiangrani exchanged a look. Why don't we ask her for her opinion? Hua Chongyang pointed at the girl on the wooden cross. Everyone was fighting over her, yet no one had considered her opinion. Upon hearing Hua Chongyang's words, the members of the Hanku branch and Taishu Academy exchanged glances. I agree, said one. Me, too, said another. The representatives of both sides looked at the girl on the wooden cross with expectant expressions. Jiangrani looked at the girl and said, Don't be afraid. What do you say to coming back to the Taishu Academy with me? If you follow me, I'll give you anything you want. He struggled to maintain a calm expression, fearing he might scare the girl. The girl cast her gaze downward, looking at Jiangrani for only a second before she shook her head. Seeing this, Zhenghai laughed loudly. Jiangrani, you should give up while you can. Little girl, come back to the Hanku branch with me. The sect master will personally teach you how to cultivate. The senior disciples of the Hanku branch will be your helpers. The girl glanced at Zhenghai and shook her head again. Zhenghai was speechless. The members of the Taishu Academy laughed in what seemed like a triumph. At that moment, Hua Chongyang asked in a clear voice, looking at the girl, Miss, what's your name? Lu Zhou remained silent, standing in his spot, but his interest in the girl was growing. Who was she that the other sects were fighting over her, offering her special treatment and promising her so many benefits? Hua Chongyang's question drew everyone's attention once again. It suddenly dawned on everyone that they didn't even know the girl's name after talking so much. All of them shifted their eyes to her. The girl shook her head again, seemingly at a loss. She struggled to free her hands, which had been loosened by the energy blast. With a firm tug, the rope fell to the ground easily. Then, she raised the item in her hand and softly said, Conch. Conch? Hua Chongyang smiled. All right, I'll call you Conch. Will you come with me? Perhaps it was due to Hua Chongyang asking for her name that the girl smiled warmly in the sunlight. However, she did not respond to him. Instead, she raised the conch in her hand and lightly placed it against her lips. She pursed her thin lips slightly, and a deep sobbing noise resonated in the air. The sound produced by the conch was meandering and melodious as it spread across the heaven worship platform. The unique tone and tune sounded like it came from under the sea, as if singing tales from the past in a low, beautiful, and bright tone. The melody spread into the forest. Whoosh! 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 Birds appeared in the sky. Huge eagles and meek sparrows flew in the air. Meanwhile, the beasts on land slowly crept toward the platform from the forest, their eyes shining with a dark green light. This was the sign of a being attaining the basic level of cultivation. The wild beasts absorbed the primal chi of heaven and earth, becoming tougher, scarier, and more savage. Powerful vicious beasts were the enemies of mankind. The conch sound stunned the crowd. When they regained their senses, they began to clamor again. Demon Lady! Demon Lady! At this moment, Jiangreni, the first disciple of Taishu Academy, pushed away from the stone floor and flew at lightning speed toward Miss Conch. Bam! Zhang Ken of the Henku branch followed suit, his speed not inferior to Jiangreni's. Energy stirred and landed on Jiangreni as he said, "Let's decide who's worthy with our fists." You took the words right out of my mouth. Both of them were enveloped in spheres of energy. After the initial collision, they faced each other in the air. The disciples of the Taishu Academy charged forward as the disciples of the Henku branch drew their swords and advanced as well. Chaos descended upon the scene. Upon seeing this, Hua Chongyang glanced briefly at Lu Zhou. Without hesitation, he made his move. With the two tigers fighting, he could easily gain the benefit as the third party. His movements were as nimble as a swallow, keeping the energy at bay. "Follow me." Miss Conch's face showed surprise as she took a step backward. At the moment she stepped back, several energy swords sailed toward her. Hua Chongyang struck with one hand, and a huge energy seal shattered the energy swords. Then, he used his energy to pull Miss Conch toward him. After retracting the energy palm, Miss Conch was pulled in by the energy. "Don't let him get away." "Damn it." Zhang Can and Jiangreni had spotted Hua Chongyang. The duo immediately stopped fighting, as if by tacit agreement, and flew toward Hua Chongyang. A palm and a sword came from the left and right. Hua Chongyang shouted, "Get lost." Whiz! A nearly 90-foot-tall avatar suddenly appeared with an explosion. The shining golden energy forced Zhang Can and Jiangreni back. The two reeled back, spitting out mouthfuls of blood in the sky. The disciples of the Henku branch and Taishu Academy looked at the nearly 90-foot-tall avatar in shock. A seven-leaf elite. He's a seven-leaf elite? Lu Zhou looked at Hua Chongyang, the seven-leaf elite. His expression remained calm. When Hua Chongyang summoned his seven-leaf avatar, he did not even spare a glance for Zhang Can or Jiangreni. His attention had always been on Lu Zhou. Of all the people gathered, he surmised that Lu Zhou was most likely to pose a threat to him. Zhang Can and Jiangreni endured the pain in their bodies as they hovered in the sky. "Disciples, hear my command." The disciples of the Taishu Academy and Henku branch were well trained. They retreated simultaneously and formed square formations. "Prepare the formation." The Taishu Academy disciples produced talismans from their pockets, while the Henku branch disciples bit the tips of their thumbs and swiped across their swords. The talismans ignited, and energy blades shimmered. Script seals appeared, forming a massive grand formation. Hua Chongyang did not expect them to work together so harmoniously. He retracted his palm after bringing Miss Conch to him. As he had expected, she was not a cultivator. When bound by his energy, she was completely helpless. "You won't get away." Zhang Can shouted. The Henku branch disciples flew on their swords, launching a dense barrage of energy swords. Hua Chongyang recalled his avatar and descended. "Let's go." Logically, this was his best chance to escape. His mission was to retrieve Miss Conch. As a seven-leaf elite, there was no need for him to fight unless necessary. The moment Hua Chongyang flew away from the heaven worship platform, a black figure shot after him from behind. There was no energy or avatar, as if the figure was using his body as a weapon. The figure punched Hua Chulong with golden energy seals swirling around his fist. Hua Chongyang's expression darkened as he blocked with his arms. At the same time, an energy shield appeared around him as he defended against the Taishu Academy script seals and the Henku branch's sword formation. Asterisk bam. Bam. Bam, asterisk he could defend against the attacks from the two sects, but the sudden appearance of the golden energy fist exceeded his expectations. Boom, it was too fast. The fist connected firmly with Hua Chongyang's arms. The strong impact made him grunt as he fell. Struggling against the surging blood essence, he pushed with his palm. There was only one person he could rely on at that moment. Elder Lu. "Help me." The moment the black figure appeared, Hua Chongyang knew his mission today would not be easy. He was sent flying a considerable distance back on the ground. The limestone floor in his wake seemed to have been removed. After some time, he finally came to a stop. He punched the ground and flipped 360 degrees in the air before landing on his feet. Then, he sent Miss Conch over to Lu Zhou with a palm strike. Miss Conch looked up with her large eyes. For the first time, she smiled and greeted someone. "Hello." Lu Zhou looked into her eyes. Her head only reached his shoulders. They say eyes are the windows to the soul. In her eyes, he saw only innocence and purity, as though not a speck of dust had touched her. Miss Conch's greeting seemed to catch the black figure off guard. It paused and looked over. The black figure belonged to a middle-aged man in full armor, with a blade scar on his face. Based on his armor, he seemed to be a soldier from the Jing province city's garrison. "Hello," Lu Zhou replied to Miss Conch. "What's your name?" "I'm Lu Zhou." "And you?" Lu Zhou asked with a smile. I. Miss Conch seemed unable to remember her name. Her brows furrowed as she struggled to recall it. Luo? Lu Zhou glanced at the conch in her hand. "Come here." "Oh." Miss Conch moved to Lu Zhou's side, as obedient as a granddaughter. The others were greatly surprised. The garrison soldier spoke in a deep voice, "By the Lord's decree, no one is allowed to use a living person as a sacrifice on the heaven worship platform. I will take this girl with me. In these times, those who defy military orders will face severe consequences." Hua Chongyang looked past the heaven worship platform. A space 100 meters behind the civilians was occupied by 1,000 soldiers. They exuded a formidable aura as they stared at the platform. Lu Zhou looked at the garrison soldier. "This little girl is somehow tied to my fate. I can't let you take her away." The garrison general's gaze darkened. At that moment, Jiang Rini, the first disciple of Taishu Academy, descended onto the heaven worship platform. He cupped his fists and said, "I did not notice General Ning, the elite under General Wen Shu." "Greetings, General Ning. I am Zhang Ken from the Hanku branch." Hua Chongyang's heart turned cold. Why is Ning Han here? If they were to fight one-on-one under fair terms, Hua Chongyang would be evenly matched with Ning Han. However, the earlier surprise attack had caught him off guard and injured him. Ning Han excels in close combat. He was a killing machine on the battlefield. Before advancing on Jing province, the Nether sect had investigated Wen Shu and his subordinates. Ning Han was one of the noteworthy individuals who came up in the investigation. He did not expect to meet Ning Han here. An ominous feeling rose in his heart, and he could not let his guard down. The thought of his real identity being revealed made him shudder. If a deputy general was this powerful, General Wen Shu, one of the 8 great commanders, definitely would not be a weakling. Back then, the commander of the 3 armies, Wei Zhuyin, rose through the ranks with Li Jingyi's support. He was in control of significant forces and held high authority. Even so, he could not compare to the 8 great commanders. The divine capital was indeed full of hidden talents and formidable figures. The appearance of General Ning made the members of the Hanku branch and the Taishu Academy abandon their fight. If the divine capital wanted this person, they could only step aside. Miss Conch stood to the side, observing the events around her. Even at this moment, her eyes showed no fear or nervousness, only curiosity could be seen. General Ning looked at Lu Zhou and asked, "What did you say?" "I never repeat myself," Lu Zhou replied, no longer bothering with General Ning. Instead, he turned to Hua Chongyang, who was injured, and simply said, "Let's go." He took Miss Conch's hand, which seemed small in his, and walked away from the heaven worship platform. Miss Conch asked, puzzled, "Where to?" "Wherever you want," Lu Zhou answered in a low voice. The 2 sects and General Ning watched as the old man and the young girl conversed and walked away. Lu Zhou had just waved his hand, creating a small storm of primal qi, when General Ning could no longer hold back and said, "Catch them." At this command, dozens of mounted soldiers at the front lines charged. The warhorses' eyes glowed with a dark green light at this moment, clearly indicating they were not ordinary warhorses. Over 10 warhorses galloped across the land, stirring up clouds of dust. The mounted soldiers were at least in the Brahman Sea realm. The spears in their hands hummed as they moved forward. Lu Zhou shook his head, stopped, and looked at the warhorses charging at him. Then, he raised his right hand. Miss Conch also halted, raised her conch, and blew into it softly. A deep, sorrowful sound resonated in the air. The sound seemed ordinary, with no primal chi or offensive sound waves. However, the warhorses understood her. They immediately halted, raised their front hooves, and neighed. The cultivator's expressions changed instantly. They had tamed these steeds. Why were the steeds suddenly out of control? Meanwhile, the warhorses thrashed, bucking wildly to shake the cultivators off their backs. Lu Zhou looked at the warhorses curiously, then shifted his gaze to Miss Conch, who stood beside him. "What did you say to them?" "Freedom," Miss Conch replied, looking up slightly. Meanwhile, Hua Chongyang and General Ning Han were filled with awe. What a terrifying ability! She could sway the warhorse's loyalty with just a tune. Ning Han, also known as General Ning, stomped his foot on the heaven worship platform and announced domineeringly, "Whoever dares to take the demon lady away will be persecuted on the spot." With a loud crash, the heaven worship platform crumbled. Ning Han hovered in midair and ordered, "Kill them." The cultivators abandoned their frenzied warhorses and leaped into the air. Lu Zhou glanced sideways. "Are you afraid?" "What's there to be afraid of?" Miss Conch asked. Since she asked this question, it was clear she was not afraid at all. Lu Zhou was already a one-leaf Nascent Divinity Tribulation realm cultivator. These minor foes were not even worthy of him using his trump cards. "Don't move." "Oh." Lu Zhou flipped his palm, and the primal chi around him surged. Dozens of horizontal energy swords materialized around him. Whoosh! 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 They shot forward. Boom! 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 The mounted soldiers could not withstand a single hit before they fell. Only 2 mounted soldiers remained. They carried their comrades' corpses with their 10 worlds avatars and charged toward Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou raised his hand and pushed it forward casually. The 2 soldiers seemed to freeze. Lu Zhou pushed his palm out, and a shining golden energy palm shot out. Boom! A small seal of fearlessness. The 2 divine court soldiers reeled back and died. Hua Chongyang's gaze was complicated. Isn't Senior Lu from the Penglai sect? How is he able to use a Buddhist attack? General Ning, who was hovering in midair, was equally confused. When the first wave of cultivators fell, another wave took their place. You overestimate your own capabilities. Lu Zhou flipped his palm again. Primal chi was condensed into energy. The Great Blitz Treasure Seal and the Outer Circle Mystic Seal shot out. The energy palms were unique, with huge, shining golden scripts visible on the 5 fingers of the palm seal. These moves were too obvious. Those are 2 of the palm seals from the Taoist 9 Cuts hand seals. Who's this old man? How can he master the techniques of both the Buddhist and Taoist societies simultaneously? Boom! 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 Another dozen cultivators lost their lives. Lu Zhou was satisfied with the feeling of not having to rely on his item cards. Although he was not as awe-inspiring as before, it felt more genuine. Ning Han said loudly, "You 2 sects, what are you standing around for? It's time for you to serve the imperial court." Having lost many of his men, he intended to make the members of the Taishu Academy and Hanku branch take on the role of vanguards. "Glad to be of service," Jiang Rini said with a bow. "You should leave this to the Hanku branch." Zhang Can had no intention of letting the Taishu Academy claim all the credit. He waved his hand, and the disciples of the Hanku branch drew their swords. Dozens of swords flew through the air, each wielder forming 4 to 5 energy swords that spun around their blades. Senior Liu, watch out. Hua Chongyang warned. As soon as he spoke, the countless energy swords shot toward Lu Zhou, resembling a long dragon. A sword formation? Lu Zhou glanced at it. His 1,000 years of combat experience and knowledge came into play. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve, and Unnamed flew out. He joined his index and middle fingers, controlling the sword with his chi. Unnamed split into two and continued to multiply. Boom. 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 The dragon was slain by Unnamed. The disciples of the Henku branch had sour expressions on their faces when they saw this. That weapon. It's a heaven-grade weapon? General Ning continued to look down from above. This could not go on. A one-leaf nascent divinity tribulation realm cultivator could not continue fighting for long. Lu Zhou thought about the disguise card, which could be used to intimidate the others. Alas, a single card cost 10,000 merit points. It would be wasteful to use it now. If it weren't for the price, I would have swatted you like flies ages ago. How dare you act pretentious before me? At this moment, Jiang Rennie and Zhang Kent flew toward him, a sword and a palm at the ready. They moved with lightning speed. How dare you make a scene when you merely have a one-leaf cultivation base? If they couldn't assess this old man's cultivation base after such a long fight, they would be the laughingstock of the cultivation world. Forget it. Lu Zhou pushed off the ground and rose into the air. As the sword and the palm neared him, primal chi surged, and he pushed his palms to the sides. A faint bluish glow appeared instantly. With Lu Zhou at the center, a massive array of energy swords, spanning 100 meters, emerged. The Yellow River sword was a gift from the heavens. Impossible. He's not a one-leaf cultivator. As Zhang Can and Jiang Rennie were about to reach him, they were met with a tidal wave of energy swords. Asterisk bam. Bam. Bam, asterisk. The energy swords washed over them like a tidal wave, slicing them into pieces, before they could even cry out. The energy swords seemed to have eyes of their own, skirting around Miss Conch and forming an independent safe space. Eldest senior brother. Elder. The members of the Taishu Academy and Henku branch were stunned. General Ning's gaze turned cold. He stepped into the rippling air, his fists glowing golden, and launched an attack at Lu Zhou with a force as heavy as a mountain. Lu Zhou was still surrounded by energy swords. The terrifying part was that Ning Han had parted the energy swords with his shining golden fists. HM? My extraordinary power isn't enough? Lu Zhou seemed indifferent. He retracted his arms and placed them before his dantian. The array of energy swords vanished at once. Die. Ning Han, who had been resting all this while, punched Lu Zhou at lightning speed. His body was horizontal in the air as he punched with his right hand. Ning Han had the opportunity to catch his breath. With lightning speed, he hurled a punch at Lu Zhou. His body was horizontal in the air as he punched with his right arm. Bam, this punch connected with Lu Zhou's chest. It hit. Ning Han felt pleased. Anyone hit by him would have their bones shattered. Seeing his punch land, he hovered in the air, feeling the impact of his fist on Lu Zhou's chest. However, with a second glance, he noticed a layer of blue light surrounding Lu Zhou's body. To maintain and manifest samadhi, like light and shadow, permeating everywhere while remaining still in samadhi. This was the power to silence everything. Lu Zhou focused the heavenly writing's power before himself. There was no explosion of the blue lotus, nor any reversing of its energy. Ning Han's heart sank. He cursed silently. When he looked up again, he saw the indifferent expression on Lu Zhou's face. It's been a long time since I've felt the touch of a punch. After saying this, Lu Zhou punched his wizened hand at Ning Han. Boom. General Ning felt as though his arm had been punched with the force of 10,000 pounds, sending him flying back. No energy seal? How did he do that? How was it possible for a cultivator to unleash such great power with physical strength alone, without condensing chi into energy? Moreover, Lu Zhou appeared to be an old man. The others thought it was over when Lu Zhou suddenly flew up and dove. He appeared in front of Ning Han at great speed. Nobody noticed the blue light shining between his fingers. Boom! Lu Zhou punched again. This time it landed squarely on Ning Han's chest. General! The others, including Hua Chongyang, were stunned. Ning Han was a body cultivation elite. A cultivator like him was not skilled in utilizing qi or condensing it into energy, so he focused on body cultivation. He wrapped his skin in energy while strengthening his body. He was a formidable opponent in close-range combat. A person like him could take punches well, like a solid rock. Ning Han had lost all control when he was sent flying back. Lu Zhou dove again, moving faster than the speed Ning Han had been sent flying. He punched again. Boom! The punch landed on Ning Han's chest again. All three punches were delivered in a single breath. He flew off the heaven worship platform and crashed heavily onto the limestone floor. Lu Zhou looked down at the crater. From this battle, he discovered his control over the extraordinary power had improved. He no longer needed to take down his target with a single hit, he was now capable of subduing his target using much less extraordinary power. Additionally, his cultivation base was now in the nascent divinity realm. The three punches collectively used a quarter of his extraordinary power, totaling about one-third of his extraordinary power. According to his previous calculations, he would have needed two-thirds of his extraordinary power to achieve this, including the energy swords used to kill Zhang Can and Jiangrani. At this moment, the platform was as silent as a graveyard. Members of the Hanku branch and Taishu Academy stood rooted to the ground in stunned silence. They all swallowed hard as they watched. It was as though no one cared about Jiangrani and Zhang Can's deaths. The tidal waves of energy swords had long since minced the two to shreds. Hua Chongyang felt his heart race, and cold sweat trickled down his back. What a savage old man. To think that a body cultivator, skilled in punches, lost in a punching match, and to an older individual, no less. Who could defend his honor? He dared not move, afraid that Senior Lu was a petty person who might hold grudges over their previous misunderstandings. He had no choice, such situations were not rare in the cultivation world. Let alone that he had actually fought with the old man, in Great Yen, people had gone to war over offhanded remarks like, "What are you looking at?" Inside the crater, there was a crash. Ning Han swiped away the debris on him and stared at Lu Zhou, who was hovering in the air. His dust-covered face and dented chest clearly indicated that he was seriously wounded. He's still alive after 3 punches? Everyone else was surprised by Ning Han as well. He was too powerful. Ning Han raised a calloused hand and pointed at Lu Zhou, who was looking down at him from the air. Eh? What a tough punch. He fought back the pain and spoke through gritted teeth, how did you do it? Lu Zhou stared at Ning Han for 3 seconds before speaking with a powerful voice, when you clench your hand into a fist, you'll notice that fate is in your hands. Ning Han spat out a mouthful of blood, his head lolled to the side, and he was no longer breathing. His eyes remained open. As a martial artist, how could he die in peace after hearing those words? Were they nonsense, or were they the truth? As the saying goes, the speaker had no particular intention, but the listener inferred his own meaning. Ding. Target killed. Reward, 1,500 merit points. Hua Chongyang placed a hand on his chest and bowed at Lu Zhou. I'm enlightened seeing you win a fight with just 3 punches, Senior Lu. Despite his words, he was inwardly shuddering. Please don't be mad, old man. He lowered his head to seem sincere, humble, and polite. This old man must be an 8-leaf cultivator. Lu Zhou ignored Hua Chongyang and instead looked at the remaining mounted soldiers and the members of the Hanku branch and Taishu Academy. The 3 forces retreated. Lu Zhou had no intention of killing these people, but moments ago, they had been prepared to kill him. Their cultivation bases were not profound. He would not earn many merit points by killing them. He would gain little by killing them. As the three forces retreated, a huge flying chariot appeared on the horizon. Hundreds of cultivators could be seen flanking the flying chariot as it sailed. Cultivators incoming. Which sect? Hua Chongyang looked up, frowning. The Punlai sect? There were umbrella patterns on the flying chariot's body, varying in size and bright colors. Groups of men and women gathered at the helm. A huge flying chariot with such characteristics could only belong to the umbrella cultivators of Punlai sect on Punlai Island. Hua Chongyang cursed inwardly. Senior Liu was a member of the Punlai sect. These were his people. It was practically impossible for him to take Miss Conch away now. The flying chariot soon arrived. A voice rang from the helm, "Brother Chongyang. Why are you here?" Hua Chongyang was shocked. "I'm exposed? What in the world?" Hua Chongyang looked in the direction of the voice. "Shen Lianshao? Hello." I. Hua Chongyang felt like crying. There was no need to fear a formidable opponent, but one should be afraid of a hopeless teammate. He felt as though he was having the worst luck of 8 lifetimes combined. He was a great 7-leaf elite who could have gone wherever he liked. Alas, at this moment, he was like a stray dog. "Senior Liu." Who's this old man?" Shen Lianshao pointed at Lu Zhou. Hua Chongyang cursed at Shen Lianshao inwardly. "You're a damned elder of the For the Yun Sect. Although you're on good terms with the Punlai sect, you shouldn't be spouting whatever nonsense comes to your mind." Lu Zhou looked up. "Punlai sect?" At this moment, an ancient voice echoed from the flying chariot. "The Punlai sect is merely passing by. We have no intention of meddling." "That will be best." Lu Zhou felt it was time to wrap things up. He turned around and flew toward Miss Conch, landing beside her as light as a feather. "Are you afraid?" "I'm not." At this moment, Shen Lianshao said, "People from the Hengku and Taishu branches? You're here? Please help us resolve this, senior. That demon lady will plunge the world into chaos. She cannot be allowed to live." The people of the Hengku branch knelt in unison. If they could not have her, it was better to have her killed. That demon lady knows the tongue and tune of beasts. The civilians here can attest to that. The heaven worship platform is objective evidence. I speak the truth, senior. Please help us resolve this." Their voices reached the flying chariot. A puzzled voice echoed from inside. "The tongue and tune of beasts?" Lu Zhou ignored them, preparing to leave. The voice from the flying chariot rang out again. "What's the hurry, my friend?" Lu Zhou stopped and replied, "What is it? How can you leave when the matter isn't settled yet? Are you trying to stop me?" "What if I am?" Whiz. With the flying chariot at its center, a bright golden light expanded. Everyone looked up. The flying chariot was now enveloped by a massive avatar, 100 feet tall. Beneath the flying chariot, a golden lotus blossomed. 8 bright, dazzling leaves were spinning around it. An 8-leaf elite. Good heavens, Hua Chongyang cursed inwardly, F*ck. He was certain they were done for now. Just as everyone was focused on the flying chariot. Whiz. A more intense sound echoed through the air. An avatar rose from Lu Zhou. 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, 80 feet, 90 feet, 100 feet. Naturally, everyone's attention was drawn to this sight. Another 8-leaf cultivator. No. That's not an 8-leaf. The avatar continued to grow. 110 feet, 120 feet, 140 feet, 150 feet. 9 leaves spun around the golden lotus under the avatar's feet. A 150-foot avatar faced the 100-foot avatar. It was easy to see which one was superior. No wind blew on the heaven worship platform for 100 meters. It was eerily quiet. The cultivators of the Henku branch and Taishu Academy felt as though their eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets as they gazed at the 150-foot-tall avatar. They could not even see its head, only the 9 leaves that were bright and eye-catching. The leaves seemed like blades, slicing at their hearts. In Great Yan's cultivation world, aside from the legends of elusive experts who lived in seclusion, the experts whom cultivators revered were 8-leaf experts. Those at the 5-leaf stage were considered grand cultivators. Ever since the start of the Lotus severing era, the cultivation world quickly adopted the practice. Almost everyone severed their lotuses and recultivated for fear of being left behind. The incident of the 7 great sects attacking the evil sky pavilion shocked the entire cultivation world. They were astonished by the appearance of a 9-leaf cultivator. Who could stand against a 9-leaf cultivator? Nobody knew how the evil sky pavilion patriarch, Ji Tiandao, accomplished it. It remained a mystery in the cultivation world. However, the 9 leaves could not lie. The elite in the huge chariot from the Punlai sect had intended to intimidate Lu Zhou by displaying his avatar, hoping to get what he wanted. However, he did not expect that the person he intended to intimidate was a 9-leaf expert. Indeed, an 8-leaf cultivator was powerful. However, in the face of a 9-leaf cultivator, they were as worthless as grass. Hua Chongyang pressed a hand to his chest, finding it difficult to breathe. When he recalled exchanging blows with Senior Lu, cold sweat began to beat on his back. If the senior had been merciless, what would have happened to him? 10 seconds were not long, but they were enough to intimidate everyone, including the elite in the huge chariot. After 10 seconds, Lu Zhou's 9-leaf avatar vanished before everyone's eyes. The entire heaven worship platform fell deathly silent. The elite inside the flying chariot suddenly realized how rude and foolish he had been. The senior had withdrawn his avatar, yet he was still shamelessly maintaining his laughable 8-leaf avatar. He quickly withdrew his avatar. Who was this old man? This question was on everyone's mind. They couldn't help but think he might be the evil sky pavilion's Ji Tiandao. Some were already convinced the old man was the evil sky pavilion's patriarch. Land the chariot, a voice sounded from the flying chariot. The disciples finally reacted, and began lowering it. As the chariot landed, a deep voice rang out, Xing Liangshou. Huh? Is this the evil sky pavilion's patriarch? Xing Liangshou was taken aback. He widened his eyes and looked at the old man again. Compared to Ji Tiandao, this old man looked thinner and more lively. His hair was darker. Apart from both being old, this man bore no resemblance to the evil sky pavilion's patriarch. Thus, he didn't hesitate, and said, "He's not the evil sky pavilion's patriarch." "Are you sure?" "I guarantee it. I was in close contact with Senior Ji during the battle in Liang province. I remember his words, actions, voice, and appearance. They are all imprinted in my mind. It's impossible for me to mistake him," Xing Liangshou said confidently. Boom! The flying chariot landed on the ground. The disciples left the chariot, bowed, and said, "Welcome, sect master." An old man, who seemed slightly weathered, emerged from the flying chariot. The only striking thing about him was the extravagant clothes he wore. His brocade robes were embroidered with green birds and umbrellas. The moment he disembarked from the chariot, 2 disciples supported him on each side, and they hastened forward. They came to a stop several meters before Lu Zhou. With a slight bow, he said, "Greetings, old senior. I am Huang Shiji from the Punlai sect." "Huang Shiji?" Lu Zhou nodded. The Punlai sect seldom meddles in the trivial matters of the cultivation world. "Why today?" The master of Punlai Island was also the sect master of the Punlai sect. Huang Shiji said, "We were passing by when we encountered a powerful primal chi fluctuation. So, we came to take a look. We didn't expect to run into an otherworldly elite here." Lu Zhou remained unmoved. He had heard too many flatteries. At this moment, Xing Liangshou jogged over, emboldening himself to get as close as possible. Then, he flashed a smile and said, "Old senior. How should we address you? Lu Zhou shifted his gaze to Shen Lianshu. Feeling the pressure from Lu Zhou, Shen Lianshu took a step back in fear. I'm sorry, old senior. How dare a mere nascent divinity realm cultivator ask for the name of a nine-leaf elite? A single glance from Lu Zhou drained all his courage. He no longer dared to speak. Huang Shiji said, Senior, the Punlai sect has no intention of becoming your enemy. About before. You want me to give you an explanation? Lu Zhou asked. We dare not. Huang Shiji glanced around. He saw the Taishu Academy and Hanku branch on the far side. He pulled a face, waved his hand, and said, Execute them now. This order shocked everyone. The members of the Taishu Academy and Hanku branch retreated in fright. Huang Shiji knew this was not the time to be merciful. He lowered his voice and said, What's this? Are my orders of no importance now? Yes, sect master. The Punlai sect's first disciple held a black umbrella in his hand. He turned around with killing intent flashing in his eyes. A few other disciples turned as well. 5 of them leaped into the air and charged at the crowd. For a time, there was a rain of blood, and cries rose and fell. Lu Zhou did not look at them. They deserved this outcome. Besides, their lives and deaths had nothing to do with him. Huang Shiji cupped his fists and said, Are you satisfied with this, old senior? Do your part well, Lu Zhou replied. Huang Shiji shall follow your instructions, old senior. Huang Shiji bowed. The other disciples bowed as well. Lu Zhou turned his attention away from Huang Shiji and walked up to Miss Conch. He noticed that she was not at all afraid. In fact, she seemed more curious than anything else. Before Lu Zhou could speak, she said, I've seen it before. What have you seen before? 9 leaves. Miss Conch made a golden lotus shape with her hands. When Lu Zhou heard this, he was shocked. His instincts told him that Miss Conch was not lying. Her eyes were filled with honesty. He did not press further. He found her words slightly frightening. Was it true that he was not the only nine-leaf elite? In the end, he extended his hand to her and said, Let's go. Miss Conch glanced at him and took his hand. The sun shone on the platform. The beasts of the forest had left, and the birds took flight in neat formations toward the setting sun, chasing the sunlight. There was still hope. Lu Zhou held Miss Conch's hand and turned toward Jing Province City. He looked back and said, Hua Chongyang. Hua Chongyang shuddered. A great 7-leaf elite was like a small fry today. He pushed through the Punlai sect members. When he hurried past Huang Shiji, he did not even have the time to salute. A senior Lu. The Punlai sect members heard Hua Chongyang's words. So this 9-leaf elite's surname is Lu. At long last, there was another miracle in the cultivation world. 9-leaf Lu's name would certainly shock the cultivation world. It wasn't my intention to hide my identity, Hua Chongyang stammered. Lu Zhou brushed him off and walked toward Jing Province City. When he left, Huang Shiji and the others sighed in relief. That was close. However, as the sect master of the Punlai sect, it was only natural that he could not show the fear that the others did. Instead, he tried to appear calm as he looked at Lu Zhou's retreating back. Then, he glanced at the members of the Hanku branch and the Taishu Academy and said, Get rid of the roots while you cut the weed. Leave no one alive. Understood. He was too afraid of offending a 9-leaf cultivator, but he couldn't afford to offend the Taishu Academy and the Hanku branch as well. In that case, the best course of action was to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. As for what would happen after, he would leave it to their investigations. Shen Lianshu didn't even dare to breathe loudly. He wiped the sweat from his face. That old man Lu. His aura seems even more powerful than old Senior Ji. Shen Lianshu. Here, Shen Lianshu raised his hand. Despite being at the top of the whitelist, he was living like a servant. He called the person behind him Hua Chongyang. Isn't he the leader of the Nether Sect's 4 great protectors? Huang Shiji asked, confused. Yes. He has a profound cultivation base, but I don't know why he's here, Huang Shiji nodded. Since he's close to Nine-Leaf Lu, Penang Lai won't let this opportunity pass us by. Don't forget why we're here. Understood. Lu Zhou did not travel through the air. Instead, he deliberately walked the first part of the journey to see how Miss Conch would react. Hua Chongyang followed behind him quietly. When they entered a forest, Lu Zhou stopped and looked at Miss Conch's feet. Where's your house? I'll send you back. House? She shook her head. She's homeless? Lu Zhou studied her again. She was truly mysterious. Apart from her talent for rhythm and rhyme, she survived in such harsh conditions. Children from ordinary families would find it difficult to survive being homeless. After muttering to himself for a while, he said, then, I'll take you with me. Hua Chongyang called out, Senior Lu. I have something to say, but I don't know if it's appropriate, Hua Chongyang said. You've already hidden your identity, and I haven't cleared that debt with you yet, Lu Zhou said in a deep voice. Hua Chongyang jolted. Lu Zhou glanced at him. Well, aren't I in disguise as well? What an awkward double standard. He shook his head. This is not important. I'm Hua Chongyang, one of the Nether Sect's 4 great protectors and the first seat of Azure Dragon Hall, Hua Chongyang said. The Nether Sect is currently the greatest fiend sect under the heavens. I'm sure you've heard of it, Senior Lu. Lu Zhou looked at Hua Chongyang and asked, what's your point? Miss Conch is pure and naive. It's difficult for her to survive in the dangerous cultivation world. I can look after her. I'll treat her like my biological little sister, Hua Chongyang replied. You? I don't dare compare myself against you, Senior Lu. You're a 9-leaf elite, after all, Hua Chongyang lowered his head. Cultivation base had nothing to do with looking after another person, after all. If a great 9-leaf elite with a family brought a child back, how would the elite explain it? If he was a lone cultivator, he wouldn't have the time to raise a child. At this moment, before Lu Zhou could reply, Miss Conch said, I won't go with you, to Hua Chongyang. Hua Chongyang, why did you come for her? Lu Zhou's gaze was stern. I won't allow you to lie to me about this. Under Lu Zhou's pressure, Hua Chongyang's chest tightened. He had no choice but to honestly reply, when the empire is ruled by an incompetent monarch, it's our duty to take him down. The Nether Sect is acting as the situation calls for and has the support of the civilians and cultivators in the 9 provinces. However, we are having trouble conquering Jing province. So, you plan to use this little girl? Lu Zhou asked. Well, Lu Zhou wasn't wrong to use the word use. It was the truth. Hua Chongyang appeared awkward. He glanced at the young girl sheepishly. At this moment, he remembered that Lu Zhou was not a member of the Penglai sect. Lu Zhou had merely said that to fend him off. Gathering his courage, Hua Chongyang said, I have a presumptuous request. If the Nether Sect could have your assistance, old senior, I'm sure we could easily take down Jing province. If they had the help of a 9-leaf elite, they would no longer need Miss Conch or the vicious beasts at all. After speaking, he no longer had the courage to look Lu Zhou in the eye. After a moment's silence, Lu Zhou said, I have no intention of meddling in this trivial matter. However, I'm quite interested in the sect master of the Nether Sect. Hua Chongyang asked, shocked, you've heard about my sect master, Senior Lu? A little. To tell you the truth, my sect master's master is also a 9-leaf elite like you. I wonder if you've heard of the evil sky pavilion that has taken the cultivation world by storm, Senior Lu? Hua Chongyang was invigorated and immediately spoke about the evil sky pavilion. He was now convinced that Lu Zhou was a lone elite. 9-leaf? The evil sky pavilion? Lu Zhou could not give himself away. After all, his objective was to meet Zhenghai and see what the rascal, Wuya, was up to. The evil Sky Pavilion Master single-handedly defeated the 7 great sects not long ago. His blooming 9-leaf lotus is peerless. Hua Chongyang's tone was filled with respect. However, he realized he had spoken out of turn when he said peerless. He coughed lightly and corrected himself. Naturally, compared to you, Senior Liu, he's slightly lacking. After all, the Pavilion Master is getting old. Even if he's at the 9-leaf stage, there's still a limit to the additional years added to his life. Lu Zhou was taken aback. You've got some nerve talking crap about me. How do you know his lifespan would remain the same after he's attained the 9-leaf stage? Lu Zhou asked. Even he did not dare to make such a claim. His actual cultivation base was still at the 1-leaf stage, after all. However, he had a feeling that the additional years would surely be more than 50 once he broke through from the 8-leaf stage to the 9-leaf stage. You have a point, Senior Liu. I'm too uneducated, Hua Chongyang said. If Yu Zhenghai has such a master, why didn't he ask for his help to flatten Jing province? Well, Hua Chongyang dared not speak of such matters lightly. This was his sect master, Yu Zhenghai's personal issue, and it was rarely discussed within the Nether sect. Then, he said, perhaps, you can ask my sect master in person about this. Sure, Lu Zhou replied. They clicked easily. Then, he looked at Miss Conch and said, I'll take you with me. MHM. A surge of energy lifted the two of them. They rose into the air and flew toward Jing Province City. Hua Chongyang nodded silently. He thought that the 9-leaf elite lived up to his name. Stability was the best way forward. He followed them quietly. The 3 of them passed through the forest as they flew. Miss Conch seemed excited by this, as though she had not flown before or not for a long time. She pointed below and said, beautiful. Then, she lifted her conch to her lips and softly blew into it. The deep hum resonated across the skies. It was an ordinary sound, but it was sonorous and forceful as it reached the lands below. In the forest, the beasts ran wildly, and the forest rumbled as clouds of dust rose between the trees. The birds who heard the sound flapped their wings and flocked together. Some of the vicious beasts that had begun to cultivate moved at lightning speed. As the 3 of them flew, the birds and beasts followed them. Lu Zhou was not surprised to see this. He merely said, Conch. Oh. She passed the conch to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou scrutinized it. It was not a weapon, it was just an ordinary conch. This was not a sound technique. Is it possible that the tune is also part of the beast's language? Lu Zhou returned the conch to her. Thank you. Surprisingly, Miss Conch thanked him. When the sound of the conch faded away, the beasts and birds stopped following them. Lu Zhou glanced at Miss Conch. It was mystifying to think that such a person existed. Hua Chongyang praised her. If this talent is used well, you'll be comparable to a brave master. Lu Zhou glanced at him and said, with these beasts alone? The beasts near human settlements were generally not very large. They would still be lacking if they were to compete with powerful human cultivators. Hua Chongyang considered this in his mind. The old senior was knowledgeable and experienced. It was only natural for him to know about many things. He somehow believed that Lu Zhou was trying to gauge their sect master's strength. After a moment's thought, he said, of course, these beasts are too insignificant to mention. Many are only slightly more powerful than mortals. The few that are powerful are mostly in the mystic enlightenment or sense condensation realms. They can't compare to human cultivators. However, the beasts from the 4 great forests are enough to strike fear into the hearts of the masses. Seeing Lu Zhou remain silent, he continued, not only did the Henku branch and Taishu Academy covet the little girl's talents, they also saw the immense benefits she could bring. If they were to nurture the little girl well and catch some mounts, I'm sure they'll become the greatest sects in Great Yin within 100 years. Lu Zhou had never thought about it from this angle. The little girl could subdue vicious beasts, making her naturally suited to taming wild beasts. Who knows how many powerful beasts there were within the 4 great forests. Even an 8-leaf elite like Pan Lydian had previously been lost in the forest and nearly lost his life. He recalled his mounts, Witzard and Bayan. They were not from the 4 great forests and could not be compared. After flying for some time, Lu Zhou, Miss Conch, and Hua Chongyang finally arrived at Jing Province City. Lu Zhou glanced at Miss Conch's clothes and took her to a tailor to have a set of garments made. Then, he hired someone to give her a wash. Even if the soil and her old clothes could not obscure her otherworldly elegance, after a change of clothes, Miss Conch seemed like a fairy. Although her hair was coiled into a bun, she still seemed playful and cute. Her long dress, girdled at the waist, made her appear stately. Hua Chongyang clicked his tongue in wonder. It's hard to imagine her being a homeless child. What kind of parents would be so heartless as to abandon such a naive, pure, beautiful, and elegant daughter? Miss Conch seemed to like her new clothes. When she emerged from the fitting room, she pirouetted like a graceful dancer. She relished her new appearance, and a joyful smile could be seen on her face. Do you like it? Lu Zhou asked. I do, Conch looked up and smiled. You're nice. Good. That was all? The little girl was not only naive, but also oblivious to the ways of the world. In this aspect, she resembled little Yuaner. However, the other party would usually be at a disadvantage when dealing with little Yuaner. On the other hand, Miss Conch seemed to be the type to be at a disadvantage. Her near sacrifice at the heaven worship platform was the best proof of this. At this moment, Hua Chongyang bowed and said, Senior Lu, it's getting late. There's a curfew in Jing Province City at night. A curfew is a form of strict control over the entry and exit of a city. Citizens are not allowed to venture outdoors at night, let alone leave the city. Lu Zhou didn't seem to care as he said, there's no need to rush. He looked at Miss Conch and asked, Are you hungry? Miss Conch rubbed her stomach and nodded. Hua Chongyang had no choice but to follow the two of them to the inn. Sumptuous dishes were ordered and placed on the table, around which the 3 of them sat. Lu Zhou and Hua Chongyang didn't have much of an appetite. They only stared at Miss Conch as she ate. She wasn't a fast eater. She ate in small mouthfuls, without gobbling down her food. She didn't have the speed of a chick pecking for grain. Instead, she resembled a rabbit. Based on this, it seemed like she wasn't from an ordinary family. Where's your house? Lu Zhou asked again. She pointed east and said, Far, far away. Do you remember where it is? Hua Chongyang's interest was piqued. Miss Conch shook her head. What is your hometown like? Hua Chongyang wanted to try and guess the place based on geographical landmarks. Conch shook her head again, I don't remember. Lu Zhou felt suspicious. Did she lose her memories? His curiosity piqued, he said, Give me your hand. Oh. Miss Conch obediently placed her hand in front of Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou placed 2 fingers on her wrist. His primal chi trickled into her extraordinary 8 meridians. After a moment, he was even more confused. She wasn't injured, nor had she hit her head. Her mind seemed to be in tip-top condition as well. Her Dantian sea of qi was in its primordial state, indicating she had never cultivated. In other words, she was an ordinary, healthy mortal. So why did it seem like she had lost her memories? What puzzled him most was her ability to command wild beasts and evade the prying eye of truth. Would a mortal be capable of this? There were too many suspicious things about her, so he paid close attention to her every move. She seemed polite enough. She did not have the finicky air of a child, but she did not show the maturity and composure of an adult. It was difficult to find adjectives to accurately describe her. Senior, the sun is setting. We should get going, Hua Chongyang said urgently. Are you full? Lu Zhou looked at Miss Conch. MHM. Thank you, Miss Conch nodded. Let's go, then. The 3 of them left the inn. Meanwhile, in one of the nether sect's branches, Zhenghai was pacing back and forth. Wuya watched him calmly and said, Eldest senior brother, there's no need to worry. Hua Chongyang's performance has always been consistent. Zhenghai stopped pacing and said, we can't be sure. What if he fails? What will we do then? We'll think of something else, Wuya replied. You have another wonderful plan, wise brother? Zhenghai asked. I wouldn't call it wonderful, Wuya said. I've gone through the recent records of the Nether sect. When did you get acquainted with the sect master of the Punlai sect, eldest senior brother? Zhenghai laughed. It's a long story. When I mastered my Great Dark Heaven Memorial, I was in need of opponents. I initially intended to test my skills against second junior brother, but I couldn't find him. Therefore, I had no choice but to travel to Punlai Island. I defeated him with 3 strikes of my saber. Essentially, we got acquainted through a fight. Then, he asked, why are you asking, wise brother? If we have the help of the master of Punlai Island, we can easily take Jing Province City, Wuya said. Zhenghai's eyes brightened in enlightenment. You have a point. At this moment, a subordinate walked in. He bowed and said, Sect Master, the master of Punlai Island is here. Wuya stood up, his eyes sparkling. Eldest senior brother, you're in luck. Zhenghai said, bring him in. When the flying chariot landed outside the branch, Zhenghai walked up to it, with Wuya closely following. A voice rang out from the flying chariot. It's been a long time. Brother Shiji, good to see you again, Zhenghai replied. At that moment, a figure in brocade robes shot out of the flying chariot at lightning speed, guns blazing. The target of the attack was Zhenghai. The figure's palms glowed in the dark.